So we'll recognize those that are here. We want to start by recognizing the civil society organizations that are represented here. We have people that are representing civil society. Please, by show of hands. Thank you for coming. We have government parastatals. Are they already here? If you are around, please put up your hand. If you're representing from a government parastatal. Thank you. I think they're still on their way. We have the team from GIZ. Can you please put up your hand? Thank you. You can recognize. Please, let's feel free to clap our hands as we recognize the different people that are here. I'll keep updating the list and then I'll list others as they come. I want to recognize delegates in this conference that are representing Bugishu, that is Bugisu region, which is the host. Please, if you're representing from Bugisu, any districts from Bugisu, please put up your hand for recognition. You're most welcome. We have delegates from Busoga region. You're most welcome. Bukedi region. You're welcome. From the Teso region. Most welcome. Karamoja. Thank you for coming. And Sebei. You're most welcome. We hope that others are still on their way. So as we continue coming, we'll update the list, and then if you've not heard yourself being recognized, please, you're most welcome. So we'll start with an opening prayer, and I would like to invite a volunteer from the congregation to come and lead us in a prayer. And after the opening prayer, we'll have the national anthem, followed by the East African anthem, and then the Buma Saba anthem. The volunteer for the national prayer. Sorry, for the prayer. Thank you.
Morning. Let's humble ourselves for a prayer. Merciful Father, we thank you for the gift of a new day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for you always planned for us the best ways. We thank you for us being selected to attend this event. And we know we're going to learn a lot that will change our lives and our lives in the community. We thank you for the host and those that generated this beautiful idea for this conference to happen, for those that are funding, and everyone that is here. Please, we give you the days we're going to spend here and the time. We pray that you guide us and protect us and be with us, and everything that we learn from here, we take it home to help also the lives in our community. I have prayed this through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Thank you very much. Can we please stand up for the national prayer anthem? I know I keep saying that.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Usimame Shalom Masaba Shirimo Ngumukuka Wefe Uwe Shirifa Shirimo Imwanyi Nilukingi Masaba Shirimo Bibindu Biyangisa Babandu Usimewele Uwe Shirifa Abongeleti Habihunine Nine Feba Masaba Ube Atwela Nekwombe Heshi Shalo Shefe Masaba.
Thank you very much. You can please take your seats. I want to invite my colleague, Chris, to take over. Thank you.
All right, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. So we didn't introduce ourselves. My name is, you come here very properly. My name is Chris Nkwatsibwe with my partner, Rita Namutaba. Namtamba. Chidem.
Namtamba.
And we will try to be your hosts for this conference for the 3 days that we'll be here. And we are looking forward to an exciting experience working with you to make this conference a success. Would like once again to welcome you to this civil society conference. It's jointly organized by GIZ, and I think if you want to pronounce GIZ in full, you really have to look for a guy called Tassilo. You know, the white guy seated at the front. Huh? He will help you pronounce that very well. And the First African Bicycles Initiative, which is Fabio, headquartered in Jinja. Would like to really thank each one of you who's made time to be with us. And we know that there are colleagues that are joining us online, so we also want to welcome. And I would like to request you to actually clap for those that made time to join online. This conference definitely presents a critical opportunity for civil society organizations to reflect around 3 different areas that are very critical for the sector. The first one is compliance, sustainability, and strategic leadership. We'll explore different challenges in those 3 different facets. We have been given a platform to explore and adopt alternative models of financing. And you will bear with me that financing is one of the biggest challenges of civil society organizations. Talk to any NGO leader, they'll start complaining about how their funding levels have gone down. So this is really an opportunity for us to reflect on that and explore alternative financing models. So we really want to thank GIZ and Fabio for putting together this very, very interesting conference. And we're looking forward to a very exciting 3 days. We have some notable people that would like to recognize, representatives from the National Social Security Fund. So if you're here, please just raise your hand so we can recognize you. Okay, not yet here. The Uganda Revenue Authority, the taxman, if you're in the room. Not yet? Okay. Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Private sector actors from whom we shall be looking for money once the donor. Okay. Stanbic Bank. Do we have Stanbic Bank in the room? Okay. Representatives from the local governments, from the regions that we are from, we're here. All right, so I think that's why the front seats are a bit dry. So we expect them to join us. But also all those agencies will be exhibiting outside in the garden. So during your lunch break, tea break, please find some time. Go and look at the exhibition tents. We also would like to recognize the steering committee. So if you're a member of the steering committee, I know Mr. Stephen Okello is here and he's stepped out. But I see that we have Rita Achiro who's just joined us. So if you're here and you're a member of the steering committee, just raise your hand so we can welcome you officially. And I think on a personal note, you guys allow me to recognize George Kiprotich. George has been out of commission for some time. He's been unwell and traveled to Nairobi for treatment. So I'm excited to really have you back. And George coordinates the civil society network in Sebei sub-region. So good to see you. So these 3 days are very exciting. But for us to really make sure that they are as exciting as we want them, we have to set a few ground rules. And so we know how we want to engage. So what we're going to do is to ask you where you're seated. I think you will find blue cards. So pick a card, write one thing, one rule you think we should be following in this conference. And my colleague Rita and some of the other colleagues that know themselves will come and collect that card from you. As you do that, you will note that we do not have physical copies of the program, but we have provided for a QR code on your tables, which you can scan, and you will have access to the full 3 days program. If you do not have Wi-Fi, you can please check the walls. We have put the Wi-Fi code on the wall. The Wi-Fi is provided by the hotel. The second thing which is connected to not having physical copies of the program is the fact that you will not see water bottles on your table, plastic water bottles on your table. We have, however, provided reusable empty bottles and provided water points at different locations in this room. So please fill your bottle anytime you want. And the reason we have decided to go paperless to the extent, but also not provide bottled water, is because, as you know, all of us have to work towards protecting the environment. And if we had provided water bottles, plastic water bottles, we have calculated and discovered that we would have used close to 1,000 plastic water bottles. And in an effort for us to be responsible, GIZ and Fabio decided that we should actually get those reusable water bottles. You can take that bottle back home and use it anytime you want instead of buying a plastic water bottle. Because this is a conference that has quite a number of people, we will try as much as possible to provide an opportunity for everyone to speak on the microphone where necessary and where possible. However, if you have a question that you would like to ask, and perhaps in that moment you haven't gotten an opportunity to do that, please use the cards that are before you. And I'd like to introduce my colleagues who are wearing blue tags. If you can stand and you're wearing blue tags. Our colleagues in blue with blue tags, if you can stand up for recognition so we can see you. Excellent. So if you look around the room, you'll find ladies and gentlemen that are wearing blue tags. Please hand over your question to any of those, or you can hand it over to myself or Rita, and we'll be able to make sure the speakers and our experts respond to those questions. So please take advantage of that. You also notice that once you registered, you are given a card. The cards were in 3 colors. You either picked a pink card, or a yellow card, or green. So let me see those that have pink cards. Just wave your cards if your card is pink. I see only one. Okay. Let me see those that have yellow cards. Those ones are protected. Yellow in this country. Okay. Let me see those that have green cards. Now, of course, you also are in cabinet now. Now, please do not lose your card. The card represents the group that you have been assigned, and each group has a special menu prepared for them. You also notice that in the program that you have scanned and downloaded, we will have breakout sessions. So please keep that card with you. We will be directing you where the pink ones will go, where the yellow ones will go, and where the green ones will go. And just make sure that you don't mix up your cards or steal your neighbor's card, because we have made sure that each of us, that the whole group is equally distributed. And then finally, oftentimes moderators or speakers have gavels. You know a gavel? Like our speaker in parliament, they bang the gavel and say, your time is up. Sometimes we have policemen and women who are standing around to arrest those that are over-speaking. Unfortunately, Rita and I do not have any of those. And so, because we want to make sure we are very disciplined in how we are managing time, we will use these words to show you that your time is up, especially if you have a microphone to speak. If we give you a microphone and give you 30 seconds, when the 30 seconds are done, we shall say thank you. That thank you is a signal to you to stop speaking. If you choose to continue speaking, we shall say, thank you very much. Once we say thank you very much, it means you've really, really overshot your time. And if you're like Benson Ikwe, and you really, really don't want to stop speaking, what we shall say is that we shall say, thank you, Benson. Thank you very much, Benson. That way, we will ask all your colleagues to keep looking at you with really, really annoying stares, which means you're being indisciplined. So that is the only way we shall make sure we keep time. And because we want to have everyone at least contribute to this conversation, we will try as much as possible to request you to respect time. And that's the method we shall use to ensure that you're actually keeping time. So we have the conference rules, and I would like to read them. The first one, which is really majority, is that all phones must be in silence. Some of you have ringtones that are made in, Nokia 1110, and your volumes are so high, so you vibrate, the people online get signal disruption, so please keep your phones in silent, at least for the duration of the conference when we are in this room. When you step out of the room during the breaks, you can actually make sure that you check your phones. The rule that I had just described a few minutes ago about time management has many cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think 37 cards. So which means each one of us is really desirous of us keeping time, keeping to the schedule. And we can only do that if the participants and the speakers keep to the time that is allocated to them. We shall try as much as possible on our part to ensure that everyone speaks within the allocated time. We will work with the sound system gentlemen and ladies to make sure that if you have actually disobeyed the order of thank you, stop speaking, we will turn off your microphone. So please make sure you do that. And we also work with the speakers. The other thing that is very critical is that during lunch breaks and tea breaks, we really, really require that we break in time, but also come back in time. We usually lose time in those movements. And the hotel has been generous to provide multiple serving points. We'll be directing you where those are so that we don't waste time in the queues. During the breakout sessions, we will be announcing where the rooms are. We will also make sure that there are clear directions to the rooms, and we'll have ushers leading you to the rooms. So if we say the pink group, please go to this room, we would basically request you to move very fast to those rooms. This is very important because we're a very diverse group of people, not only from where we come from, but also our experiences, our backgrounds. We request that we all respect each other's opinion. All opinions are valid, all experiences are valid, and we'll try as much as possible to get expert opinion in the room. But should you disagree with your neighbor or your friend in this room, please do that respectfully. The other rule, which has so many cards, is that most of us can speak eloquently. Most of us are here to learn, and therefore we expect a lot of knowledge to be shared. I think that was part of the expectation. But the most important rule is please avoid being absent. So don't walk out unnecessarily and spend long hours outside, because you will miss a significant part of the conference. Would like to thank you once again, and looking forward to a very, very exciting conference. And now, would like to invite Mr. Eddie Kainda, who is going to share with us about this conference, the objectives, what is expected to be the outcomes, but also really introduce the conference to us. And after Eddie has spoken, we will have our official opening session where remarks from the hosts, the First African Bicycles Initiative Organization. We'll also have remarks from the GIZ CASP Program Component Manager. We'll have remarks from the Country Director of GIZ. And finally, we have the official opening by the Chairperson of the host district, Mbale District. I forgot to state one rule. You have to clap for the moderators every time they step off. Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Karamoja. Is Karamoja present? Good morning to you. I can't hear you. Good morning, Busoga sub-region. Are we there? Good morning, Sebei. Represented by Kiprotich. Good morning, Bukedi sub-region. Good morning, all of us. How are you today? My name is Eddie Kainda. Joseph, kindly load that presentation. I would want to imagine that I've called personally each and everybody of us that is present here. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you for responding to this conference. It's been a long journey, but finally we are here and we're delivering what we've been trying to prepare for the last 3 months. An official conversation that happened between GIZ and Fabio about 3 months ago to discuss the challenges of the civil society sector in Uganda, but specifically in Eastern Uganda, has today resulted into the first the Eastern Uganda Civil Society Conference 2024. And in this event, we shall be delivering on the key challenges that are affecting the sector and identify approaches and mechanisms on how we can improve performance of the sector. My name again is Eddie Kainda, and I've been the technical specialist for production, technical assurance, and ensuring this conference is delivered up to where we are. Preceding this conference, we conducted a key needs assessment. In this needs assessment, we focused on identifying some of the challenges that were affecting the civil society sector and trying to identify mechanisms of how we can solve these challenges. But before that, we shall introduce you who Fabio is. We are the first African bicycle information initiative organization that is focused on using the bicycle as the basic approach for social and economic transformation. If you look at your slide, you shall realize that we are using the bicycle as a transformative approach for boys and girls through an approach we call Cycle and Stay in School. We are using the bicycle for youth and women empowerment through an approach called Cycle Out of Poverty, but also using the bicycle as an approach for agriculture and value chains, using the bicycle for irrigation, using the bicycle for market system strengthening, access, and cargo bikes, as you shall see in our demonstration area. But we're also using the bicycle as an approach to public health information, among others. This is what we're trying to talk about. When we say that we are using the bicycle as an approach for education, we are giving all these bicycles to especially girls in school to ensure that they can stay in school by reducing distances they travel from homes to school. Just like you see in that picture, we have tried to give these bicycles to one of the secondary schools in the community where we operate. We also use the bicycle for business. In our operational area, we have given out these bicycles to ensure that people can use them for public transport. And this is one of the approaches we are using to ensure that we can have clean emissions transport that does not emit a lot of gas for purposes of climate change. Can I be assisted to flash the slides? Yeah, we're also using the bicycle as a means of agriculture. Like I mentioned, we are using it to support mobility and production for persons with disabilities, for agriculture, transport, among others.
So that is how the bicycle has been used by Fabio as a means of social transformation. We have goals of this conference. Goal number one, we are interested in strengthening the capacity of CSOs to anticipate, to respond to the dynamic environment of the civil society organizations, but by also identifying how the operating environment keeps changing. This conference is also expected to broaden our scope of collaboration, learning, and adaptation, and see how we can become sustainable as organizations. Specifically, we conducted a capacity needs assessment. The assessment focused on broadening the understanding of the operating environment to inform, prepare, and produce this conference. But secondly, we wanted to identify, strengthen management operations, strategic operations in the organizations as we progress towards sustainable impact. But most importantly, we wanted to identify your expectations as civil society organizations. Remember that we sent out a capacity needs assessment questionnaire to 131 organizations who responded to this. And amongst the 131 organizations that have responded to this, we have selected 60 that have represented others. I would want to congratulate those persons that have been identified and nominated to attend this with a hand of applause. It is not usual that amongst the 131, we can identify you, the 60, to come and attend this conference. Some of the key findings that we are picking out of this conference, we are looking at lack of clarity of the operating environment among the civil society organizations that responded to this. But we also identify an environment of self-destruction within the civil society, especially arising out of the failure to collaborate internal as organizations, but weak networks within the civil society setting. The inability to collaborate, to internalize our own challenges, to support ourselves is resulting into a weak operating environment for civil society. But thirdly, we are looking at an environment where the civil society partners, especially at subnational level, they are not willing to unlearn what they have learned. They are not willing to relearn new things and have remained static in the status quo. And as a result of that, the following is happening. One, we are looking at limited understanding of the compliancy environment, especially in terms of knowledge. But two, we are looking at the findings speak to financial unsustainability. Most of these organizations that responded cannot attract funding, they cannot retain funding, but also they cannot create their own funding. But lastly, we have issues of internal governance. And then internal governance relates to issues of gaps in management capacity of these institutions, gaps in policy usage and development, gaps in having functional community structures, but also we still have challenges of owner-manager syndrome in most of these organizations, and this has enhancedly limited the growth of these organizations. For example, when you look at the market size of the civil society organizations, between 2010 and 2021, we had over 15,000 organizations, civil society organizations in Uganda as a country. But around 3-4 years ago, when the the NGO Bureau tried to certify and make sure that organizations comply, today we have as fewer as 4,000 organizations countrywide. This means that compliance has been a huge factor, and it has limited participation in the sector for most of the organizations, as indicated. When you look at the gaps in sustainability, 80% of the organizations had a negative sustainability index, and they could not offset their costs and still operate. But also at subnational level, we had non-states experiencing internal governance, as already mentioned. But contextually, we are looking about at 91.6% of the organizations indicating that they had compliance gaps. These are some of the challenges you can see on screen relating from lack of limited regulation and compliance knowledge, institutional and financial sustainability, corporate and internal governance gaps, limited ICT, limited research gaps, social cultural sensitivity, lack of establishing a credible structure within organizations, inability to attract and retain staff, and of course, climate impact, among others. But when you look at the expectations that we picked out of the needs assessment, many of us are desirous to learn about how we can improve our financial sustainability, how we can strengthen our collaboration with the districts where we operate. We're trying to look at knowledge and practice on internal governance. How can we improve institutional and corporate governance? And most importantly, how can we use digital and AI in programming, results, and impact? Lastly, these are the key takeaways that we think we can take out of this conference programming, even at post-conference. One, we either comply or we perish. There isn't any state authority that is going to allow a civil society organization to operate when it's non-compliant. Number two, we innovate, create, and rise. For as long as we shall take time not to innovate as civil society organizations, then we might not be able to progress to another level. Thirdly, we need to restructure and align our operations to the operating environment. Most of us have failed to undertake business because we have deliberately or unconsciously refused to align our operations to the operating environment. And lastly, you have no place to hide other than to digitize. Everything, most of the business we are doing today is online. Fundraising, management, meetings, administration is online. And the moment you fail to do that, then you cannot raise your head to operate in the sector. We want to thank you so much. We wish you a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Key takeaway from me is you comply or you perish. It's kind of scary, eh? And the percentage is 91% non-compliant. So I think it's timely that we have this conference, and I'm excited for the coming minutes in this session. Right away, if you have your programs, I don't know if you have scanned them and you have them. I'd like to welcome the Executive Director, First Africa Bicycle Information Organization, Madam Joy Kawanguzi, to please come and address the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our distinguished guests, the members of the GIZ Steering Committee. I know the local government is not here, but we are expecting them. I also know that we are expecting the different parastatal bodies, so I would like to recognize them in absentia. I also know that the media will be here at a later stage, maybe not today. Our esteemed civil society members, the different guests, if I've not recognized you. Allow me to say a good morning to you all. I am using a lot of energy, but you're using less energy, yet you're many. Good morning to you all. I'll also say good morning the different regions. Good morning, Sebei. Good morning, Buked. Show some energy. You're more than one person. Good morning, Teso. Teso, you're doing it well. Good morning, Bugeshu. Yeah, we are home. Show some vibe. Good morning, Bugeshu. Yeah, that's it. Abana Bembali. Good morning, Busoga. Are you there, Busoga? Show some energy. Good morning, Busoga. Good morning, West Nile. Oh, yeah. And good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Joy Kawanguzi, and I am the Executive Director of the first African Bicycle Information Organization. Chris, please erase initiative, it doesn't exist. So Fabio, First African Bicycle Information Organization. Earlier, my colleague slightly hinted on who we are, and he emphasized on a bicycle. Indeed, we use a bicycle as a tool of social transformation. As most of you are looking at a bicycle, maybe not as a very serious tool of change, maybe as a rudimentary tool of change or means of transport. For us, we are seeing children going to school. We are seeing the rates of school dropouts going down. For us, we are seeing the numbers of our mothers who die along the way or who lose their babies as a result of not being able to access health centers. Briefly, that is how we envisage a bicycle. And for us, it is that very important aspect of life in our targeted communities. But we are not limited to that. We realized that there is a missing link between service delivery and a local person. Remember, we are using our bicycle to enable people access the various socio-economic services, but there was a gap. As we are giving our young children bicycles to go to school, we realized there was a missing gap. The quality of education was not impressive. The quality of health services was lacking, among the other aspects. And so that is how Fabio embarked on the governance and advocacy programs, basically to join that missing link, basically to give a platform to the different leaders and stakeholders to ensure that the missing gap is addressed. That is who we are in brief. I know since we are here for 3 days, we'll have ample time to interact and to know more about Fabio. But just mention that we are based in Busoga and Jinja City particularly. Today, we are here for our Eastern Region CSO conference. And I want to congratulate all of us for seeing this happen, the first of its kind in Eastern Region. Don't we deserve a round of applause? I think it is deserving. Yeah, a conference that has brought together different stakeholders. We expect 120 people in this conference. And throughout the 3 days, you'll be interacting with different categories of people. And this conference will be diving us through a theme, leveraging compliance and complementarity for sustainable impact. Now, before I dive into the heart of why the conference and why we are here, I want to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation to the team of men and women who have worked tirelessly, relentlessly to ensure that we have this conference. And that is the Fabio team and the Jaize's team. You should appreciate them. There has been a lot of so many calls, many emails, many meetings, among others. But this team has endured, and here we are. Big up to the team. Thumbs up to you. You have done a great job. And about our conference, as we gather here as civil society organizations and different actors, of course, we are gathered here at a moment where the civil society operational environment is constantly evolving. Every other day, it is evolving. And that is why where our theme becomes relevant. Of course, there are many issues that lead to the constant evolvement and changes and making it dynamic. But with our theme, the compliance aspect and complementarity, I would want to emphasize why. Why should we leverage compliance? Why should we leverage complementarity in this CSO conference? And why not something else? You may have noticed that as Eddie was submitting about our findings, a number of issues emerged. And we thought that with this theme, we'll be able to capture some of these issues. Of course, I know that it may not deem fit, it may not cater for everything, but we know that it is one of the critical areas as CSOs, if we are looking towards being sustainable, that we have to pay attention to. So for compliance, for example, it is not a checkbox. It is a foundation. It is a basis for civil society organizations to ensure that they can effectively thrive through the operation environment. So it's not optional. That is why we thought that in our conference, it should be a priority. And then when we look at the complementarity, just like you hear it, it's complementing each other. I think it is very pertinent as civil society organizations to work together to consolidate our efforts, to build these synergies, to ensure that we deliver to the best. You know that we are all looking towards ensuring that we support our communities. We want to see change in our communities. But without the complementarity aspect, because this is again where the partnership will come in, will not be able to deliver to our expectations. So this is why we have that theme. This is why we are here. Of course, throughout the 3 days, we'll have the opportunity to interact, to share ideas through presentations, through experience sharings. The conference is designed in a manner that gives us a platform to hear from each other, to get different views and opinions, and to partner. You realize along the way that we specifically or deliberately purposed to have a session that will enable us partner. And these are very key for us as civil society organizations. As the executive director of Fabio, I am very confident that this conference will deliver to the expectations. I am very confident that it will enable us partner, it will enable us network, it will enable us learn from each other, share the experiences, and be better versions of CSOs that will deliver and create change in this country. With that said, allow me, as I wind up, in a special way, appreciate GIZ. One, for believing in us, Fabio, for entrusting us with this assignment. I should mention that delivering this kind of assignment is not a small feat. It's a huge one. And I must share my experience that along the way as we're coordinating this conference, it felt like I was cycling. As the team leader at Fabio, it felt like I was cycling. And I don't know how many of us have ever cycled. How many of us have ever cycled? Yeah, I'm talking to the right people. You will see bicycles there, you have experience time to cycle, and we have an improved version. It is an e-bike. Yeah, but I'm talking about the manual bike now. So with this experience, I felt like I was pedaling up the hill, and at a certain point, I almost felt like I was going to fall off the bike. And you know what happens when you're cycling and you do not put in enough energy, you fall. And if you're cycling on a hill, the falling is going down, you're going backwards. So I must confess that at a certain point I felt like I was going to fall. But then I realized the other logic we use in cycling. When you're about to fall, pretend like you're going to park. Get off the bike, gather yourself, and cycle again with extra energy. And that's exactly what I did. And I managed to deliver the assignment. Here we are. Please appreciate me. Not alone, of course, with support from our partner, GIZ. We want to thank you and want to say that we are proud of your commitment towards building capacities of civil society organizations in this country. We say that the sky should be your only limit. Thank you very much, and to our participants, thank you for choosing to take part in this very important conference. Trust me, you made a right choice, and you will not remain the same. With those remarks, allow me keep it at that for God and my country. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Joy, for your welcome remarks. When Joy was speaking about cycling uphill, I remembered an experience I had riding my mother's bicycle and causing an accident. I left the bicycle somewhere and I ran off, and the bicycle found its way home, and I found the bicycle at home. I still remember the canes I received, but it's still fun to ride a bicycle. I want to take this opportunity to invite the GIZ GCAS Program Component Manager, Mbale Hub, Mr. Paulo Tim, to give open remarks. Thank you.
representatives from ministries, departments, and agencies of government, representative from members of the steering committee of the governance and civil society program, representatives from civil society, all the delegates from various regions, GIZ colleagues. I have seen my colleagues seated in the podium. I have also seen the media. Good morning, everybody. I have some small speech that I've prepared, but before I can delve into that, I would like to request all my colleagues to kindly join me in the podium here. Team No Sleep, Team No Food. Please give a hand to welcome the team as they come forward. The gentleman in front is called Ahmed Nur Lomwa. Is the gentleman who can take you through the terrains in Karamoja. The lady following him is Nakami Sheila. She's the one who knows each and every dot and the I's to cross. Following is Vero. She's the one, when we are tired, she can actually tell us to stand on our hands. And next to her is Sula. Sula is the one that is specialized in our procedures when is the Harvard student of our process. Becca is also a specialist in terms of our procedures. Joseph is the man who talks green and is the one that promotes everything that is to do with protecting the environment. Timothy is the gentleman that has just joined us. He is the one that tells us that there is always value for money in everything that we do. And then last but not least is the gentleman that I started with, is Ahmed Noor, and all our technical staff and support staff. I am Paul Otim. I'm the program component manager. On behalf of the team that is before you and on my own behalf, I'm very honored to join the rest of the colleagues to welcome every one of you to this conference, the first of its kind in Eastern Uganda. Webale Nabi for the host, Alakara for those that are delegates from Karamoja, Mwebale Ino for the Busoga colleagues, Awadifo for our colleagues from all the way from West Nile, Yalama, our nephews and nieces from Teso, Dankeshon from our international colleagues, and thank you very much to all of you. Apoyo Matek for the colleagues that are from Gulu. We are gathered here today for the next 3 days to share experiences, to bring our different perspectives, but also most importantly to learn from each other and build synergies. And I know that we have worked on different topics from our different contexts, but our work that we do, we don't do it in isolation, and that's why we are here. Topics of gender will be full in our mouth and also in our thinking throughout the day. Regulatory compliance is something that is very pertinent. Collaboration and financial sustainability, both for our state partners, but also for the civil society. Now, we are in a world facing complex challenges, and civil society and everyone else has to bridge the gap between policy, communities, but also translating the complex ideas into action. We always promote in our various ways gender. We empower communities to have the knowledge and demand for their rights, and also the state parties to fulfill their obligations. We advocate for better policies that ensures, yes, you can kindly leave, sorry. Thank you for joining me. We also foster a framework where inclusion is possible and also the voices of those that cannot be heard can be heard. This is not just a legal necessity, but it is something that is fundamental to our integrity, accountability, and credibility of all of us. When you comply with the national and international laws, it strengthens legitimacy of your operations. It gives credibility to your work. It also earns trust from the stakeholders. When we have mutual trust, then you will all aspire and have the ability to drive change and deliver sustainable impact that my colleague from Fabio mentioned. We will also, when we have trust, we will avoid financial mismanagement that we have. We also minimize aspects of corruption that unfortunately is something that is eating at the core of our moral fabric. Compliance alone is not enough. You can comply with everything, but if you do not come together to share the little resources that you all have, if you duplicate each other's work, and if you don't align our efforts with the national framework, with the district development plans, and with all the aspirations that we all are working for, this will not realize any sustainable impact. It is my single prayer that all of us gathered here from today until Thursday, we will be transparently sharing our experiences, but most importantly, making recommendations that will help each one of us from our walks of life from everywhere, different corners of this country. So, in conclusion, I would like to, in a special way, thank Fabio also, but also most importantly, thank the European Union and the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development for making us sit together today. As we gather and deliberate for the next 3 days, I wish you all a fruitful deliberation, and please, as was mentioned by the moderator, the team that I introduced earlier on, together with Fabio, if you have any need that you want to be addressed, that maybe, something that you really need to put forward, please kindly look out for them and give that kind request. So, with these few remarks, I would like to therefore invite, or I leave it to Rita and, okay, they have given me, sometimes you have to ask and then you will be given. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to invite the head of program, who is also putting on the shoes of our county director, Tassilo Van Droste, to address you. Tassilo, you're most welcome.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. Mata Dadang. Unfortunately, I cannot do this in all the languages of the East. This speaks to the great cultural and linguistic diversity you have in Uganda. I come from a country, Germany, where we have one language and then we learn English at school. So I'm always inspired when I see the cultural diversity here in Uganda, and this diversity that you navigate in a territory that is much smaller than actually Germany here in eastern Uganda. I think you speak more than a dozen languages here in the eastern part of this country. So I think this is something you can take a lot of pride in. Yes, clap for yourselves, and clap also for all the organizations that preserve this cultural diversity and this cultural heritage. So my name is Tassilo von Droste. I'm the head of the Governance and Civil Society program, a program that is also known as CASP, and which is funded by the European Union and the German government, as my colleague Paul said earlier on. As the manager of this program, I report to a steering committee that is present here today. Rita, Ruth, Stephen, Peter, thank you very much for joining us here in Mbale. If we're here, yeah, please clap for them. If we're here, it's thanks to you, thanks to your initiative. You were the ones that told us at our steering committee meeting that you wanted us to do regional engagement with civil society organizations, that you wanted the civil society organizations in given regions to network, to partner, and to set their priorities. And here we are now, and you had also a very, very precious advice for us. You said you have to put the civil society organizations of the region into the driving seat. And this is what we did, and this is why Fabio has been leading the preparations of this conference. Fabio, Joy, the whole team, thank you so much for bringing us together, for undertaking this beautiful journey. I think you compared it to cycling uphill. Well, yes, it's tough, but it's also very rewarding, because then you enjoy a beautiful view, don't you? So thank you, Fabio, for leading the consultations here, or the needs assessment, which allowed us to identify 3 key topics for our engagements in the following days: compliance, partnership, sustainability. And thank you also for walking the talk, because when we talk about sustainability, it's not only about what others should do, it's also what we should do ourselves. So I'm very happy to see that we're not using plastic bottles here today, that we are trying to think about the environment, and that we are also going tonight to go on a cycling tour promoting cycling in Uganda. All that is also preserving the environment and promoting sustainability. So thank you for that as well. What I also want to say is that I am very grateful that you had made this event accessible for everyone. This is you're being a role model through this event. You make it accessible for people with disabilities that cannot access easily buildings, and I think a ramp has been set up, but I'm also very happy that we have sign language interpretation here today. This speaks to your willingness to ensure that we are not leaving anyone behind. So ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be back in Mbale. I read that the former President Obote nicknamed it the jewel of East Africa, and it is indeed a beautiful and diverse region and city, but also the whole region. I appreciate the dry landscapes from Karamoja, but I also am impressed by the shores of Lake Victoria. So your beautiful country is actually a region that is predestined to attract visitors, not only for its stunning geographical features, but also what I find most impressive above all, its cultural diversity. But I think you can do much more. You can do much more to present this cultural diversity to everyone who's interested in Uganda. And you can do much more to make sure that you preserve this heritage, to ensure that it's accessible to people. And when I visit Uganda, I would, and the regions, I would love to be able to go into different cultural centers and to discover the culture that you have more easily. And sometimes, unfortunately, it is still too difficult. And I think civil society organization can play a very, very important role in promoting these cultures. The beauty of this conference today is exactly that. Not only that you're bringing together cultural diversity, but also diversity of talents. We're building on the multiple talents. On one hand, we have the resilient female leaders from Kotido, but we also have the committed anti-corruption fighters from Busoga, or the energetic youth from Busia. So all of this together is actually what will allow us to come up with new ideas for the civil society sector here, and also common concerns that will then be presented to the authorities and the regulators in order, as we hope, to ensure that compliance is made more easy for civil society organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said about the importance of civil society organizations to complement government and service delivery, and of the important role that civil society organizations play in holding government to account. But did you know that every year civil society organizations contribute about 4.7 trillion Ugandan shillings to the Ugandan economy? That CSOs create about 240,000 jobs in Uganda, and these are direct jobs, and that in addition, civil society organizations pay billions in taxes annually. The direct contribution of CSOs to the economy is massive, but that's not all. CSOs do much more than that. The benefits that arise from their action can actually not be measured in numbers. I'm inspired when I see the work that is done by an organization like Fabio, which uses bicycles to transport sick people to compensate for the lack of ambulances. This is creative. This is Ubuntu. I'm humbled when I see the reports made by monitors from anti-corruption NGOs that hold district authorities to account. In spite of the threats they receive, they persist. Their work is invaluable, and you will not find it in all these figures. And this is why creating a strong and vibrant civil society is so central. Civil societies are also about the individuals that compose them. They build on the many talents that join them, but they also elevate the many potentials that are part of the civil society organizations. Young individuals, and Uganda, as you know, is one of the youngest countries in the world, they can find in their engagement in a civil society organization a home for their ideas, a catalyst for their creativity, and also a cause to defend. Without vibrant CSOs, we fail to harness the many potentials that collective action offers. Without CSOs, we leave potentials on the side. It's always, sad to see when young people spend their days drinking in taverns instead of bringing their talents into building, this country. And there is so much potential. But for that, you need structures. And these structures can be offered by civil society organizations. This is not only true for young men, it's also particularly true for young women who through CSOs can find a voice, a possibility to be heard, and a possibility for society to see them leading and innovating. Women are inventors, they're leaders, and they're role models. All too often, unfortunately, however, they're also victims of gender-based violence, an epidemic that remains extremely prevalent, unfortunately, in this region. The recent assassination of Rebecca Cheptegei, an Olympic athlete hailing from here, is a sad reminder of this. CASP is committed to support CSOs in ending gender-based violence and to support the participation of women in decision-making. And so I'm very pleased, therefore, that this topic features prominently on the agenda of this conference. But more than important than our contribution is actually the contribution of all young Ugandans. And I hope that many of them will find in the fight against gender-based violence and in the fight for human rights for all the cause that they want to defend. As Frantz Fanon said, every generation must discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. So it's up to young Ugandans now to decide if they want to live up to this mission. Umuntu, ngumuntu ngabantu. A person is a person through other people. This is the core of the Ubuntu philosophy that emphasizes the interconnectedness of individuals with their societies. Basically, it means that as individuals alone, we can never fully express the full spectrum of our being, of our talents. It is actually through collective action, by inspiring each other, that we realize our full potential and that we create the conditions for living fulfilled lives. So having vibrant CSOs is at the heart of creating a desirable future for any society. The most important role of government here is actually to empower civil society to create a conducive environment and ensure that all citizens can be elevated through their engagement in a civil society organization. Ladies and gentlemen, creating burdensome reporting requirements stifles this engagement and holds back a country from its destiny. At the same time, it is also important that civil society organizations know that compliance is important and that they need to be accountable. This is why one of the priorities of our program of CASP is to promote this dialogue between regulators and civil society organizations. And I would like, therefore, to recognize today the presence of Stephen Okello, who, in spite, of all the discussions and uncertain times at the NGO Bureau, has shown his profound commitment to the sector by being here today and joining us in this conference in Mbale. Stephen, over the years, you've engaged with so many civil society organizations. You've always been having an open door and openness to dialogue, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you also today for being here, and I'm sure that this will be an interesting engagement that we're going to have this afternoon. We don't take this for granted. We know how busy you are and how these times are also so very crucial for the NGO Bureau and the civil society sector in general. Beyond the NGO Bureau, obviously there's a need to continue to engage with other regulators, because all of you here as managers in civil society organizations know that you're not only complying with requirements from the NGO Bureau, but you're also complying with other requirements from other regulators. Last week's dialogue focusing on taxation was a good example for this. Some CSOs are unduly taxed, and it is a positive sign to see that the issues paper presented by the NGO Forum was discussed in the presence of the Ugandan Revenue Authority. So thank you also to URA, URSB, and NSSF to join us here today, or for joining us here today. I know some of you are already here, others will still join, but I think this is extremely important, is that civil society organizations that want to comply can find a way to do so in a swift and easy way, because let's not hide away from the reality. For many grassroots organizations, it is extremely difficult to comply with a multitude of requirements, and it's not a matter of bad will, it's a matter of also of capacity. So we have to start to make it possible for civil society organizations that are willing to comply to do so in a fairly easy way. So here in Mbale, the CSO sector of the east of the eastern region of Uganda has an opportunity to get together under this theme, leveraging compliance and complementarity for social impact or for societal impact, to set priorities. Your main concerns and suggestions will be captured here and taken up subsequently in a nationwide conference that is due to be organized in Kampala. As GSZ, it is our pleasure to continue to support these exchanges and to ensure that the matters that you put on the table are being discussed. So my hope here is that you identify the most pressing issues and that you make sure that you propose tangible next steps for the regulators, so that you can ask them concretely, actually what we need from you is A, B, C. And if you make tangible proposals, we can then convey them and make sure that there is a follow-up discussion at the national level, and possibly then that overall the environment gets more conducive for civil society organizations on one hand, and on the other hand, that more civil society organizations are compliant with the important regulations. At this stage, I also want to say that a number of civil society organizations have come to me and told me that they are facing also sometimes difficulties to renew the permits, because individuals are taking advantage of their positions, and they're requesting money for recommendation letters, for example, that they actually should not hand out against money. And this is a very serious concern, because if you handing out a recommendation letter against money, that means that at the end of the day you're undermining the whole purpose of regulating the sector. If you want to regulate the sector to prevent terrorism funding, you have to screen the organizations properly, but you cannot accept money and then give them the recommendation letters, because then if you want to create, you know, an organization that funds terrorism, well, you can just bribe your way to become an NGO. Well, that is very, very, very risky and needs to be addressed. So my hope for this conference is that these important issues will be put on the table and that solutions can be found for the future. Because, yeah, we here in Uganda, I think there is so much potential and so many talents, but they need to be organized, and it needs to be possible for this sector to make its full contribution to the development, to Uganda's development. So to the CSOs of the region, I just want to say, this conference is yours. It is your opportunity to ideate, to mobilize, to co-create. It is your opportunity then to send a message and to be heard. And lastly, let me also thank my team from the Mbale No Sleep, No Food initiative. You worked tirelessly with Fabio, and I think also Fabio has deserved this nickname, No Sleep, No Food, in the last weeks. I saw you working very late yesterday. Let's make sure that all the work that you've put into this conference has been worthwhile. Let's make sure that we come up with tangible outcomes that then can be taken up in order to make sure that the civil society in Uganda can even increase its impact on Uganda's development. Alakara Noi, well, that's in Karamojong, sorry. I wouldn't know. Long live the east of Uganda, long live its vibrant civil society. Thank you.
Let us give all the speakers a very big round of applause. Can we also thank the hotel for taking care of those that are challenged by height? So now, no, you clap properly, please. This thing almost caused chaos. I protested, and finally we have a height booster. And if you're laughing, it means you're privileged. God was fair to you, and you laugh at us, those of us that are down to earth. All right. I really want to thank Tassilo, the GIZ team, Eddie, Fabio, Joy, for those really exciting opening remarks. And you will notice that we do not have the chairperson of Mbale City, who is supposed to officially open this conference. I think he had an emergency in the morning, although he had confirmed earlier, so we will proceed, and as soon as he comes in, we'll make adjustments to accommodate him in the program. I've also been advised that I said that Mbale district is the host, and those remarks almost caused a war between the city and the district. So I'd like to clarify that we are in Mbale City. I hope that settles the conflict. So we're in Mbale City, not Mbale District. This hotel is located in the city, and I hope all of us are sleeping in the city. I also would like to recognize, and I think Tassilo has also already recognized members of the steering committee, two of my friends, Stephen Okello, and he said Stephen has been generous in engaging with the sector since he took over the role of being the ED of the National Bureau for NGOs. So I'd like to invite you to really clap for him. I also would like to recognize the former board chairperson of the National Bureau for NGOs, in fact, the founding board chairperson, who is now the Deputy Executive Director of the National Planning Authority, Mr. Charles Oleny. So I'd like to recognize you and thank you so much for coming. Just a quick announcement, and I think this is very important, that on Saturday, Stephen Okello was awarded a PhD. And we have to say well deserved. And if you're not clapping, really, you don't know what it means to get the PhD. So please clap. So congratulations, Stephen. We are very, very happy. For the relationship we've had with you and the sector. One logistical announcement. We will have a working tea. And just so you know that we have not consulted you, but these are our reasons. One, if we decided to all go for tea, we'll crowd that whole place, and it wouldn't make sense. But also, if we did a working tea, it will enable us save time. So what we're going to request you to do is, at leisure, between now and midday, please walk out of the room and serve your cup of tea and come back into the room. The program will continue flowing. So just make sure that it's one at a time. Make sure that you don't leave two people and start talking in the corridors. So one at a time, just at leisure, please go out and pick a cup of tea and a few bites and come back. While we were apologizing that the chairperson of the district is not here, he actually walked in. So we will make accommodations in the program for him. And at this point, I would like to welcome and invite the chairperson of Mbale District to speak to us and officially open this conference. And may you please clap for him as he comes. And since he's not challenged by height like me, I will remove this and he will decide whether he wants it or not.
Thank you so much, the Master of Programs. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mafwavi Mohammed. I'm the district chairperson, Mbale District Local Government. I would like to appreciate and welcome all of you to Mbale City. You know, Mbale District is a mother of all districts in the Bugisu sub-region. And the newest local government that Mbale District has just given birth to is this city called Mbale City. And it is headed politically by a mayor. I'm not a mayor. That because, you know, I'm a father. And therefore, I am very grateful that I was invited to be part of this conference for the civil society for the Eastern region. In a special way, allow me welcome all of you and I appreciate First African Bicycle Information Organization for organizing this great conference, which is bringing together very many organizations from across Eastern region. That we are really very grateful for organizing this engagement. This is something that has been done before because I have been around from 2006 to date in the politics of Mbale, not as a chairperson, but as a councillor and twice as a district council speaker, and finally a district chairperson. And we hope that by the end of this conference, we should have built networks that will strengthen our service provision to our targeted population. We would have learned from each other and also support each other in the search for funding from various funding agencies and other techniques that one civil society may be having where others have gaps. At the end of the day, I know we would have closed those gaps and we shall now be moving together. I know we have some orientation organizations, but with little capacity, especially when it comes to resource mobilization. There has been capacity. I know you are there, but you should be having these challenges on how to mobilize resources. At least for the time I have been around, I have interacted with some civil society organizations, and I'm aware of this. The networking should also help us minimize the duplication of services amidst reducing donor support. We are all aware, and I'm also aware, that the donor support to the civil society organization is actually reducing every time and then. And therefore, we should really try as much as possible to minimize the duplication of services. This therefore means that if I have not seen Mzee Wanzira here, the one for Pakodef is a friend to me. That's why when I'm giving examples, sometimes draw the examples from him. For example, if Pakodef has activities in the area of governance, carrying activities maybe in Mbale district in the area of governance, it would be important that another organization should not do the same. Should not do the same. This another civil society can target another district or can change and carry another activity in another area. Other than, again, PACODEF is taking on governance and we also bring in governance. Another NGO comes up with another activity on governance. That would be duplication. And therefore, I know this would really help us. This conference is going to help us in that way. For example, we have seen very many NGOs in Karamojo sub-region. Some of them trying to do the same activities. I'm therefore saying that instead of having this duplication in one region, in one district, it would be important to have this NGO spread over all other parts or other regions in the country. We want to appreciate the role of NGOs in the socio-economic development of our districts. We cannot, when we are having budgets in the district, there is that line where they say implementing partners. At least for the time I have been in Mbale, we have never missed that in the budget. We always see that coming. And we are really very grateful for that. This is so because local government budgets are limited and may not be able to provide all the services that our people need. That's why you always come in as bulletproofs to address the challenges. That's why for me in Mbale, my policy towards the implementing partners is straightforward. Delay with other things. We have told all officers, the technical people, that don't delay with our friends, the implementing partners, because they are coming in to fill the gaps that the local governments would have done, but because of limited resources. And therefore, for us in Mbale, that is that. Our offices are always open towards the implementing partners. However, with your intervention, we are also to reach out to almost our people. For example, in the area of disaster preparedness and response to climate change, social protection, and several unfunded, and yet they affect people greatly. When we had the disaster here in Mbale, we had good a number of NGOs coming in. So before government responded, we saw the implementing partners coming. And they responded, and they helped us, because all this was now on us. What is the chairman doing? Chairman did not have money, but because he had friends, you came in and you restored the situation. And therefore, we really have a lot of hopes in you. I want to say that I'm about to finish. The government has a number of projects that you all know, targeting the extremely poor population. We have the PDM, the EMIOGA, the WEP, youth livelihood. But however, the demand for these programs is higher than the funds available. This means that you need to come in and supplement, because the population is more than the services that government, both at the center and the local government, is providing. We want to say that your intervention is very key towards the improved service delivery for the population. Lastly, we want to say that Mbale, we unfortunately do not have a functional NGO forum. This is because the founder of the previous one died, and this led to its collapse. I therefore appeal to you that as you interact, coordinate amongst the Mbale NGOs to form the forum. Because when the forum is there, you can come together and be in position to do your activities well. We all know that the forum is NGO-led with technical guidance from the district. The district would only give technical guidance, but it is the NGOs to lead it. This forum may go a long way in enabling NGOs bring the gaps between them and the district. Ladies and gentlemen, as district, we pledge to provide all our dear partners with all the political and technical support to ensure that we increase service provision to our people in the region and in the districts. This can best be attained if we have clear coordination, mutual respect, and teamwork. With those few remarks, delegates, allow me to wish you a successful conference, and I want to take this rare opportunity on the behalf of you, the delegates, and the people of this eastern region, to officially declare this engagement open for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. You came right on time for your remarks, and you have also concluded your remarks right on time. And those of you who are wondering how you're going to manage to get out still free, we have 2 doors. So if you're at the back, you can get out through the back. And we've also opened this door right here. So if you're right at the front and you're worried about walking a long distance, you can just go through this door and pick your cup of tea. We'll now transition into some of the content sections of this program and invite the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences at IU Mbale campus, Professor Abdul Kakaire, to give the keynote address on civil society organizations, leveraging compliance and complementarity for sustainable impact. Professor Kakaire, you're welcome.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. all protocol observed. And I don't know how to you come and help me first. Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. All protocol observed. It is a privilege and an honor to be here today to give a keynote address. And this keynote address that I'm going to be giving was informed by the needs assessment that was done by Fabio. And they discovered a number of issues to do with the challenges that civil society organizations are facing. And the purpose of this keynote address, therefore, is to broaden the scope of understanding of Uganda's civil society ecosystem and the operating environment. The second one is to identify the pathways for effective engagement and contribute to the development processes. Then the third one is to inform the conference debate and narrative. But before I go into the details of this, I want to take the opportunity to thank the moderator for the humbling introduction about me. Now, like the members have already indicated, this theme, rather this conference was informed by the needs assessment that was conducted by Fabio, which discovered that civil society organizations were facing compliance challenges. The second finding of the needs assessment was that civil society organizations were also grappling with financial sustainability challenges. The third one was civil society organizations were facing governance challenges. And the paper that I am going to be presenting is informed by the needs assessment that was conducted by Fabio. Now, I have a few questions that I tried to come up with. And these questions are definitely supposed to inform our discussion. If we can answer these questions so well, then we shall be in position to know how we are supposed to relate with the government. We shall be in position to know how to mobilize resources. We shall be in position to know how to solve the governance challenges that we have within our organizations. And the very first question that I tried to come up with is, who are we? We need to understand ourselves. Who are we? Then, what then is our key role? If we had the time, I would ask you people to help me and answer these questions. But just because we don't have the time, we are going to just move to the next question. Now, considering your status as CSOs, what do you think can help you to amplify your impact? Is it when you comply or when you defy the rules of the game? Question number 3. In a world that is experiencing donor fatigue, how can CSOs guarantee their financial sustainability? Then the other question is, how can CSOs address governance challenges considering the negative implications they have on their operations? And the last question is, what do CSOs need to do to enhance partnerships and collaborations Now, if we can answer these questions very well, then we shall be in position, or we shall know how exactly we are supposed to relate with government. Just excuse me. Now, we need to understand what civil society organizations are. This is not new to you, okay? This is not new to you. I know you know what civil society organizations are. But if we can look at these different definitions of what civil society organizations are, they are also going to help us understand how exactly we are supposed to relate with government. Now, civil society, when we say civil society, we are just trying to refer to the umbrella. This is the umbrella name that is used to refer to all activist groups and pro-development CSOs. Civil society organizations also involve all non-state actors. They involve all civilian organizations. They involve organizations working alongside the public and the business sector. And they involve all gap fillers. Now, if we are gap fillers, this means that we are not the primary providers of services. Okay? We are not the primary providers of services. And government is the primary provider of services. Now, given the fact that government is the primary provider of services, we are expected to comply with the rules or the laws that they come up with. Because if we don't do that, then it is very easy for us to be thrown out of business. This is one thing that we need to understand as civil society organizations. There is no way we can do without complying with the rules of the game, because we are not the primary providers of services. Despite the fact that our services are needed, we are not the primary providers of services, so we need to do everything within our means such that at the end of the day, we are not kicked out of business. Now, when we say civil society organizations, we are trying to refer to NGOs, CBOs, social movements, philanthropies, and others. And I am very certain that you understand what all these mean. Social movements are spontaneous organizations that come up to solve problems or address challenges within our communities. The others, community-based organizations, you know what they do and how they are supposed to do their business or their work. The NGOs are also clear to us as members of civil society organizations. There are quite a number of other civil society organizations that I have not mentioned here. For example, the trade unions, okay? They are part of the civil society organizations. And this information has already been shared by Eddie from Fabio. When you look at the market size of NGOs, rather civil society organizations in Uganda, there is mixed opinion, okay, or opinions about the number of civil society organizations that we have in in the country. Before 2016, there were over 12,500 civil society organizations operating in Uganda, and that is according to Conrad Adenauer Foundation. Now, between 2010 and 2021, over 15,000 civil society organizations were operating in Uganda, and that is according to the NGO Bureau. Now, compliance to legal and regulatory requirements and its benefits to civil society organizations. Now, available data shows that by 2021, over 10,000 civil society organizations had been struck off the list of accredited civil society organizations due to non-compliance, and that is still according to the NGO Bureau. And what does compliance mean? Compliance simply refers to adhering to the rules of the game. As civil society organizations, you are expected to adhere to the rules of the game. It is like a football match. Rules are set, and you have to go by the rules of the game. If you don't do that, just be sure you will be kicked out of the game well before it is over. So as civil society organizations, one thing that you need to understand is that you must understand the rules of the game such that you adhere to them. Then it also means meeting legal and regulatory requirements. There is no shortcut about this. As civil society organizations, we are expected to meet the legal and regulatory requirements. And what could be the benefits of complying with the regulatory provisions? Number one, it helps to streamline civil society organizations' operations, reduces administrative burdens, and minimizes risks leading to operational efficiency. Now, if you want to be efficient, one of the things that you need to do is to ensure that you adhere to the rules of the game. Because if you don't, you are going to be disturbed most of the time. The regulators will not just look at you. They will definitely come for your head. And you will not be in position to do what is expected of you as a civil society organization. Remember, you are expected to have an impact on society. And this impact can only come when you are settled. If you're not settled, it is not going to be easy for you to do what is expected of you as a civil society organization. Then, number two, it enhances the civil society organization's reputation and trust among stakeholders, leading to increased legitimacy and credibility. Now, I don't think there is any stakeholder that would want to work with a civil society organization whose reputation is bad. And what affects the reputation? Part of what affects the reputation is non-compliance. If you don't comply, it is definitely not going to be easy for you to engage with other stakeholders such that you do what is expected of you as a civil society organization. Then it shields civil society organizations from legal risks, penalties, and potential closure. This is something that you should expect in as long as you're not going to comply. If you don't comply, you will be closed. There is no shortcut about that. Then legal penalties. I mean, you will be asked to pay penalties because you have not complied. And you know what this means. Remember, we are struggling. We don't have resources. We don't have enough resources as civil society organizations to be in a position to do what we are supposed to be doing. So we need to be very, very careful when it comes to issues of compliance. Then the other benefit of compliance is that it increases the civil society organization's accessibility to funding, okay? There is no funder, both locally and internationally, that would want, okay, that would want to relate or work with somebody that is not complying with the law, because they know at the end of the day, their time, their resources are going to be wasted, okay? And you must always ensure that you do what is expected of you, comply, and the moment you do this, you are definitely going to be in position to attract funding. Okay? This is one of the things that funders look at. Are you complying with the law? If you're not complying, then it is definitely going to be a challenge for you to convince them to fund your activities or your programs. Then it promotes good governance, transparency, and accountability within civil society organizations. Okay? That is one other benefit. It facilitates partnerships with government, the private sector, and with other stakeholders, thus enhancing collaborations. Remember, we are talking about problems of financial sustainability. Now, if you're complying, you are definitely going to be in position to attract partners, people that you can work with such that at the end of the day, you are in position to deliver the services that you are supposed to deliver to the community. The other benefit is that it facilitates it ensures that civil society organizations provide safe and quality services. We have had situations where civil society organizations claim to be offering services to people, but when you look at the services that they are offering, they are of poor quality. But if you know that by not delivering quality services, government is going to come for you, then you will try as much as possible to see to it that you do what exactly is expected of you. And that is to the benefit of the beneficiaries of the services that you offer. Now, how to enhance civil society organizations' compliance with the regulatory requirements? Number one, you need to regularly update yourselves on relevant laws, regulations, and policies. One thing that you need to understand is that you cannot give what you don't have. You can never comply with what you don't understand. The first thing that you need to do is to try as much as possible and ensure that you update yourselves on the relevant laws and regulations or policies that are within what you do as civil society organizations. You are expected to register and obtain necessary permits. This is how you can enhance compliance. If you don't register, then it is going to be so difficult for you to do what you are supposed to be doing. And proper registration with the NGO Bureau will enable you to obtain the required permits. And once you have a permit that gives you permission to operate, you will not have a problem. You will be in position to do whatever you are supposed to do, and that will definitely help you to achieve your objectives as a civil society organization. Then the other one is that you are expected to maintain accurate records. This is part of the information that the regulators require. So if you don't have proper records, it is not going to be so easy for you to deal and relate with the regulators. They will always be coming for you. So you need to ensure that you maintain accurate records, keep up-to-date financial, governance, and program records. The regulators need to know what services you're offering to the members of the community. They also need to know your finances. How do you get these finances? And how do you manage your finances? What do you spend your finances on? They need all this information. Without proper records about these three and many others, you are definitely going to be in trouble as civil society organizations. Then you need to file annual reports. If you comply and submit timely and accurate reports to the National Bureau for NGOs and other relevant authorities, you are definitely going to limit on the questions that the regulators will have raised. You don't do that, just be sure. They are going to begin suspecting you. And the moment you become suspects, they will be coming for your head every time they feel they should come around. So you need to immunize them by ensuring that you file annual reports. Then the other thing, the other benefit, and rather the other way of ensuring compliance is engaging with the regulatory bodies. We don't have to look at them as our enemies. We don't have to look at them as people that are fighting us. We need to look at them as people that are supposed to guide us, help us, such that we do the right thing. We are expected to try as much as possible and engage with them. We need to look for them. We don't have to wait for them to come to us, but we can also go to them, trying to find out what exactly we need to do as civil society organizations. Then we need to establish strong governance structures. If you don't have strong governance structures, complying with the regulatory requirements is definitely going to be a problem. So this is part of what we need to do as civil society organizations if we are going to comply, such that at the end of the day, we are in position to do what is expected of us. Technical people, there is a problem here. This gadget is not working. Can I please be assisted? Okay. Now, this is a continuation of how to enhance compliance. We are expected to stay transparent and accountable. Let's not keep any information away from the regulators. Let's give them access to every information that they need. If we do that, we shall not have a challenge. We shall not have a problem with them. But if we try to hide some part of the information, we are definitely going to be suspected. And in as long as they begin suspecting us, we shall not be in position to do what is expected of us freely. Then the other one is join civil society organizations, networks, and associations. Please collaborate with peers to share knowledge and best practices together with the resources. If you join the networks or associations, you are definitely going to be in position to share knowledge and good best practices. There are some organizations that are doing a very good job. There are some organizations that are complying so well with the regulatory requirements. Now, if we partner with them, if we work with them, if we network with them, we shall also be in position to learn what exactly they are doing, such that we also try to do them in our organizations. So that is part of what we need to do as civil society organizations. Then we are supposed to provide training and capacity building. Educate your staff and board members on the compliance requirements. Many of our staff don't understand what exactly we are supposed to do to be compliant. And it is the responsibility of the managers of these civil society organizations to try and train the staff and the board members such that they can be supported in issues of compliance. If you don't do it, then you are definitely going to die alone. And that is not going to be good for your organization and the community that you are supposed to be serving. We are expected to develop and implement compliance policies. There is no way we can do what we are supposed to be doing. There is no way we can begin complying with the regulatory requirements when we don't have compliance policies. So deliberate efforts must be taken by the leaders of these organizations such that they develop and implement compliance policies. We need to conduct annual audits. This is part of what is supposed to be done if we are going to be compliant. We need to integrate ICT in our operations. Let's try to train staff in ICT. This will help staff to work smart and not work hard. Look at a situation where you just need to do something small and you can do it online. But somebody is going to be asked to go and do it physically. They have to move from the offices, move to wherever they are supposed to go and do it from. Yet this is something that they could have done from the comfort of their offices. We need to comply with the tax obligations, register with URA, and file the tax returns as required and as expected of you as a civil society organization. Now, this takes us to yet another item, and this is to do with financial sustainability. Like I told you, one of the challenges that was discovered when Fabio conducted a needs assessment was that civil society organizations were finding problems getting resources that they need to sustain their activities. Research shows that 80% of the civil society organizations with a negative financial sustainability index cannot offset their operating costs and still survive. People have problems, these organizations have problems, but they cannot use the resources that they have to offset those problems. The moment they try to do that, then they will not survive the next day. So because of that, they have chosen to not to do it, okay? So that is what we need to understand as civil society organizations. And what are some of the causes of the first financial sustainability in CSOs? Many civil society organizations heavily rely on foreign donations, which can be unpredictable. We talked about donor fatigue, okay? The donors are already fatigued, and because of this fatigue, they have reduced on funding of civil society organizations. So we need to ensure as civil society organizations that we embrace modern financing models that can enable us address this problem of financial sustainability. I've already talked about donor fatigue due to changing priorities, frequent requests. You know, when you ask for money from these donors, they also get tired, okay? So as civil society organizations, we need to rethink our financial positions and the strategies that we use to mobilize resources. Then there is limited domestic funding. This is obvious. People are suffering. People don't have resources. Even government itself, okay, doesn't have resources. These are people that you should have possibly approached such that they give you part of the money that you need to be in a position to implement your programs, because you're helping them, but they also don't have what is enough. So if I don't have what is enough, how can I go ahead and begin sharing the little that I have with you? Yet the primary mandate of providing services lies on me. So we need to understand these causes. Now, how can civil society organizations address financial sustainability gaps? We need to undertake financial re-engineering. This is part of what we all need to do, financial re-engineering. And what does it mean? We need to review our financial management systems and processes and the strategies. If we don't do this, we are going to continue crying of lack of resources, of lack of financial resources. So we need to try as much as possible to undertake what is called financial re-engineering. We are expected to diversify funding sources by exploring other funding models, okay? We are not expected to continue living in history, expecting that all the money or all the resources that we need are going to come from the funders. We need to rethink our positions on this such that we diversify the funding sources. And what are some of these funding models that we can embrace? Number one, we can embrace what we call social entrepreneurship. This is part of what we can do as civil society organizations, and we are in position to continue operating. TASO has been good at this. Okay, TASO has been good at this. They are doing quite a lot in terms of financial entrepreneurship, and they have been in position to continue providing services to their communities, rather to their beneficiaries, without serious problems. So this is a good practice that every civil society organization can embrace. We need to see what exactly these people are doing, and we borrow a leaf. We can try and see how best we can partner with them to see whether we can benchmark and do what they are also doing within our organizations. Then there is corporate social responsibility, giving back to the communities. We have quite a number of private organizations that engage in this activity. And as civil society organizations, we can try to be on the lookout such that we identify organizations or private organizations that are offering such services, such that we partner with them. This is one way of mobilizing resources. This is one way of mobilizing resources, okay? Corporate social responsibility. You are not in the lead, but you are part of the team that is going to offer a service, okay? And your impact is definitely going to be felt. So we need to understand that corporate social responsibility is there for us as civil society organizations to be in position to mobilize the resources that we need. And when we talk about resources, we don't have to look at it in terms of only financial. Okay, even the human resources. There are some organizations that have very good technical people that can implement programs out there, but when they don't have the financial resources. Now, if, for example, these organizations have the money, but they don't have the technical people, you can partner with them, and you will be in position to do quite a lot, and the impact is going to be felt. People will not even know that you are not actually doing this alone, okay? So this is what we need to understand. Then the other point is build partnerships with government, the private sector, and the community organizations themselves, okay? This is one other resource mobilization strategy that civil society organizations can embrace if they want to address the problem of financial sustainability. Then improve the financial management, okay? Improve financial planning, budgeting, and reporting to ensure transparency and accountability, okay? Financial planning, what are we going to spend on, okay? This is part of what we need to always ask ourselves as civil society organizations. There are certain things that we can avoid. We don't have to spend on everything that comes up in our organizations in as long as it does not have a direct impact on the communities that we are supposed to be working for or working with. So we need to take note of that. Now this takes us to yet another item, and this is still about one of the findings of the needs assessment that was conducted by Fabio. It was discovered that civil society organizations are facing governance challenges, and research shows that 75% of subnational non-states experience internal governance gaps. This is something that is so common with civil society organizations. And what are these internal governance challenges that civil society organizations are facing? One of them is non-functional internal management structures. Non-functional internal management structures, okay? For example, the decision-making processes are not functional. Accountability structures are not functional. We have leadership gaps. Somebody here talked about the collapse of the NGO forum in Mbale. And this is basically because of personalizing civil society organizations. You know, there is this problem of the founder syndrome. Since you are the founder, you don't want any other person to take over from you. And this is going to continue creating problems for civil society organizations if it is not addressed. Okay, so as civil society organizations, we need to outgrow the founder syndrome. We are expected to ensure that we groom people that are going to take over from us, okay? Because we are not going to be there forever and ever. Just whether you like it or not, we are not going to be there forever and ever. So if you want your legacy to continue, you need to ensure that you groom others that will take over from you. Then the other problem or governance challenge is informality of the governing organs of civil society organizations, okay? 85% of the civil society organizations are using unsustainable financing, for example, relying on a single source. Gone are the days when you were sure that you will get everything that you need from the funders. Right now, if you don't rethink your financial mobilization strategies, you are definitely going to be in danger, and we may not be in position to see you after some time. So that is part of what we need to do. Then failure to undertake scientific research to inform engagement and policy advisory. Now, this is research is key in everything that we do. Nobody should ever try to do anything without first doing research. Whatever you do, whatever decision that you make should be anchored on research. should be based on research. If you have facts about what you want to do, you are definitely going to manage doing it. But many civil society organizations don't take this as a very serious activity that they need to engage in. You need to spend money on research before you start doing whatever you want to do. Then effects of poor governance on civil society organizations. Number one, there is always going to be failure to attract and retain staff. Okay? This is one of the effects of poor governance. And if you cannot attract and retain staff, engagement is definitely going to be so difficult. You are not going to be in position to implement the programs that you are supposed to implement just because you don't have the technical people that are going to be doing this kind of assignment. You are not going to do it yourself. So you need staff and you need to retain them. But this is only going to be possible if the governance structures are okay, if the leadership of the organization is okay, and the rest of it. Then we also have weak policies. In as long as we are experiencing this problem of poor governance, you are going to have weak policies. You are going to have weak policies. And this will definitely affect the organizational capacity to do whatever you are supposed to do, leading to ineffective program implementation. Then there is lack of accountability and transparency due to weak internal control measures. That is one of the effects of poor governance of CSOs. Then there is reduced donor trust and funding. Reduced donor trust and funding. The moment donors get to realize that the organization is not being managed well, they are not going to trust you with their funds, okay? Yet you need the funds. So if you want to attract the funds from the donors, one of the things that you must work on is the governance of this organization. How is the governance? Are you doing the right thing, okay? Then increased government scrutiny, okay? Now, if you want to reduce on government scrutinizing your activities and programs and everything that you do as a civil society organization, then one of the things that you need to do is to improve the governance of your civil society organization. Limited partnerships and collaborations. Nobody would want to collaborate with a civil society organization whose governance is not the best. So if you want to attract partnerships, collaborations, one of the things that, one of the problems that you must address is the governance problem. Then we have now, how can CSOs address governance gaps? How can CSOs address governance gaps? One of the things that you need to do is mentorship. You need to mentor some of your staff. You need to train your staff. You need to develop leadership skills, okay? You need to develop the skills, the leadership skills of your staff. Then the other thing that you need to do is you ought to have succession plans. You ought to have succession plans. You need to strengthen and establish robust internal governance structures. Then complementarity in civil society organizations for sustainable impact. This resonates with one of the African proverbs, which says that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together, okay? Sole efforts can help you achieve your goals so fast, but you may not be in position to go so far, and they are not also sustainable. But collective efforts are always slow, but the impact is always great, okay? The impact is always going to be great. So you need to leverage complementarity. What does this mean? What does complementarity mean? It means CSOs collaborating and partnering with other stakeholders to achieve shared development goals. It also means combining the unique strengths, resources, and expertise of the different stakeholders. And this has a number of benefits. Benefit number one is that it enhances accessibility to resources and expertise. There are so many good people working with other civil society organizations. Now, if you partner with them, you will be in position to tap on their expertise. Then it amplifies your advocacy efforts. It also enhances service delivery, improves the civil society organization's credibility and trust, fosters collaborative problem solving, and better resource mobilization and utilization, helps to build stronger and more resilient communities, reduces costs and leads to maximum utilization of manpower. Progress is registered faster, and the impact is wider and greater. So those are some of the advantages or benefits of leveraging complementarity. If you avoid working with other civil society organizations, you are definitely going to miss out on these different benefits. Now, gender mainstreaming and women's inclusion in CSO's leadership positions. Research shows that overall, the global share of women in leadership roles across all industries is 31%, and that is according to that report there. The same report shows that globally, women take up 47% leadership positions in NGOs and membership organizations. But this is at a global scope. Now, let's reduce it to what is happening in Uganda. How is the situation in our civil society organizations? Are the ladies represented so well within the leadership positions? If not, then we need to do something, because if we don't, we are going to miss out on these opportunities that we have down there, all the benefits that we have down there. Benefit number one is it enhances organizational credibility, increases diverse perspectives and representation, enhances partnerships with women-led organizations, increases focus on gender equality and empowerment. More inclusive and responsive programs are definitely going to be developed. Then it increases funding opportunities from gender-focused donors. Now, these are the key takeaways. Some of these have already been mentioned by the colleagues. Key takeaway number one. What you need to understand as civil society organizations is that you have to comply. You either comply or perish. Okay? You either comply or perish. Number two, we need to restructure and realign our activities with the operating environment. We need to know what is going on within our operating environment such that we align whatever we do with what is in there. Then we need to innovate. We need to embrace emerging technologies. We need to create and rise. Think of new approaches of engagement. This is one of the things that you need to do as civil society organizations. You need to think of new approaches, and we need to prioritize scientific research for engagement and advisory. Research should be at the center of everything that we do, and we are also expected as a must to learn, to unlearn, and also relearn. We don't have to continue living in history thinking that things are supposed to be done the same way. Okay, we need to embrace modern financing models, and if we do that, we shall definitely be in position to do what is expected of us as civil society organizations. Thank you so much for listening to me.
You know I'm going to ask you to clap better than that for the good professor. He's really set the stage for almost every topic that we're going to be covering during these 3 days workshop. Compliance, and I think everyone has said, you either comply or you perish. And we have some organizations that have decided to take a posture of non-compliance. And I think we are running a case study to see how they will perish. But Stephen is here, and he will be really speaking in more detail on the question around compliance. We've also talked about internal governance of civil society organizations, and I think he did a good job to even indicate to us some of the key things that make a very formidable governance structure. And most of you know that we have an internal quality assurance mechanism called QAM. And we are glad to have Peter Magera Guayaka from the NIVA and the QAM coordinator. I saw him around in the morning. I don't know whether he's gone to QAM organizations. Yes, Frederick Olinga. So we'll have a session on internal compliance and governance. Gender is one of the issues that has been touched on, and I think you look at the program you have. We have quite a number of sessions that will talk about gender. We said at the beginning that financing for civil society organizations has been identified as one of the biggest headaches of NGO executives. I think there are organizations that have CEOs who don't do anything apart from talking to donors. So if there is a party where a donor is going to be, they will try and look for an invitation and be there. If they say Tassilo is going to Mbale, they will get on a bus and come to Mbale, and to make sure that, you know, they talk to the GIZ, CASP, you know, to get some money. So the question that we've been asking ourselves, are there any other financing models that are feasible for organizations to undertake? And we're glad that that is something that has been touched on, and we'll have comprehensive sessions to really talk about that. I want us to transition, and two things are happening here, and I need your guidance. We've been seated, we've listened to the opening sessions, we've listened to the keynote address. We have a panel which is led by Dr. Stephen Okello. I think I'm the first one to have called you that since you got the award, Dr. Stephen Okello. And I want to see if we can just give a few minutes to anyone who has a burning question to say something, so that you don't feel like you've been quiet for a long time. And my colleagues, if we can get a roving microphone for those that would like to, you know, react to the keynote address, okay, or anything that the chairperson LC5 said. Now, the way this session is going to work is because we have smuggled it in. So what you're going to do is to make sure you're using not more than 1 minute. Remember the rule that we are using. I will say thank you to just really show you that your time is up. And if I say thank you very much, it really means you're overshooting your time. And if I say thank you and I mention your name, everyone will start looking at you, wondering what kind of indisciplined person is this? So, and just do help us also and mention your name and the organization you represent. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Joseph. I come from an organization called SMAD. I'm the ED. We are based in Jinja. The first one is Professor's presentation, and probably all the other presentations that are going to come or have come before. Is there a plan to have these shared out by us all? Because, you know, they will enrich us. Then the second one is to just to appreciate the Chairman 5 from Balef for that mode of working, not delaying your partners. Some of us who work in other districts, it's a hell. So you go to your district partners and you're going in a spirit of partnership, but then it's as if you're going in for war. How I wish, Bwana Chair, other chairs in the other districts learn from you, because that will be very good. Thank you so much.
Excellent. And people are clapping for you, by the way, for keeping under 1 minute. So everyone should learn from Joseph.
Oh, thank you very much, Bwana Moderator. My name is Itiamat George William. I come from Soroti, an organization called Tekoma Uganda. And I just wanted to talk about the issue of the NGO networks. It is not only not in Mbale where we are observing this. We also see it in other parts of the country, like where we come from, that is in Soroti. I am just wondering, maybe we need to rethink on how this should be done because they seem to be failing everywhere. Okay. That is just my addition. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next two hands will be from ladies and we'll close.
Thank you, Barama Man. Thank you so much. My name is Mweru Peter, and I'm coming from Mbale Network of Young People Living with HIV. I want to appreciate the professor for the presentation, but also I want to just raise these two issues so that maybe by the end of the conference, maybe somebody will answer them. One is that as a measure of compliance for the NGO Bureau, on their website, is there a link where we have maybe the minimum requirements for compliance, like a document? That's number one. Then number two is on the point of the interagency connectivity. Like the way you see UNBS, like the way you see other UBOS, for them they're interconnected. What about the NGO Bureau? Is it possible for me to process the permit and directly maybe on the system and I get it? Or because we are now preaching digital, so we also would love to see the NGO Bureau go digital. Thank you so much.
Excellent. There's a hand right there from a lady on the extreme right.
I'm glad to be here. My name is Susan Namuyonga. I'm from P4 Ginger, and my concern is I'm just trying to think broader. Why is it that we have NGOs or CSOs that are not compliant? Maybe we need to think further. URSB, what is that is making us not to be compliant? Is it on only our side, or is it also on that side? We need to think further than this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a lady here, and then we'll close this session with Peter. And Rita, as you can see, it's going to be very easy to moderate this thing. Everyone is keeping under 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Grace Alupo. I work for Touch Ministries in Kumi. I want to appreciate all the presenters. I think it was quite interesting, and I was reflecting especially on the issue of regulation, and it made me think that there is a role that we need to identify, that we can both play, the regulators and those that are expected to implement the regulatory framework, such that we all know that there is a push that needs to come from the different sides, and then we can be able to realize what is expected. The other thing that I reflected on is the issue of the founder syndrome, and I felt that maybe it is also something that needs to point to a direction that will lead a modification in policy, in frameworks. For example, at the time when the civil society are coming on board, what are some of the conditions that can be put on the ground to ensure that the people that open these organizations stand out and they can actually regulate? And if they are already in the system, how best can they be supported to come on point? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, Peter. No, this Peter here. I imagine Peter has answers to some of the questions. So
I have answers to some of the questions. I was wondering if I should answer them. I'm Majela Peter Guayaka. I'm Executive Director for Deniva. Thanks, Fabio, for that report. It's very good, and I wish it can be shared with others. and I wish others can read it because it's also another thing. As the presenter was making a presentation, I had these things and I want us to reflect on them. I don't have answers, I want them as questions. Chris, if you
None
allow.
from Joseph, and use 1 minute.
Okay. So the first one is, because there is a complex thing, is the donors won't fund you if you don't have these compliance things, but then you don't have money to have the compliance things. So you are catch-22, and when you look at the sustainability index, on average you need 8 to 5 million per year to meet the basics. And there are NGOs and CBOs who can't afford that, so we need to think about them. But the questions I wanted to ask, let's reflect them. You in your institution, do you have a compliance officer or someone who's in charge of compliance? If no, then how is your compliance working? Do you follow compliance updates? I know a number of NGOs who send out compliance updates. Or do you just pass by them? Because that will help you comply. Do you have a compliance plan? If you don't have one, maybe you think about it. Just to talk about compliance plan, at Geneva we encourage people to, as you make your work plan, include compliance in your work plan. Because if you don't put it in your work plan, you'll forget. So put compliance in your work plan, assign a particular officer to every day, every monthly, whatever check you do on your work plan, to check them so that those things don't fall through the holes. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Peter. And those are questions for all of us to reflect on. And I had this session particularly because we're going into a panel of experts. So I just wanted to make sure that the panel has some of the indicators of things of concern that people would like to talk about. Stephen is the Executive Director of the National Bureau for NGOs, and he's done an incredible job, I think, moving around the country. Most of you have met him. You understand his messages around compliance and the things that they're trying to do as the Bureau. But also he has updates about the transition that's happening, especially the fact that the NGO Amendment Act commenced just yesterday. And so there have been some changes at the Bureau which is going to share. But what I'd like to suggest is that once he has shared those updates, and I mean there was a question around one-stop center for compliance to make it easy for NGOs. There are questions around where do we find information about the minimums for compliance. So he can answer these questions in his 15-minute opening remark. And then after that, we will constitute a panel that has NSSF, the National Social Security Fund, that has the Uganda Revenue Authority, and also will have the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and Stephen Okello. So we'll have an exchange of ideas and whatever questions that you might have during that session. So I'd like now to invite Stephen to just frame the conversation, share updates from the Bureau, and because the Bureau is the main regulatory body for us. And then after that, we will have a panel conversation where some of these issues will be answered. I also note that some of the issues raised are for us as a sector to reflect on. For example, why are NGO networks dying across the country? Why don't we have an active NGO forum in Mbale? Why don't we have an active NGO forum in Bugisu? All those questions I think are for us as a sector to reflect on. And the executive director of the Uganda National NGO Forum was supposed to be here. And when he asked me, Chris, you're going, I told him, I'm a moderator, I can't be answering questions. He basically told me that because you're a moderator, you have the microphone. So if there are any questions that you need to be able to respond to on the perspective of the NGO Forum, I'll be able to share perspectives. But I also know that Peter from Geneva, which is also a network organization, is here and is able to provide some of the responses to the questions that we have to reflect on as a sector. I also recognize that we have senior leaders here. So Ms. Rita Achiro, the Executive Director of the Uganda Women's Network, is a senior leader in the sector. Benson Ekwe, the Executive Director of the Public Affairs Center, and many of you, and we also have a board representative of the NGO Forum, Fen Twaib, will have answers to these questions. And the reason I'm saying that is because this conference is also supposed to be a space for us to reflect internally and see what we can do better. That's why the question of why are NGOs not complying, I'm not even sure that Stephen can provide an answer because he wants everyone of us to comply. So we are supposed to be the ones telling him why we are not complying. And I guess that interactive session is going to provide an opportunity for us to do that. Before Stephen comes, I'd like to just make these quick announcements. We are online, so we have colleagues that are joining us online. So if you have any questions, please put them in the chat if you have any comments, and we'll be able to read them. At some point, time allowing, we'll give you an opportunity as well to speak. We've also given you the blue cards. These blue cards on your desk are for you throughout the session to use to put down comments or questions or anything that you'd like the speakers to reflect on. So please use them and give them to any of us or any person that is wearing a blue tag. We are also on social media, and I think the question of digitization was shared out there. So please follow this conversation using the hashtag on X, which is formerly Twitter, CSO Eastern Uganda Conference. CSO Eastern Uganda Conference, that's the hashtag. You can also follow these accounts at CUSP_Uganda. CUSP is CUSP_Uganda. You can also follow the conversation on the Fabio X handle at Fabio is FABIO Uganda. And it is at this point, of course, that I apologize for calling Fabio Initiative. I think in the names of NGOs, we always put something initiative, something advocacy. So me, it is in my head that Fabio is initiative. But I've been advised duly that Fabio is First African Bicycles Information Organization Uganda. So you can follow them at Fabio Uganda. And all this is being shared on that. You can join the conversation, of course, by tweeting your insights, questions as well on those particular platforms. We didn't announce the bathrooms because we wanted you to get information when you actually literally need the bathroom. So you just go out the back door and go through to the reception on your right. There will be doors where both men and women will have the bathroom. So if you need a bathroom, please, that's where you should go. And actually those bathrooms are also accessible for persons with disability. I think that's it. So now allow me, invite you to join me and welcome Mr. Stephen Okello, in brackets PhD, who is going to share updates from the Bureau and give his remarks.
Yes, thank you, Chris. All protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by thanking the organizers, Fabio and JZ, for organizing this and also inviting me. And also to thank everyone who has spared time to be a part of this. When I was listening to Eddie speak at the start, I was wondering whether we were at the closing ceremony of this event or it was the start, because he almost wrapped everything I thought we were going to discuss in this room. Then when I listened to the keynote address from the professor, one of the things that hit my mind was how I wish all the NGOs, all the CSOs were seated in this room. Because almost everything they need to know and start to discuss, he just put it out there and presented it. My only question is, how are the organizers going to ensure that the rest who are not in this room benefit from this? Because he has actually wrapped up the biggest challenge that is facing the sector right now. So all I want to say is that the CSOs in this country have come a very long way. I remember when I just came to join this sector and work with the sector, such conversations in a room like this were not the kind of conversations we're having now. It was about how government is bad, the shrinking space, how to make government look like a devil. But I'm really humbled that we have reached a point where we are having real conversations, because the CSO spent a lot of time having that kind of conversation and forgot the real conversations they should be having. And for me, I think we have finally reached the point where we are now having the real conversations. We are talking about our compliance challenges, governance challenges, because at times you may be blaming someone for your problems, yet actually the problem is you. So for me, I'm really humbled and I'm glad, and I thank the organizers for ensuring that I'm part of this. Now, there are different things I've been requested to touch on. I think I will divide them into 3 areas. One is that there are around 3 questions that I was asked to respond to. The other one, Chris has asked, I said something about the ongoing rationalization. And then thirdly, anything I want to say in relation to this or in relation to what I've heard today. The first one, of course, in relation to the questions, the first question was, are there minimum compliance levels? I think this country has got a comprehensive regulatory framework that introduces all the legal obligations that any organization is supposed to comply with. The moment you go to the NGO Bureau website, you are definitely going to see all those instruments are there. Unfortunately, the regulatory instruments do not restrict themselves to only the ones you know related to the NGO Bureau, like the policy, the act, and the regulations. There are way more other instruments that you also need to pay attention to, like the Anti-Money Laundering Act, the Employment Act, and so many other documents that you need to be well versed with. So there are legal obligations that set the minimum compliance standards and obligations that they need from every organization. So it's important that you get well versed with them. In almost every meeting I've gone to, one of the key things I've always stated is that in this country we have a very poor reading culture. I remember when the NGO policy came out, we moved around the country, disseminated it to all stakeholders. When the NGO Act came out, we did the same. When the NGO Regulations 2017 came out, we did the same. But up to now, you can sit in a room and talk about the NGO policy that came out in 2010 like you're talking about a document that just came out yesterday. And yet, we have had these documents. The participants actually even receive copies during the meetings, go with them, but they just shelf them. If you just open the NGO Bureau website, every instrument you need is well listed there. You can access them and read them at any one time you need. Unfortunately, we get these documents and we do not ever get to read them. So in terms of the minimum compliance levels, the standards, the obligations, all those are already there. All you have to do is to read them and be well versed with. The other question was, what are we doing about the interconnectivity? For the last 3 or 4 years, the top priority of the NGO Bureau has been comprehensively automating all its services. Unfortunately, we have been requesting Minister of Finance and the Parliament to avail us the funds, but we have not received those funds yet up to now. This financial year, our top priority is still automation. It's even getting worse that all the other stakeholders, just like it was put in the room, who at one point were all struggling with automation issues, have all comprehensively automated. That means that if you are amongst different regulators and for you, you are not automated, it means you are affecting the flow. Automation is supposed to simplify and eliminate so many of the things that NGOs are struggling with. I heard the head of GIZ saying that some of the things that are now causing a burden, like these requirements, the moment the NGO Bureau is fully automated, all of them will be eliminated because there will be interconnectivity. Right now, you are required to run to FIA, URSB, Revenue Authority, and so many stakeholders to actually share the same information. But I'm very sure that the moment the NGO Bureau is comprehensively automated, you're going to eliminate all that burden. It means that all the NGO Bureau is going to have to do is to request all the stakeholders to ensure that they pick that information from the NGO Bureau without having to put that pressure on the NGOs. So let's hope that this financial year we finally get these resources so that we fully automate. We first developed an automation plan, I think, 5 years ago. And I think the good news also is that the person who was the chairperson of the NGO Bureau is right here with us, Honorable Oleni Charles Ojok. He can confirm what I'm saying, that the management presented to the board a comprehensive automation plan. And he was the board chair at that time, and they approved it. Then we went looking for the resources we failed to get. Last year, because of the we went back to revisit that automation plan. We engaged NITAU and other stakeholders, and all of them confirmed that some of the things we thought were good at that time were now a bit updated. We tried to upgrade them to ensure that we are up to par with the automation levels that the sector would need. We also conducted a comprehensive benchmarking around. After benchmarking, we realized that within the East African region, Tanzania actually has one of the best automated systems. And at the global level, we looked at the ones of Australia. Yeah, it was Australia. And we hope that the moment these resources are got, the fact that we now know the countries that have one of the best systems, and these systems, when you also actually take time, you try and Google, look at the Tanzanian system that helps in overseeing NGO operations, then look at the one of Australia. Anyone in this room would love to have those systems. So the fact that we have already identified 2 countries with very good systems, all we need are the resources. Then get the right technical people to design it. So that all you have to do is that instead of moving from Karamoja, Teso, Bugishu, and all these sub-regions that are in the room, you just have to sit at your desk, upload your information, pay online, sit back. All the kind of information you want and you're demanding are just there put for you. So we hope, let's pray hard that the funds are availed. But also if entities like GIZ, the EU and the others come in to avail those funds, we'd also be grateful, because that would also, all of us know the financial challenges that globally or as a country is being faced. But let's pray those funds are also secured. The third question was, much as the sector is being blamed for the compliance issues, do the regulators also have a fault or even a blame to take? The answer, of course, is yes to some extent. That the regulators also have got a lot to do. They have a lot of sensitization, a lot of capacity building, a lot of training to do at so many levels. Right now, we are talking about the failure to comprehensively automate the NGO Bureau. In that, if the NGO Bureau is fully automated, then we would actually provide a healthy environment for the sector to operate. There are so many costs and burdens that would have been eliminated, that would have reduced the cry that is in this room. So in terms of the burden, yes, the regulators also have that blame to take. Not all the regulators actually, I think, even go out to sensitize and disseminate information. So it's important that all the regulators have to also do their part so that the compliance levels are at par. So I think I've answered the 3 questions or commented on them that were raised. The other category, the second category was on, you wanted some update on the ongoing rationalization. Chris has already touched on it, that all of you should have seen on the social media. Actually, I think I was able to get that instrument and I started to circulate it, and I'm glad that a number of stakeholders have now seen it. That during our last dialogue meeting on Thursday last week, I had also informed the sector and the country about some of these changes they should expect. But this is also an opportunity to do the same. That all of you are aware that on the 24th of April of this year, the Parliament passed the NGO Amendment Act. At that time it was a bill, 2024. On the 15th of July of this year, the President assented to it, and afterwards it was gazetted. All that was left was a commencement date that was supposed to be issued by the Minister of Internal Affairs. The Minister of Internal Affairs appointed the 30th of September as the commencement date. That meant that with effect from yesterday, the NGO Amendment Act came into force. And some of the key things that it has introduced, I think all of you already know, that the original NGO Bureau that was semi-autonomous, that had the mandate to oversee NGO operations, was dissolved, and its functions were mainstreamed into the Ministry of Internal Affairs as a department. The board of directors that was in place was dissolved. That means that the board that was in place from yesterday was no more. The position of the executive director that was there was also dissolved. I hope you don't start asking us, who are you standing up there now? For that one, we can have a separate conversation at the sidelines. But as per now, the main thing is that I am here legally and I'm still communicating to you. So that was supposed to also happen, and so many things that are going to happen. So with all those with effect from yesterday, you should take note that the functions of the NGO Bureau have been mainstreamed into a department, and it is something which all of you should know, that you used to communicate to the Executive Director, NGO Bureau. Now you need to start communicating to the Secretary, NGO Bureau, because there is a switch in roles in so many things. But also a couple of things are happening right now. You're aware that with the changes, originally it was the Board of Directors recruiting staff. As we talk now, it's now the Public Service Ministry and the Public Service Commission that is now responsible for that. The last 2 weeks have been a process where all these entities have been very busy conducting the recruitment process. You saw an advert come out, and they were advertising positions to be filled at the NGO Bureau. There were a number of applications that they received, and the whole of last week they were in interviews. As I talk now, as per Friday and yesterday, a number of people were picking their appointment letters. That means that when you go to the NGO Bureau, you may see faces you used to see. You may also fail to see some faces because either they did not make it, because of either changes in the job description, because public service developed a new structure that is totally different from the one that was already in place. But also the job descriptions changed because of the new structure and positions. So embrace yourself to see some of those changes. But also another thing you need to take note of is that the process of developing regulations to operationalize this new Amendment Act is ongoing. Last week on Thursday, I raised the issue that these regulations that are being developed are a bit straightforward. And that means that we may not conduct consultations, but someone during that dialogue meeting requested that we need to consult. We shall see the possibility of consulting, because what it's going to address is mainly straightforward issues. Places where there was an executive director position, you are going to then introduce the secretary position to take up those positions. Forms that the sector used to fill that had a position of executive director on it have to all change. Instruments that the executive director used to sign as the secretary to sign, all are going to be changed. So there are some straightforward things that are going to be changed. But of course, I need to also clarify that before we reach the peak of this RAPEX process, there was already an ongoing process of reviewing the NGO Act and the policy 2010. Unfortunately, when this process came up, they had to halt that process. So there was already an ongoing process of reviewing the policy and the act that was halted, and it had to be shelved so that it would give way to this one to be finalized. Now, I would love to inform all of you that since the other process has been concluded and the Amendment Act has now commenced, the previous process is going to resume. My humble request to all of you is that from some of the presentations already made today, is that anyone who has any issues in terms of compliance, in terms of procedure issues, in terms of requirements that you want to see changed, please start preparing them. We already conducted a regulatory impact assessment where we already have a report that identifies key areas for us to look at as we are amending. But also, in addition to that, those areas are not comprehensive. It means that the stakeholders who are present in this room, from the different regions you come from, please start preparing. I'm very sure that from this October, if we can get enough resources, if we can partner with some NGOs, partner with GIZ, and so many stakeholders, we want to conduct a comprehensive consultative process. Meaning that we don't want a document where there's no ownership. We don't want to review an act, we say, okay, this is now the new act, or this is the new policy, or these are the new regulations, and people feel left out, or they feel they were never consulted. So that process is a bit different from what I'm trying to talk about now. That process is going to resume this October, and we are going to go all over the country and engage all key stakeholders to ensure that we are getting your views, we are seeing your areas of concerns, and they are being improved so that there's full ownership for the act that is going to be amended and the policy that's going to be in place. So those are the things that I wanted to communicate in relation to this. But also, people have been asking questions. One of the questions is that, is the NGO Bureau still at the same offices that they were? The answer is yes. The NGO Bureau is still there. We have not moved from there, so let no one tell you. There was a time, there was a lot of speculation that the NGO Bureau offices are now closed. There's no one there. But as we talk now, even now, as I'm seated here, I am communicating with the people who are in the office working. So take note that that is happening. But also for stakeholders who are present, those who had renew applications that you wanted to submit, please go ahead and apply. Those whose applications were already in the pipeline and in the process, please, you are going to get all those documents. I'm sure that there were so many applications submitted up to Friday last week. Just know that you are going to get all those documents. Don't start to speculate and feel that, oh, these documents have been shelved because of the commencement. The answer is no. There's going to be a seamless transition process that is not supposed to affect anyone. So I think as per now, those are the key things I want to actually communicate. The rest of the things in relation to the presentations made, I think, Chris, I will discuss them more during the plenary discussion. For now, I think that's all that I would love to touch on. So thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, you people are not generous with your hand claps. You know, disruption in this country makes so many things not go well. But Stephen is telling you, giving you a reassurance that the change in law is not going to create any disruptions whatsoever. I mean, there will be a change in modus operandi, but at least he's here. He hasn't indicated whether he's here as executive director or not. He says you can discuss that at tea break, no, lunch break. But he's here to just make sure the transition is smooth. Those of you that already have your applications before him, he's saying these are being processed and there's not going to be any delays or disruptions. Those of you that were planning to renew your applications before the 2026 general elections, please do and submit your applications while he's in, and they're going to be processed expeditiously. Now we are constituting our panel, and I'd like to invite a representative from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau to also join Stephen here on the panel. May I also invite the representative from the Uganda Revenue Authority to join us on the panel. Is URA in the room? We are paying taxes right now, so you might have to. National Social Security Fund. These ones have declared interest of 11 point something %. The day the announcement was made, I was seated with Rita. She showed me her message. You people, people made money, you know. So please, NSSF, people made money. I can tell you, I saw the figures. I was in shock. And then she told me, you know, I've been working for many years, Chris. I'm not like you. And so thank you so much for declaring that interest. And I know that Nation Media actually ran a comparative analysis and said if you had 100 million in a unit trust and in NSSF, or you had invested in bonds, what would be the comparable rates of interest of return you would get? So, and we realize that NSSF is still a very safe investment for us. There are also quite a number of questions, of course, about the cost of doing business. So Rita asked, so how much would we have earned if, let's assume we are not wasting a lot of it in too much cost of doing business. So what I will do is that I will just highlight a few questions for each one of you, and you'll be given about 5 minutes, and you can speak in less minutes to respond to those as your opening remark, and then we will have questions from the audience. So definitely I'll start with the NGO Bureau. And Stephen knows I was going to ask this, so he has prepared an answer. When the process of reviewing the NGO policy began, we kept requesting, when can we get engaged? When can we get engaged? And unfortunately, at least the process stopped before we started getting engaged. Now we know that the regulations for the new act, for the new amendment are being prepared. And it is very critical that as a sector we have our voice reflected in that, in the regulations, but also to make sure that we are not as disrupted as we're supposed, as it would be if we are not consulted. You have announced here that the process is going to be combined. We have the NGO policy review process, and now, of course, the process of developing the NGO regulations. What guarantees can we have? What mechanisms can you put in place to make sure that we actually participate in that process? And Stephen, in this room, you don't have to worry. If you need money, you can say, we are ready to consult, but we don't have money to consult. The hub director for Mbale is here. Tassilo is here. Their job is to make sure they give us money to make that happen. So even if you said we can consult starting tomorrow, you can announce and GIZ will look for money for those consultations. The second thing is around issues to do with compliance. Quite often, I think as the NGO Forum, we have received, you know, I think messages from CSO leaders that are trying to comply and indicating that oftentimes when they submit documents, there's a delay, but also there are certain requirements that are asked for that are beyond what is already provided for in the law. And that this lack of clarity and certainty really affects their compliance levels. So if you can clarify on some of those things and whether there's a mechanism in which that can be eased. And I'll transition now to, of course, URSB. There's a question that we have been asking for a very long time, and this came out in the consultations that GIZ did in preparation for this meeting. The issue around reservation of names. We have been told that there are names that are unwanted. So you want to register and there's something like network or forum. Yes, what is the other name? Alliance. There's another one, elections. Like in 2021, there's no way you could register anything, reserve anything that has a name, elections. And sometimes names are rejected without clear explanation. And I don't know whether the question here is what guarantees do you give, or may perhaps to ask clarification on why some of those names are not accepted. On the side of URA, just last week, we had a very good dialogue between the Ministry of Internal Affairs and CSO leaders, and we had quite a number of commissioners from URA. The top on the agenda of that meeting in terms of the issues that were raised, one of them is around the ambiguities in applicable taxes for the law to NGOs. One of the things that was introduced is this stamp duty tax. I don't know, is it called stamp duty tax? Yeah? Or it's just stamp duty? Just stamp duty, yeah. You know, when you're not a lawyer, you have to be careful. Stamp duty. The challenge here is that NGOs, right now, Rita is signing agreements online for consultants. Just last week, NGO Forum signed like 10 agreements with consultants, with partners. And the question is, at what point or what kinds of agreements are supposed to be registered and you get stamp duty? Are staff contracts, for example, supposed to be registered as well? So this is something that we needed clarity on. The other issue was on the question of tax exemptions, and I think there's acknowledgement. I like the minister's remarks during that dialogue. He says NGOs do an incredible job complementing governments, and we are non-profit by nature. However, every time we apply for tax exemptions, I think, yeah, it is as difficult as going to heaven. It is very, very difficult for you to get that tax exemption. So the question that we had was, what is the process like? How can it be made easy? And what kind of NGOs qualify, or do all NGOs qualify? And I think the last one is, how long does the process take? The last one on top of the agenda was this whole issue of ledger distortions. And I can tell you guys, if you had your finance directors in this room, they will tell you the task they go through to make sure that an NGO is compliant. Because there's these things of withholding tax, you know. But if there is any mistake on your ledger, to correct that, you will go through, you will go through hell to get it sorted. Because you might spend 2 years. When we did consultations to prepare that issues paper, we had more than 10 NGOs share experiences of really turbulence in rectifying their ledgers. And this is something that we asked URA. Of course, the only thing they did is to promise that the process will be much simpler and that it is straightforward. But I'm raising it here just for you to comment on it in terms of your opening remarks. And then finally, NSSF. We've already thanked you for giving us 11-point-something% interest on our, what are they called? Are they savings? First savings? But two questions. The first one, let's assume that this first savings sector was liberalized. Let's assume that we had another player in the market where NGOs can choose, or entities can choose, to save their mandatory savings with NSSF or with Rita Financial Services or Tassilo and Companies Limited from Germany. This one. What if this sector was liberalized? Would we get higher interest rates? Would it be easier? And you remember that debate, I think, a couple of years back, where the issue of liberalizing the social security sector was there. And as one of those, perhaps I'm asking this selfishly, who was in favor of liberalization of that sector, just to make sure that members or clients can actually get competitive interest rates. Would we have done much better? Finally, this is a very important question for us, especially NGOs, because we retain staff based on the funding that we have at the moment. When we run out of money, English, you people, when English refuses, just know I am from somewhere. When we run out of money, oftentimes we don't lay off staff. We actually ask them to stay and volunteer. With the NGO Bureau, it is very easy because the Act provides for us to just notify the Bureau that we've run out of money, we are halting operations. When we get more money, we will actually come back and get our permit reinstated. With NSSF, it is not very clear. So could you please clarify on such a process? If we terminate contracts or maybe temporarily halt contracts, what is the process of notification so that we are not held as non-compliant? And I think this comes out quite a lot in our audit reports. So is there a process to streamline that? So I have asked some of these questions on behalf of Benson Ikwe. You will have an opportunity to ask other questions, but for now, can we have the panel just use 5 minutes each to respond some of those as part of their opening remarks and set the stage, and then we'll have an opportunity for you to ask additional questions. So in this case, of course, we'll start with NSSF because they are the ones that gave us money recently, and then we'll end with the NGO Bureau because they take money from us to pay for permits.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I am delighted to be here. My name is Brenda Arinda. I serve at NSSF, currently in Mbale and Tororo. I'm the area manager in that space. And I'm super, super grateful to be here and the opportunity to speak to you, civil society, in this civil society conference. When I was invited, emphasis was made on compliance to NSSF. And this excited myself and the team because it is this space that we want to be in and understand how we can build a relationship with you, but also drive compliance. I liked your introduction where you talked about interest. I came smiling until you said forced saving. But yes, we did declare our interest last week on Thursday, 11.5%. I am confident that all of you that have been saving have that interest in your accounts right now. If you do not and you haven't seen it, please see me before I go so that I can just show you how to check your interest balance. And yes, it is a forced saving. But when you also ask how many of us, I don't know how safe this room is, how many of us can put their hands up and say, aside from NSSF, I have this other saving put aside strictly for retirement? By show of hands. Without lying, I hope we prayed before we started. Yes, I see a hand or two or three. You have a saving put aside strictly for retirement. And you can name retirement in your own way. 55, 50, give it a number. But you are sure that this money put aside either in a passive investment is meant to support you when you're doing retirement, then you're doing well. But for many Ugandans, where we all fall is NSSF is their only savior. If it wasn't forced, as you say, many of us would not have it. And those are stories I can share with you from families that are grateful that when their caregiver, maybe their father or their mother, passed away, they have been able to claim for this money and it has elevated them and taken them through school. So that's what we do. We save for the member. We currently save with the private entities where you fall as NGOs. And in a simple way, simple mathematics, 5% comes from the individual that is working with you, and 10% is supposed to come from the entity. I had someone say they're from Touch Ministries. I used to work in sorority before, and I remember Touch Ministries. So 10% comes from the entity. So if it's Touch Ministries, you have to budget for the 10% of your employees. In my other life, I'm a teacher, and I like to do some simple math. If you earn 100,000, or if your volunteer or your employee is earning 100,000, just to make sure that you have understood my percentages, and we say we are deducting 5% for your saving, how much would that be? Some quick math. My panelists, how much would that be? 5,000, exactly. And the employer would contribute 10%, which is 10,000. That figure is the same for all of us. So it just matters how much your employees earn. If they earn 1 million, 10 million, you just do that simple calculation. 5% from their gross pay and 10% from you, the employer. We work hand in hand with the accounts departments, the HR department. I had someone talk about a compliance manager. Someone that the entity decides to handle NSSF is the one we work with. Some people have a misconception that we deduct this money from your bank accounts. Unfortunately, we do not. We work with your employer to make these payments on your behalf. And I can encourage you to have somebody that you delegate that role to, how to come up with that schedule, how to enroll new members when they come in to work with you, and how they can pay their NSSF. So to answer your question on what do we do when the NGOs are out of money, we have those conversations a lot. We have a number of NGOs that come to us and say, maybe we are getting funding and for this period our funding has stopped. We are maybe looking for funding, or our funders. There are usually stories around there. We totally understand. We operate a relationship business model that we hear you when you come in, and all entities that are registered with us have a relationship manager attached to them. What we usually recommend is for you to notify us. The unfortunate bit is all these non-funding situations happen and you keep quiet. So when we don't know, we assume that there is some work going on or there is some business being transacted. So it is important for you to notify us in writing why. You might have told me today in this conference, but I will not register it. And in the event that I'm moved or transferred or I shift places, you will not say, I talked to Brenda while she was here. So you need to clearly document it and write it. And your relationship manager will come in and do an assessment, and that will be put on file. When you resume business, when you resume the funding, and that's what we pray for, you can always come back and we continue the saving. You talk about volunteers. I also have challenges understanding the term volunteers, because in NSF and as it is stipulated in the Act, an employee, a volunteer, some call them casual workers, casual laborers, as long as they are earning an income from you. For us, that is our member. So if it's a volunteer, unless they're on zero payment, which in most cases they are on payment. We also have cases where volunteers have volunteered 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and they are still called volunteers. For us, we already graduated them to your employees.
Thank
so
you.
Those are supposed to contribute. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think I've answered you. There's just one, if I could conclude. There's one about the asset classes and if they liberalize the space. Yes, that proposal came in, and unfortunately the space was not liberalized. There are very many people like you that wanted it to be liberalized. But for trust issues and also to minimize the risk, we are right now at 25 trillion fund. So that means the investment scope that we have is really big, and hence the interest of 11.5. We of course promise safety of your money and growth of your money, that when you reach the time for retirement, you have value for the money that you have been saving with us. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. URSB? No, URA actually, yeah. Let's deal with the money people.
Thank you. Hopefully I'm on.
Yeah, just speak out louder, yeah. It's on.
Good afternoon, team. Thank you, Chris, and all protocols observed. My name is Joseph Feletu. I am Joseph Feletu. I'm one of the team leaders at URA Mbale office. I came with a colleague, he's in the crowd. We handle Mbale and Eastern region from Busia to Moroto. I'm glad to be here. I'm quickly going to go through this as the opening remarks. First of all, I want to appreciate you for your contribution in the last financial year and the first quarter of this financial year. We thank you all for your contribution as CSOs or NGOs. We know you bring in a lot of challenges, but we'll try to look through some of them. Chris raised some pertinent key issues, about 3. One is on stamp duty. Yes, I know it is stamp duty. There is an act governing the implementation of and collection of stamp duty. It is a non-tax revenue, or would call it an NTR, administered by government as a source of revenue. And there are a number of instruments that are governed under that act. But specifically, as Chris brought it, is on agreements or contracts. Yes, staff contracts are one of the contracts that you're expected to account for in terms of stamp duty. We have 2 ways of, 2 instruments. There are fixed instruments and ad valorem instruments. And the one of staff contracts and rental contracts and any other agreements, save for loans, is a fixed instrument, which is currently at 15,000. I believe we've communicated to all the CSOs about the implementation of this stamp duty. We'll be in position to share with you more information on that. But yes, agreements, staff contracts, rental agreements, any loan agreements, you are expected to account for stamp duty. I will quickly go to exemptions, since we'll deliberate further on some of those. Yes, I know we've had challenges with the exemptions. First of all civil society organizations and the NGOs qualify for these tax exemptions. So any of us inside there qualifies for the exemptions. and would encourage that you apply for these exemptions. We've been having a lot of challenges around the manual applications prior to the current regime, but we have automated the process where you're in position to apply online and attach for us all the relevant information. And then we will be in position to process your applications. The timelines ordinarily would do 90 days, but due to other issues that can come in, we keep communicating back and forth with the taxpayers in case there are any additional information that is needed. I am also glad she referred to Ogoma Touch Ministries. I've interacted with them as well. They're in Kumi in, I think, 2020. We went through a vigorous process of going through this. So we appreciate that there are challenges around the applications, but we are trying, by automating and centralizing the office, we are trying as much as possible to make it fast. So we promise you the best. We are going to deliver to your applications. There are eligibility criteria that are around tax exemptions, and those are some of the reasons that cause delays. Earlier on, they talk about the founder syndrome. There is something called private benefit. If it is where the challenges come around. If there is a gray area where we cannot determine, and if that there is no private benefit, you may find us going back and forth. Because for you to qualify for the exemptions, we don't expect that any movements or cash movements go into private benefits for the directors or anyone associated to the entity. We will still deliberate further on that. I want to quickly go to ledgers. I know we have been through a lot of times, deliberated with a lot of you about your ledger balances. Some are caused by non-compliance in terms of return declarations. So you find us back then issuing you with default assessments, and we keep demanding some of these assessments. We have centralized this process also, as Chris said. It is an automated process that we are trying to work on, but currently you are in position to derive your tax position on your side. So we've tried to simplify it as much as possible to ensure that you derive your tax position and you are in position to appreciate where the tax liability is coming from, either through a self-declaration or through an assessment. We promise you that in case of any challenges with those ledgers, we will try as much as possible as your liaison stations to forward your details to the central office for further reconciliations. Most times, I know because you are immediate, you expect it to happen so fast. And we appreciate that need. But some of these are IT related. At times we have to liaise with the IT team to ensure that we give you the best feedback. For now, I think I need to stop here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. URSB. Okay. That's good. You will clap again. Don't worry.
Good morning. Is it still a morning or it's an afternoon already? Okay, good afternoon. All protocol observed. My name is Daniel Nasasira, and I work with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau as a regional manager. Reservation of names. This is a very interesting area, and I think there is no place I have gone and this question hasn't come up. So why do we reject names? What is the basis for rejection of names? So to give the discussion context, probably I would say all entities start by having names reserved. Any association, company, the first process that you have to go through is you need to identify a name that is desirable. The key word there is that the name should be a desirable name. So, and this is rooted in the law. Its basis is from Section 36 of the Companies Act. Just imagine if we had a register of names that, don't go through a process of sieving Whichever name you come up with, we register and give you a certificate. We would have issues of names that are similar. You have GIZ twice on the register, for example, or you have Bali, People's Network for something limited, appearing 3 times. So this process of reservation of names is supposed to help us ensure that, number one, we do not have names that are confusingly similar to each other, such that when you have your name out there, you create a website, a third party doesn't confuse you with some other party. Okay? Then we also need to be cautious of names that are misleading. We have people that come with names that, if registered, would have, the organization would have an inclination to a state function. Okay? So for example, if you say National Mbale Teachers Association, Uganda Limited. Okay? While your organization could be, you have proper objectives set out, once that name appears somewhere outside. So we do not want to have names on the register that have an inclination to state functions. So that is why you will have, I will tell you, no, instead of starting with national, I'd probably start with some other word, or instead of having Uganda as Uganda Mbale Teachers Association, have you done a survey of how many teachers are in Mbale and how many want to belong to your organization? So when you have such a name, it is misleading because you are sort of creating a government body, a state body. So that's why you will have some of, they probably will tell you, let the Uganda probably come at the end. You can have Mbale Teachers Association Uganda Limited. Okay? Then we also have names that are against public policy or morality. There are certain things in Uganda which you cannot do it as a business. You cannot, So, and I want to be very careful here because I know that we are dealing with charity-based organizations that are trying to, But there are certain things which have not yet become acceptable in our society, and it is by law. So when you have names that sort of promote an agenda which is illegal in Uganda, you might be asked to rephrase the name. Okay? And I know we know a number of these organizations that have come to us and have been bounced. So you need to have, if you are, for example, advocating for rights of sex workers, that is okay. That is a very good objective. But don't say Uganda Association of Brothel Owners, for example, Uganda Limited. When you say Uganda Association of Brothel Owners, that name is contrary to public policy. You might be asked to change the name, okay? Or you say, for example, Uganda Terrorists Coalition, Uganda Limited, okay? Or you come up with the name Chimansulo, Association of Chimansulo Owners, Uganda Limited. So such words will be rejected because they are against, such names will be rejected because they are against public policy or morality. Then entities that are supposed to be created by an act of parliament. We have entities like Uganda Media Council, National Sports Council. We have Uganda Law Society, Uganda Medical Practitioners Association. These entities are not registered by URSB as private organizations. They are actually created by an act of parliament. So we have people that come to us, and I think this is why the moderator was giving these examples. You want to start an alliance for pharmaceutical practitioners in eastern Uganda, okay? And then the name that you have come up with, for example, is National Association of Pharmaceutical Practitioners, Uganda Limited. Are we together? While that is a very good name, or Forum for Uganda Medical Practitioners, Uganda Limited, or an alliance of pharmaceutical owners, Uganda Limited. Those are very good words, but have you done a survey and asked yourself whether all pharmaceutical owners want to subscribe to your organization? Because when we register these, we are registering them as private entities. What happens with some of these that eventually get registered? People start asking for subscription, yeah? And they make them look like they are state-owned bodies. Every year you need to subscribe and pay a fee of, so they become some sort of a Uganda Law Society or some sort of a Uganda Media Council. And these are private bodies, no one regulates who goes onto the board, how this money, if we pay subscription, how is it spent? Because all these state-owned organizations have structures, you see? But in your private entity, how sure are we that if, for example, you start asking for subscription every year from your members, you're going to do a proper accountability for it? Who are you accountable to?
Okay.
Finally,
Finally.
We have other government bodies. URSB doesn't work in isolation. We have bodies like the Electoral Commission, which is responsible for registering electoral bodies. So if Malema Bilizi comes to URSB, and I'm discussing this because it was in the news and all that, and wants to register People Power Association Uganda Limited, we shall tell him to go to Electoral Commission, because we look at your objectives. If the objectives are glaringly political in nature, URSB does not register political bodies. The organization responsible for registering political bodies is the Electoral Commission. There are those that even include these words in the, you see, the name gives us a picture. It's like when we are studying English in high school, a title gives you the gist of the subject matter, not so. So even if your objectives are not, political in nature, but by reading your name, we are looking at a third party who is looking at your website. If the impression I will get from reading your name is political in nature, then most likely I will ask you to go to the Electoral Commission and have that entity registered as a political party. We work with the NGO Bureau, we work with police, security, National Council for Higher Education. So if something has to do with security, we might ask you to go to police and get a recommendation letter. If your name, for example, has issues to do with, security concerns, then we also want to be sure we are not giving you a certificate which will eventually be bounced at the NGO Bureau. Okay? So we probably might ask you to get a recommendation from the Bureau before we proceed to register. There are entities that are blacklisted by the NGO Bureau, and then they come and want to register. We also have those cases with URSB. So we ask you, no, go to the NGO Bureau and get a recommendation before we can have this registered. I hope I have put some clarity to this issue.
You've definitely done that. Yes, you clap now. Because I'm going to ask a question. So something like PLU, Patriotic League of Uganda, you would send them to Electoral Commission.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course. But you know they are registered by URSB, are you sure? Anyway, I said he doesn't have to answer. Then I also realized that if NGO Forum were to register today, the Uganda National NGO Forum, not in 1997, that's when you registered it, it wouldn't be registered today. Yeah, so there must have been some kind of change in law. But we really appreciate. But anyway, when you talked about political things, I remembered PLU. Up to now, they say for them they are a company association registered by URSB, not Electoral Commission. But Maria Mabilis has to struggle to get his registered, the one of People Power. Let's transition to Stephen. He's dealt with many of these cases. The one I remember, the only time I had ever fought with Stephen or disagreed with him was on New You. He sat with me and Rita and a few others with the Reverend. We had a guy with a collar. We had brought him to intimidate Stephen. He looked at us, he told us, now you guys, don't you think you should disband? And very nicely, by the way, we went back and refused. Yeah. So after suspending us or halting operations, we said, let us go and register. We went to URSB. Yeah? It was called National Elections Watch. And it wasn't a unanimous decision, but one of us an erratic one, decided to go and register. URSB refused. Up to now, it has never been registered. But Stephen, please, you could speak to about PLU if you want. Have they come for a permit?
Yes, thank you, Chris. And once again, thanks for this opportunity. You asked 2 questions, and before I answer the 2 questions, I also wanted to just give some clarification. There was an issue that during the presentation, I saw the number of NGOs in the country being put at 4,000 and something. I wanted to clarify that you're all aware that in 2019, there was a verification and validation exercise of all the NGOs in this country. And by the time we conducted that exercise, there were around 14,207 NGOs operating in this country. But the first phase of the exercise involved us establishing how many NGOs had valid permits in this country. By the time we finished that exercise, we found that only 3,118 NGOs had valid permits. Then we moved to an online exercise to establish exactly how many NGOs were out there. It was more of a census. And by the time we finished the exercise, only 2,813 came out to say they were present. From that time up to now, every Monday morning, we always publish the list of NGOs permitted to operate in this country. And as we talk now, the average number that we are fluctuating at is roughly at 6,000. That means that it either drops to 5,000 or goes beyond that. But so that is the average number of NGOs operating in this country, because almost every day new ones are coming in and others are leaving. So that is something I wanted to comment on. On the compliance levels, I saw the compliance levels being put at there was a very alarming figure of around % that were not compliant. I just wanted to clarify that before 2016, the NGO Bureau of all NGOs operating in this country was at 26.8%. That meant that the compliance levels were extremely low, either because of ignorance or else NGOs did not know what to do, or else others were not even bothered about it. But between 2016 up to now, the compliance levels have risen. From that 26.8, it now stands at 62.4%. That means that the NGO sector is actually improving. And what is improving is such engagements. The more you talk, the more stakeholders engage them. We just hope that after 2 or 3 or 4 years, that compliance level can actually go up to 80%. But in terms of improvement, yes, before 2016 and now, the two cannot be compared. The NGO sector right now is more aware of their obligations than when they were before 2016. Now, going to the 2 questions that Chris asked, the first one was on reviewing the NGO Policy 2010 and the NGO Act 2016. You wanted a guarantee. Are you going to be involved? Are you going to be consulted? And the answer is yes. I have already committed to this. Okay. Thank you. I've already committed to this, that we are at the point of consultations. Now that the current Amendment Act has come into force, we are resuming the process, and I have already requested everyone to come on board, but also you have already given us a good proposal that anyone who has the resources there, that please reach out to the NGO Bureau. My colleague Peter here will tell you, and actually others from NGO Forum, that even the previous instruments, when we were consulting, NGO Bureau did not have all the resources. All we did was we partnered with so many organizations. You'd find, for example, ActionAid will tell you, we are here in Gulu, we can bring people to a room like this, come and consult, and that's how we consulted. So I think if that proposal is okay, stakeholders can organize themselves, and ensure that let the NGO Bureau know that you are ready to mobilize yourselves and you are ready to be consulted, your views are ready. We shall always come sit down with you and engage you, because these consultations are going to be at the national level and also countrywide. National level, we have so many stakeholders, including development partners, the media, the academia, all those will be at the national level. But we want to cover the entire country so that there's full ownership on this. So we are ready for these consultations, and anyone who wants to work closely with the NGO Bureau, the doors are fully open. In terms of the compliance issues, Chris, you raised an issue that there are some requirements that at times are not on the website, and when someone reaches there, you find they're being asked to comply. Now, what the NGO Bureau does is that, I had indicated as I was presenting there, that there are so many other legal obligations that may not appear under the NGO Act. And that means that we as the NGO Bureau must help you not forget those other obligations. For example, if, let me say, you're supposed to register with the Personal Data Protection Office, or you're supposed to register with the FIA, when you come to the NGO Bureau and you do not have those registrations, we cannot treat you like everything is okay, yet we can clearly see you are going to run into trouble with another regulator. So all we do is that we put a roadblock for you and request you first go back and put these documents in order and then come back. And of course, a number of organizations have always complained that these were not amongst the requirements, but the NGO Bureau is doing it for your own good. We do not want you tomorrow to run into trouble with another stakeholder who requires that NGO to comply with something. It's in their laws, but you had not complied with it. So that's what we do. But with this whole review of the NGO Act and policy, we just hope that we can see how to put all the things together. But also we are mindful that there are laws like, let me say, the Anti-Money Laundering Act. There are going to be changes. All of you saw that there's been a push from the global level and the regional level where the Financial Action Task Force and the Eastern and Southern Anti-Money Laundering Group are pushing that the NGOs in Uganda should be removed from the second schedule as accountable persons. The process is already ongoing. I'm aware that in August, the Minister for Finance, there was an instrument issued in the Gazette where I think a 60 days period was issued for anyone who had any objections to that to come out. And I don't know whether Minister of Finance has received any objections, but if not, at the end of the period, because I think from August, it's about to end, once that period ends, then it means NGOs are going to be removed from accountable persons. It means that automatically we as the NGO Bureau have to remove you from our requirement to demanding for a certificate from you. But also, there's been a push that some of the things we are going to consider in the amendment that we are looking at now is that the NGO Bureau has been applying an evidence-based approach of overseeing NGO operations, but the recommendation from the global level is that we need to adopt a risk-based approach, meaning that there are so many organizations that are not at risk when it comes to issues of anti-money laundering, issues of money laundering, terrorism financing. It means that you need to pay more attention to the organizations at risk. You're also aware that there was a whole risk assessment conducted in this country, and the results show that the NGO sector risk level generally is low, but there are some categories that have a high risk level, so you don't have to bundle all NGOs in that category, you only have to focus on those. So those are some of the things you expect to also see when we review the policy and the act. So Chris, let me stop there for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephen. And GIZ has had. Tomorrow we shall have the civil society strengthening activity here, represented by their chief of party. So we shall get money, Stephen. We'll share with you a schedule of regional consultations, and we will do those consultations. I think we should do that. We had already started that conversation, I think, with you at the NGO forum, and we should be able to do that. What is very critical, I think, one of the things that has emerged in the review of the policy conversations is this whole issue about whether NGOs should be under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a security ministry that has police, ISO, and all those, or whether we should be under the Office of the Prime Minister or Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. So to the extent that the consultations will be meaningful, it is very likely that we shall have an overwhelming recommendation to change our host ministry. But now I'd like to get to you. Questions, comments. Peter, you really know advocacy. You sit in front, always put up your hand first so that you ask the right question, the first question. And I have also learned that I have to ignore you. No, because he's my friend, so I have to ignore him and give him a chance only last. So let's do this. So number one, there's a lady here on the, three ladies here. So there will be number 2, 3, and 4. And then the lady in the middle will be number 5 and 6. Remember my rules. When I say thank you, it really means you've really overshot your time. Thank you very much. You have to find ways of stopping. And if I mention your name, just know everyone will start looking at you as a bad person. So let's start with the lady in red. Just tell us your name as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharifa. I work with Integrated Disabled Women Activities, IDIWA. And I hope I use my 1 minute correctly. The first question goes to URA, a representative. There is a lot of the powers of centralization where even local service.
So I will try and beg our media team to make sure the microphones are stable so that we don't lose time with microphone challenges.
Okay, so I was talking about where we will have the local service tax now remitted back to the central government, which is affecting somehow our relationship as CSOs with the districts we work with, because now they feel there is nothing much we give to the community where we are working. How do we address this? Then the other question goes to the NSSF representative. You talked about definitions of a volunteer from your end. Do we as CSOs know these definitions? Do you have them on ground and given to us from the beginning that in your organization, a volunteer should be this and this and this? Then the question that goes to the NGO Bureau, how are you going to make sure that with the current changes, we still have a voice? Because from the discussions, we are seeing everyone talking about being compliant. Are we also going to receive this from the new changes? Because with you, we have been able to do some dynamics here and there, Kutesa, but now, are we sure we shall be able to have a voice on board since the new board is resolving everything? Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps the best way to do this, we can have a second person hold the second microphone this side so that the gentleman doesn't get tired. So, Loy, if you can help, just have one person this side, another person this side with the microphone. Go ahead.
My name is Josephine Zalwango from Jinja, and I'm representing Kale, Uganda. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And my question goes to the NGO Bureau. Does the NGOs Act and regulation apply to profit entity to implement activities to its beneficiary also? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Stella Bell. I come from Toro Anti-Corruption Coalition. My first question goes to URA. You explained so well the stamp duty, but somehow I didn't get you right. So how is it levied, and who are the people who are supposed to pay? Are they the NGOs? And then the second question goes to URSB. You were asked about the type of reservation of names. I have a colleague who wanted to register his organization and using Alliance, and he was refused from using Alliance. So you haven't explained to us why NGOs have certain names that they shouldn't use. You just explained about the state entities. And then my last question goes to NGO Bureau. You talked about registration of registration. How about I've forgotten that. Maybe next time.
I'll give you another chance later. So there's a lady here.
Protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sylvia, Kapchora Civil Society, Organizations Alliance. My question goes to URSB. URSB, as organizations, we are on behalf of others who are vulnerable in the community. One of my questions is, sometimes when these schools open up, they can be a private school, but sometimes they help the vulnerable. But as in the registration of a school name, I know you register schools, but why do you put there like maybe an academy limited, something like that? Because sometimes when you see limited, that one again, URA comes in very fast, something like that. And do schools of that kind qualify for the case of URA? Do such schools qualify for tax exemptions? That is some of my questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady in the middle here. I see the gentleman looking at me like, what happened? I've not given up on my gender. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Namugolo. I work with Concern for Children and Women Empowerment. My question goes to NGO Bureau. I want to appreciate the fact that you put for us a roadblock to remind us about our obligations. But I want to note that NGO Bureau is not decentralized. Can you imagine the pain that someone has to go through when they are renewing, only to reach in Kampala and they are told you don't have this certificate and therefore we cannot register you? Can you imagine that pain? Can you imagine the inconvenience? So I just want to, to request that if there is a way, all that information can be put somewhere so that we can easily access it and someone doesn't have to go through that pain of going, forth and back, whatever, inconveniences. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a lady in the middle. The gentleman, just hand over the microphone. And then we'll go to the gentleman at the back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. My name is Namansa Juliet Faith from Busoga Governance and Social Accountability Network. That is Busoga Net, and we are based in Jinja, but work in the entire Busoga sub-region. First to Brenda. You did mention something about if an organization is about to run out of money, it should inform you ahead of time. You know, so that you stop demanding them to pay NSSF during the time when they don't have money. Is there a specific period in which to do that? Two, to Stephen. Stephen, my good friend, you've done a very good job. What's that? Yeah, you've done a very good job. Many times I've had to disturb Stephen even in the night when there is an issue with an NGO in Busoga, but he's been good. But now, Stephen, you're living at such a time when CBOs are in balance.
Faith.
The last time I attended the dialogue...
Faith, just one moment. You're announcing Stephen's departure. He hasn't said he's leaving.
Okay, wherever it is.
Stephen is not going anywhere.
Chris, you're eating my time. Okay, there was an issue with CBO starting to incorporate. There is that thought. Is it still on? It's going to be dropped. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Faith. So, Stephen, they're announcing your departure without... I'll come to you. So let's have the gentleman at the back.
My name is Ambrose Tolit, Director of GAD, Grassroots Alliance for Rural Development. We are based in Kotido. First, I want to thank Stephen for your recent letter when our registration expired for 4 months. And as required, you were supposed to pay a penalty. But when we wrote that we didn't have the money, thank you so much. I also want to thank URA. When we didn't have the money, we wrote to them. They also waived the penalties. I also want to thank NSSF for also acknowledging that we didn't have the money. My question is, now that there is this amendment, is our presence guaranteed in the board of the NGO Bureau? Thank you.
Perfect.
NGO presence.
And if I didn't know you, I would think you're advertising for Bureau, NSSF, because the thanks is too much. The gentleman you're standing next to.
Thank you. I'm Joseph again. Mine goes to URA and URSB. URSB, I want to thank you for automating your system. It's good. But I have 2-3 issues. You know, you're doing something on your system and then you send it through and then it comes back and they said the registrar has declined. Please insert a comma somewhere. You know, by that, you know, there is a knockback. And then 2, there is a way you have set the system that to register a document or to certify it, it has to be the national ID only. Is it possible to have multiple options? Because someone might not have the ID, and you know that means they can't register document. Okay. Then 3, there is a requirement renewal amending, which requires you to get back to maybe the first directors, and maybe some of these have died off, they are not traceable, and by mere fact that you cannot catch those, then you cannot go forward. And to URA, the gentleman explained very well about the stamp duty, but if I heard you well, there was a mention of staff contracts as well. Kindly, could you shed light? Give us a dummy scenario.
Thank you.
Of how you know staff have to we have to pay stamp duty.
Thank you
for staff.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Ochepa Pite Kiru. I am ED for Soruda. What is silent now is what my other colleague from Kotido had mentioned. Whether you talk of URSB, whether you talk of URA, whether you talk of NSSF, an NGO bureau, there are penalities. Yeah? And some of these penalities are huge that have made institutions leave this sector. And yet this is a critical sector which should be supported. And I appreciate what NGO Bureau has done to listen, but also to support wave off on a case-to-case basis. But these other players, the regulators, are very bad. And I'm saying very bad, not in a bad sense also. To support institutions grow, we need a conducive environment, an operational environment that can enable them to grow.
Thank you.
And URA is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just help me. There's a lady here. Let's finish this side. There's a lady here, if we can. Okay. So then after that, just once, I think there's Discord here. So the lady here after him, because you've already handed him the microphone, and then we'll cross this side.
My name is Julius from OJ Disability Care Foundation. We're based in Soroti, and we are the #1 wheelchair service provider in the country. Mine goes to Dr. Stephen. Now that the NGO Bureau is a department under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, is there a way you can make this a regional department also under the Ministry of Internal Affairs in these regions, so that we do not keep going to Kampala? We just go to Kampala to do some other things, but not to do this registration. Then also to Dr. and the world, when you look at, you have 4 people who are there, by the way, asking for the same information from one tree. Is there a way we can have this done in one way, in one system, and then one system just coordinates the rest of things? Because your NGO Bureau wants registration, the man of URSB wants registration, the man of taxes wants registration, the woman of NSSF wants money. Is there a way that we can make this a uniform agenda and we have one strong, so that we have only one person? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll have Diana, and then we'll take the 2 hands here.
Thank you very much. My name is Diana, and I work as a team leader in GIZ. My observation and reflection based on the discussions is really about the key message, one of the key messages from Fabio, the professor, and based on our discussions today. The main key message was comply or perish. I would like to suggest an amendment on this key takeaway message based on our discussions. 1, nobody wants to perish. 2, I think Dr. Stephen has highlighted for us opportunities to use our experiences of compliance to sort of input in the process of amending the legislation and the policy framework to actually improve the compliance process for the better of all of us. And especially at the regional level, I feel that we are disproportionately affected by the current excessive registration process. And so this is a very good opportunity for us to see how we can, amend this process in a positive way.
Okay,
so my proposal, Chris, is to amend this key takeaway message to be comply and advocate.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a lady here. Okay. So let me
thank
see,
you.
I just want to close this. So let me see those that will have expressions to speak.
Thank you, Chris.
Just one moment, please. Number 1, number 2. There's a lady at the back, number 3. Number 4, 5, 6, Peter is the last one. So those are 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chris, and the panelists. I'm called Gatuongere David. I work for Bukedi Civil Society Organizations Network. We are based in Palisa. Mine is a request. There's this compliance issue where we are supposed to sign a memorandum of understanding with district local governments. But the experience has is that even our partners, and that is district local governments, they also don't know what to write in these memorandums of understanding. They have gone ahead even to request us that can you please go and draft something, then you bring and we share on table, which is actually hard for some of the NGOs. So my request therefore is that can't we come up with something like a guideline or a template so that we just customize it in our localities?
Okay, thank you.
And then the second, there is this issue of signing the memorandum with the district local governments. There's already a circular which is, I think, has already been given to restricting the district chief administrative officers, restricting NGOs to sign memorandums of understanding, not until you seek, not until you are cleared by the Solicitor General. I wanted Dr. Okello to give us some clarification on that. Thank you
very much. Let's have the lady, and then there was a number 3 at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joan. I work with Faraja Africa Foundation. My question is directed to the representative from URSB. URSB fees are exorbitant. And an example I can give is that you pay to get a certificate, and then you pay to get that certificate certified, which essentially is a stamp. Like you'll get a certificate that's not stamped, then have to pay for it to be stamped, which doesn't make sense. And my question is, any plans to make this entire process more affordable, but also the process less lengthier, And how can the system be accountable? We've seen institutions such as URA run campaigns such as Make Your Taxes Work. How can we run a similar campaign for URSB to ensure that different individuals and the general public are aware of how these funds are being used to serve the community?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Microphone, DJ. Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much, facilitators. My name is Cecilia Engole from Teso Women Peace Activists, Soroti. I have two questions. One is the sustainability of organizations. Now that the donor aid is collapsing in a way, and we are requested to supply, to sustain the organizations, do we have to change the name of the organization to enter into business? That is one. Then two, this one goes to URA. We have suffered penalties, and when those penalties come, the bank accounts are accessed by URA and money removed even without notification. I don't know whether this is a fair way of doing things.
Thank you.
Is there no way to waive those kind of taxes? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a gentleman here. And those of you who are worried, we have another session in the afternoon, which is a continuation of this Q&A. So you will have some time.
Hello. My name is Pastor Paul Batambuze, and I work for Uganda Network for Empowerment of the Marginalized Child and Youth based in Jinja. I have two questions, one to URSB and the other to NGO Bureau. To URSB, there are some companies, organizations that did not comply with your call to make sure that they are revived into the system by 30th, I think, of August. But these companies could be there. Is there still room for them to come back into the system? The other is to the Bureau, NGO Bureau. You could have a document or a file that is sent to your office, but you delete, and probably a file is concluded, or a document is signed, and perhaps there are telephone contacts, but you'll stay with the file, not until one travels to Kampala to physically check to know how far. What is really the problem?
Thank you. Pastor, I was very patient because I didn't want you to pray a bad blessing. So, but Benson, I will not be as patient. You're not a pastor. Microphone, DJ.
Yeah. I just want to register my disappointment with the downgrading of the NGO Bureau. Actually, for the last few months, I've been paralyzed. I couldn't believe it. While our neighbor Kenya has upgraded it, it is now an independent entity. They call it public what? Benefits organization, something. It's more independent, it is more stronger, it protects the sector there effectively. In Uganda, we have downgraded. So I just wanted to register my disappointment. I'm very I don't know whether I will recover. Secondly, definitely we shall see the implications after that. He's trying to make it look smooth, but I don't think. But thank you for the good fight. We're following closely. We tried before the minister to bring our case, And I regret why probably my former chairman left. If you were there, I believe probably you could have survived. The other one is to NSSF. I think the issue of volunteers, you need to grade them. Because we have volunteers who don't get anything. What do you do with them? We have been together. I remember in my own organization, for almost 7 years, we are not funding. But we are meeting with a few friends, donating and paying accommodation. What do you do with that? But thank God, your team in Soroti responded to our request. We wrote to them, they came, did their audit, and agreed with us. Yeah. Finally, I want to appreciate URSB and URI. I think of late you have become quite interesting and very responsive. Chris, you know the challenge we had. Within a space of 2 months, it was sorted out. Even now, when it is a number of, especially now with number of things, I think if you maintained that, that would be very good. And the same thing with the URI. Thank you very much.
Yep. And those of you who are wondering why I gave Benson 2 minutes, he founded my organization. I am employed because of him, so how can I stop him from speaking? So we'll have Peter, and unless there's someone who will hate me if I don't give them a chance to speak in this session, Rita, you can't hate me, we are friends. So we'll have Peter, there's a lady at the back, I think she's been raising her hand for a time, and then we'll conclude with Rita.
Okay, thank you so much, Chris. My major question is to Stephen, because I think I'll just try to ask things not discussed since morning. We haven't talked much about CBOs, and I believe there are CBOs in attendance. Stephen, there is a move to validate CBOs. Could you probably give us something about them so that the participants can benefit? There was a question about the pain of going back and forth to Kampala and all that, and we've tried to work out some solution, which at Geneva we've done, and I know NGO Forum has done. If you're a member of any of the networks, we've been working with our members who forward the documents, and then since we are based in Kampala, our people can do the move back and forth to save you the trip. And I'm glad the NGO Bureau has accepted receiving those documents from us. So probably you might need to consider that as an option to save the back and forth. And lastly is also some sort of response to someone about the school and using the word limited. Using the word limited is a requirement of the law unless you apply and get specifically exempted from using that word limited on your name. So, but that's not the problem. The problem I've found is make sure when you're incorporating, you are limited by guarantee without share capital. Where I've found a problem is where your certificates or your documents do not state that you are limited by guarantee. URA comes for you for the income tax and the other things. So make sure your documents are saying limited by it's by guarantee without share capital.
Thanks a lot. The lady at the back, and then finally Rita.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chigere Rose. I work with the Women Rights Initiative in Jinja, Busoga. I have 2 questions. One goes to URA. You've mentioned that the tax exemption process takes 90 days. I wonder, how long can an NGO qualify for that tax exemption? In case I'm lucky to get it, how long does the certificate take for tax exemption? And the other issue, I want to be thankful for the members that have asked questions around compliance. And my colleague who mentioned about the MOUs with the district and the city. For us that work between cities and districts, you find that you have to register with every district where you work with and have an MOU with them together with the cities. And the fees are exorbitant. So I want to really understand how best can can the government be supportive and helpful so that we don't have to pay a lot of monies for the MOUs, for all these charges? And also to you, to all the government departments that are helping us with compliance. I understand that when we are doing compliance, we have to do it on an annual basis, and we have to pay returns all the time. I want to ask, is this a URA strategy to collect as much as they can from NGOs?
Okay.
Because if it's not, and we are working together to harmonize and make sure that we are compliant, but we are also serving the people, can we have a streamlined fee for URA, for the Financial Intelligence Authority, for the data protection, for all these other departments?
So yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we have that?
Thank you. Finally, Rita.
While I know I can get in touch with Stephen, just Stephen, I think it would be important if you could help us come up with a timeline and timetable for the consultation. I can commit NGO Forum, WONET and Geneva. We can rally the others to ensure that these consultations are done regionally and nationally. To the colleagues from the government bodies, I don't know whether you are the right people, but maybe on behalf of the Eastern team here, I work with Uganda Women's Network, and we have a very big program in Eastern Uganda, right from Busoga to Karamoja. I think my proposal would be just like the banks. The banks have a whole section for NGOs. I think it's high time. This is not a small sector. The NGO actually employs more people than government. If it was not for the current, a lot more people. So I think it's high time you start thinking of this customer base, just like the banks, and have a desk, not like the gender desks in other places, but have a serious desk that can engage NGOs, have outreaches that you get to them. I know in law that ignorance is no defense, but it is also in your interest that these NGOs comply. Lastly, Chris, I think as Ugandans we become so negative, I would like to propose that our theme is comply and flourish, and not perish. Comply and flourish.
I think on the instruction of Rita, rapporteurs should change. Change, do not comply and perish. Change it to comply and flourish. I think it sounds more exciting. Tassilo, do you agree? Microphone to Tassilo. And as they bring the microphone, I don't know whether, if the laws are unjust, do we have to comply with them? Okay.
I 100% agree with Rita. Obviously, flourishing is better than perishing. But the question about compliance is how do you make it happen? How complicated is it for civil society organizations to comply, and how accessible are the regulators? And I think that's why this dialogue is focusing on this aspect. But definitely, yeah.
Thanks a lot. And this is really what I wanted to say. I have not met an NGO that does not want to comply. In fact, at NGO Forum, we had an incident where an NGO leader came and stayed at our office. The guy refused to leave. He told me, I have been moving 3 times to Kampala to meet Stephen. And unfortunately, I think they wouldn't make appointments. 3 times, they didn't have transport, they didn't have per diem, so they stayed at our office. So our team tried to, talk to them. They said, me, I'm not leaving. I have to see the people in charge. We had to come and convince this guy that we will make sure you get your permit. We got some money for him to make sure he stays in Kampala. It's too expensive to comply. It's really expensive to comply. If you're running an annual budget of 100 million, you can't comply with the laws that we have to comply with. And I think the task for the regulators is not just to ask us to comply. How do you make it easy for us to comply? And I think as we conclude, there are some proposals that have come. We've always been asking, is it possible to decentralize the process? And I think, having worked with Stephen for years, I've gone everywhere in this country with him. He's always been promising us, and the problem is not him. It is the financing. We have to really engage the Minister of Internal Affairs, and we've raised this before, Minister of Finance, to make sure we have resources for, one, decentralization. Because actually the NGO Act provided for regional offices of the Bureau, but they were never actualized. Number two, let us copy what URSB is doing and digitize. I think if government agencies were not working in silos, we would even use the same system that URSB is using and customize that for the NGO Bureau, so that someone goes online, fills in every document, and only comes if there are questions to ask. And maybe you can get prompts on the system to provide additional documents. I think it's cost effective, both for government and for the NGOs. That's something pragmatic that has come through. And then, of course, finally, and this is an operational issue which Stephen has tried to address at the Bureau, make sure that the team is customer-oriented, is client-oriented. Let them not treat us like we are just there begging for a permit. When we come, treat us very well, tell us what we need. Hey, you have clapped for me or for Stephen? Okay. Yeah, but he's really tried to address it. I can tell you, every time we have raised this, they have even done some changes at the front desk so that you get information that you need. You don't have to come back every time. And then finally, I think that network organization, and this is something that we have to work on, Deneva, NGO Forum, OONET, have to do their job. It's very possible for us to stand in the gap between the NGO Bureau and many other organizations. What that means is that NGO Bureau has to give us a bit of agency. That when we give a call to Stephen, we are able to get as much information. For example, recently an NGO has been trying to register. NGO Bureau wants a recommendation from the Electoral Commission. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission told me we cannot give a recommendation to an NGO to be registered. So this organization went and got a recommendation from the Human Rights Commission. The NGO Bureau should be able to accept that and register this NGO. And so these are some of the dynamics that I think can ease the process of compliance so that we flourish. And then finally, I think it has been raised. We cannot make compliance so expensive if you want us to comply. So we can't be paying for permits an amount of money that helps us buy food. Make it so easy. I know government is raising revenue, but we are paying taxes by drinking water, by breathing, we're paying a lot of it. So make it easy for us by reducing those fees. And I know our legislators are the ones to target on this one. So we should make sure that we are targeting them and making those amendments, and I'm glad the policy review process is coming. And then finally, this one I have forgotten. So now that I've forgotten the final thing, this is how we're going to conclude this session. We're going for lunch. And I see the disappointment on your faces. We're going for lunch right now. All right, so that's confused me. Okay. So we're going for lunch now. When we return, because I want your responses to be, I want the team to respond to all your concerns. And rushing it might not be a good strategy. And our lunch has been waiting. We had agreed that we have lunch at 1:30. So we will go for lunch for 1 hour. Now remember, we agreed that we must keep time. And on our part, we have done our best to do that. So we will gamekeeper, 2 timekeepers, a male and a female, volunteers. Volunteers would like to help us keep time. Like, being a whip. Joan and, yes, you had raised your hand, the lady, yeah? Your name? Monica. Can we get a guy with muscle? And a male who would like to volunteer to keep time? For you even have a tough voice. So this is the deal. This is the deal. Listen very carefully. At 2:25 p.m., everyone has to leave their food and come and sit. Because at 2:30, we will be resuming our session. And when we resume our session, we'll have the panelists respond. with Stephen getting a little bit more time because he has the majority of questions. And then we will see if there are any issues that are still outstanding to address. If there are none, we will break out into smaller groups where we will explore these things further. Just a few quick announcements before you go for your lunch. One, if the space outside is not convenient for you, there are breakout rooms that are available for you to have your lunch. So what's going to happen, anyone who is wearing a blue tag can guide you. That's the right announcement? Okay, I hope I got it correctly. Can guide you to where else you could sit. So please take advantage of those ushers. They are not going to have lunch. They will be standing there to make sure you're comfortable. Number two, if you do not have a lunch coupon, please make sure you pick one at the exit, so that you're not bounced at lunch time. Number three, if anyone, the papers you have, if you have a registration form that you mistakenly picked from the registration table, please check your files, make sure it's not there. But if it is there and you're the one with it, please hand it back at the registration table or anyone in blue. So, our timekeepers, Joan, Mole, and the guy with the big voice, with Maso, we are breaking now. We will return in exactly 1 hour. You see how I've managed it? We have broken at 1:25. We will be here, all of us, at 2:25. If anyone fails, please carry them. You have all the authority of the Uganda Police Force. So see you back here at 2:25. Enjoy your afternoon. Please now, before you go, clap for me and the panel. Yes, I did. Yes, you'll be back in the afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long do you think the afternoon?
1 hour. 1 hour. And just those of you are asking, this room is safe, so you can leave your property on the table. Yeah.
Society in Uganda Convention.
Those acts act as workshops and guest of honor today. And I call upon the community of government to listen to civil society.
What more experience do you want than the lived experience of young people?
So that kind of civic space does not facilitate civil society organizations to effectively do their work. Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country. Those act as workshops, and I call upon the community of government to listen to civil society. Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
To be at the Civil Society in Uganda Convention.
Those acts act as workshops and guest of honor today. And I call upon the community of government to listen to civil society.
What more experience do you want than the lived experience of young people?
So that kind of civic space does not facilitate civil society organizations to effectively do their work. Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country. Those act as workshops, and I call upon the police and government to listen to civil society.
Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Today we are happy, all of us, to be at the Civil Society in Uganda Convention.
Those act as workshops, and guest of honor today. And I call upon the police and government to listen to civil society.
What experience do you want that lived experience from young people?
So that kind of civic space does not facilitate civil society organizations to effectively do their work.
Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Those act as workshops, and I call upon the police and government to listen to civil society.
Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Today we are happy, all of us, to be at the Civil Society in Uganda Convention.
Those act as workshops, and guest of honor today. And I call upon the police and government to listen to civil society.
What more experience you want than the lived experience of young people? So that kind of civic space does not facilitate civil society organizations to effectively do their work.
Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Results act as workshops, and I call upon the police and government to listen to civil society.
Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Today we are happy, all of us, to be at the Civil Society in Uganda Convention.
Results act as workshops, and guests of honor today. And I call upon the police and government to listen to civil society.
What more experience you want than the lived experience of young people? So that kind of civic space does not facilitate civil society organizations to effectively do their work.
Yes, a friend in need is a friend indeed.
Transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Results act as workshops, and I call upon the police and government to listen to civil society.
is a friend indeed.
To transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Today we are happy, all of us, to be at the Civil Society in Uganda Convention.
Those acts act as workshops and guest of honor today. And I call upon the Bolivian government to listen to civil society.
What more experience do you want than the lived experience of young people? So that kind of civic space does not facilitate civil society organizations to effectively do their work.
Society in Uganda Convention.
Those acts act as workshops and guest of honor today. And I call upon the community and government to listen to civil society.
What more experience do you want than the lived experience of young people? So that kind of civic space does not facilitate civil society organizations to effectively do their work.
Yes, a friend in need is a friend indeed.
To transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Those act as workshops. And I call upon the community and government to listen to civil society.
To transform Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country.
Today we are happy, all of us, to be at the Civil Society in Uganda Convention.
Those acts act as workshops and guest of honor today. And I call upon the community and government to listen to civil society.
Welcome back from the break. Welcome back from the break. Thank you so much for keeping time, DJ.
So that kind of civic space
DJ.
does not facilitate civil society organizations to effectively do their work.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back from the break. We would like to thank you so much for keeping time. May I invite our panelists to come back to the platform. URSB is already here. NSSF, the darling of everyone, at least this week. Enjoy it as long as it lasts. Some of us are waiting for 45 and we get our money. So, the NGO Bureau, I saw Stephen come in. Did he step out? Okay, he's coming back. Perfect. All right. And I mean, we want to keep the tradition. We started well by keeping time, so we want to make sure we're doing that. Want to make sure we're doing that. So we will ask I think we start with URSB this time. There was also the joke about PLU, in case you want to respond to that, please. We can check the company register whether it's not. They were waving a certificate around. I don't know whether it was from you. I think there are quite a number of questions that have come. I'm waiting for those that are doing chit chats to stop so that we can have the panel. I also would like to welcome Elizabeth from the EU for joining us. Thanks a lot for coming. Achitegedali omu. Want to welcome Elizabeth, so please clap. You guys, if you don't know, CASP is funded by the European Union. So please, the Germans, European Union, so please clap properly. Okay, I have your attention now. So let's have URSB respond to some of the questions first, and we'll transition to lunch is sitting on me now. My brain has frozen. URA, and then we'll go to NSSF. So URSB first.
We'll be back from lunch. Once again, my name is Daniel, and I'm going to respond to some of your questions. I hope we picked all of them. Stella says that she has a colleague. The name had the word alliance, and why. Now, I need to make something very clear. These names per se, these words per se, do not have a problem. There is no problem with alliance. There is no problem with forum. And I'm sure some of you have your entities registered with these words: alliance, forum, Uganda. We have Uganda Women's Network represented here. You see, then those words are not the problem. How I wish Stella had given me the full name, such that I really give you advice from an informed point of view, not just the word alliance. There could have been an issue, I am suspecting, with the full name as it was, and probably that's why it was rejected. And then usually, we also look at the objectives. So I'll just give an abstract example. If you have a network, let's say, that is advocating for, a good political space, good democracy, there is nothing wrong with that, you see? But if your name is glaringly political in nature, it could mean that you're sort of creating some sort of a political platform, which URSB is not mandated. There is no problem with registering a political front or group or an alliance. But URSB is not the correct body to have it registered. So we will send you to the relevant body, which has the mandate under the law to register such an entity. Okay? So these words have no problem: alliance, forum, but we look at the whole name wholesomely, and then we can make an informed decision. Then the use of the word limited, Peter, I think, helped me on this one. Now, that word limited doesn't per se mean that you are a business. The word limited in the law simply means that the liability of the members of that entity is limited to a small amount that you state in your guarantee liability clause. If you look closely at your memorandum and articles of association, there is a place where you state that members at the time when the company is, getting wound up, will each be liable to pay, let's say, 100,000 Uganda shillings. So the reason why you put the word limited at the end of your entity name is to tell us third parties that in case, for example, you have a liability with a bank, the bank cannot pick your personal vehicle, your personal land, because those are not, that is not organization property. It can only pick that small amount, the 100,000 which you stated in the guarantee liability clause, or the 1 million shillings, because that is what you as a member or you as subscribers have guaranteed to pay in case of any liabilities. In case the company is being wound up or in case it has liabilities, your liability is limited to the extent of that amount in the guarantee liability clause. So that is what that word limited means. That is what the initial LTD means. When you are limited by guarantee, you are a profit entity. So the word limited has no problem at all. I know my friends here who have ministries and churches and that kind of thing have a problem with the word limited, especially. You're the ones who are usually, disturbed with this word at the end of your organizations. But it has no problem. But in case you feel, like Peter said, that you're still not comfortable with it, there is a provision in the law where you can apply to have a license to dispense with that word limited, just in case it gives you extra comfort. Automation, so many people have loaded URSB for automating its services. Our strategy this year is to go fully digital, all online, all digital. We have provisions for those that cannot use the computer. We still have people seated at our stations. We have 44 TREP centers around the country, 6 regional offices now. And the reason why these regional offices, we are actually even expanding them more, is because we know, even though we have simplified this process, you can register an entity on your phone, in the comfort of your hotel room, in the comfort of your home. We know that there are still people that are not able to use the computer or do not even have access to the internet. That's why these centers are still available to give you the necessary help that you need. The registrar's comments that come when you have like a query or something like that. Now, this system, though we have automated our system, there is still a human element, because the system is not able to thoroughly, there are certain, like the service of certification is fully digital. There will be no human being involved in the process of your documents being certified. You'll submit them in. As long as the payment is there, the system will automatically certify and give you back a certified copy. But there are services like reservation of a name where we still need a human being to sit behind the computer and assess. The computer might help you, for example, with a similarity to give you percentages, but it will not be able to pick up some of these things that we are talking about today. So that's why we still need a human being behind the computer. So that's why you'll get comments asking you to improve on your submission. Issues to do with a national ID. All Ugandans must have a Ugandan national identification document. So it would be really unfair for URSB to start putting options of a permit, which we know expires every 3 years, every 1 year, to put a provision of a passport, because we expect you to have a Ugandan national ID. So if you do not have one, it is a check in the system to make sure that you go to our sister body NIRA and you get a national identification document.
Just one comment. And I guess the next time we should invite NIRA here, because there are people who have applied for national IDs, and 3 years later they are still following up to get their IDs. I have a colleague who could not get a passport for 3 years because the name on the national ID was wrong, and the mistake was the NIRA system. It was different from what they had on the passport, and it has taken him 3 years to actually get a new passport. So if you don't know anyone in NIRA, like some of you, you call and say Kare Nyamba, nothing. So how do you correct for that? Because I think there should be a temporary measure to show that you have submitted your application, you're waiting, because there's inefficiency, I think, on the side of NIRA as well. And since you're all government agencies, I think you have an obligation to mitigate that.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, for that. Currently, we have made this a bit less stringent. So if NIRA can give you a letter, if you have submitted an application to them for a national ID, and it is not yet out, they can give you a letter. That letter will have a NIN number. That letter is as good as a national ID, and the system will accept it. Then amending documents. Some people have died. Director can no longer be traced. So this is where it falls back on you as CSOs, as organizations, to always keep track. Do not just bring somebody on board simply to fill up space in your documents. Have people in these documents that are actually participating, that are actually part of the company. If someone dies, follow up, file the necessary changes with a death certificate. We have companies now, especially with the data update process that is currently ongoing, and I think that's partly what my friend, the moderator, was talking about earlier. The data update process has helped us clean up our register, because prior to 2017, many things could go on anything could come onto our register. The integrity of the register was not as good as it is today. So many of you are getting trouble updating companies of 1986, 1999, because at that time, probably these rules were not applicable and you could get anything onto the register. Now you're having trouble because you can no longer trace your people. You were not making the necessary filings at URSB. You even read a name and say, who is this person? I even don't know who they are. You see? And you cannot now proceed because at the data update stage, validation stage, we need you to update with the data as it is. You can only change after the data update has been approved. So on this one, all I can say is that you need to walk into our office and see somebody. If you are saying somebody has disappeared, the law has a procedure you can follow to have that person declared. Daniel has no authority under the law to say Joseph is missing, Eletu is missing. What if Eletu shows up again, okay, and says I was a member in this company and has illegally removed? So the only forum which has authority to declare a person missing are courts of law. You file a notice of motion, take relevant evidence to court, and it will declare that that person is missing. If someone died and you can still trace their death certificate, that one is okay. We'll just indicate that they are deceased and attach a death certificate. But this is something we know that most of you are grappling with, so it is a one-on-one. So you can come in. If I find your explanation really plausible, I can look into it, but it is not something that, because we have scenarios where we have removed people from companies at the data validation stage, and these people show up 3 months after and claim that they were removed without their consent. So this is something that we really, every officer is cautious about. That's what I can say. Penalties, huge penalties. Can you give us waivers? Now, the issue of penalties also again falls back on us. And I will give an example that I usually use when I am discussing this issue of penalties. I remember when we were still in school studying criminal law, my professor used to say, if you are sanctioning a person, if you are creating a punishment under the law, that punishment must be deterrent. And the example he usually gave was, if you put a poster and somebody is saying, do not urinate here, the fine is 50 shillings. If I'm badly off, I can as well urinate there because I know I will pay. I will pay the 50 shillings. You see? Or fine if you dump rubbish, or if you're found urinating here, or you are found dumping rubbish here, you will pay 200 shillings. It is not deterrent. But if I read and see 50,000 Uganda shillings, I will think twice before I dump rubbish there. Okay? So you cannot have a penalty that says if you do not file a return, you will pay 20,000 shillings. You will never get that penalty in the law. Because the purpose of a penalty is to force you to ensure you are compliant. If you are compliant, this penalty will never come to you. If you make and these fees, by the way, are very affordable. But sometimes we sleep on that job. For example, an annual return in URSB, every calendar year is 35 Uganda shillings for a company limited by guarantee. There is always a subsidy, a lower cost for companies limited by guarantee, and I'm sure my brother will also say the same when it comes to the tax regime. 35,000 Uganda shillings, even the cost of registering a company limited by guarantee is usually lower than a company limited by shares. So really, for 5 years, what explanation does a company have for not filing an annual return once a year of 35,000 Uganda shillings? We think that this is a fee which is affordable, and it is majorly, you're giving back to your government to make sure that we maintain a register which we are all proud of as Ugandans. 30,000 Uganda shillings is 10 US dollars, am I right? 10 US dollars
Okay.
every year. So we believe that this is money that is affordable, and if you are not able to do this recurrently for 5 years, that's why issues of these penalties come in. Otherwise, wouldn't want these penalties to. Running out of time, coordination of entities, can we have a one-stop center? This is the dream, and I'm sure we are working towards it. URA, URSB, and local government have already taken a step at this. You can walk into our one-stop centers and you'll be able to get a license, TIN number, and a URSB certificate. I'm sure there is progress with the NGO Bureau. We are working closely, and I'm sure this is a dream that in the next few years will come to fruition. Fees are exorbitant. I do not think so. Uganda, URSB fees. If you compare our fees with your neighboring countries, at least for URSB, I'm sure the fees are. We have slightly increased them. They were actually lesser. Reserving a name was just 20,000 shillings. I think recently it has been increased to 35,000 Uganda shillings, but these fees are affordable. The reason why they become exorbitant is because some of us don't want to take the initiative to do this work ourselves. So if you hire a lawyer, if you hire an agent, if you hire my friend here, the moderator, Chris, right? To do for you a company, do not expect him to charge you 35,000 for reserving a company name. I hope I'm right.
No, you're actually talking about Peter. My looks are deceptive.
Okay. Do not expect a lawyer who is paying a receptionist, who is paying rent, space for their law firm, to charge you 35,000 shillings or 10 US dollars for reservation of a name. Definitely, if you seek the services of an independent consultant, the fee might be slightly higher. But URSB is saying, if you are not able to pay this money, go onto your gadget. The system is going to assess you. You will pay directly from your phone, 35,000. If you reserve my name, I don't have internet, I do not have a computer, there will be an officer. We even have self-help desks to help you register and reserve a name. But if you use an agent and you are charged 500,000 Uganda shillings for a service that is supposed to be 150,000 shillings, URSB does not regulate that service.
Thank you
so
much.
If a lawyer charges you that money, please, that is a service that URSB does not regulate. Finally, URSB, how funds are being used, how do we give back to the community as an entity? URSB does corporate social responsibility, and our staff members individually from their pockets contribute to this CSR. In Mbale, we have CSR 3 times. We have been to the Child Restoration Outreach Center. I don't know if they were invited here. Is CRO here? At least we have been there, and some of our staff are taking care of some of those children, paying school fees from their pockets. So, of course, the organization also has a budget for CSR. Every year, we do CSR. So, this is something that at least I know URSB is very, very passionate about. Moderator, I'm about to finish. There's a question about reinstatement and deregistration. There are entities that were not filing returns consecutively for 5 years, and they were struck off the register. So these entities were sent emails, were sent messages. Some of you, we called you and told you to come and have these entities reinstated. Now, there is a communication that was passed that for those that have not reinstated, we are going to deregister the entities such that the names are available for those that need to use them. The deregistration deadline was 31st August. However, that deadline has been extended to December. So kindly, if you're here and you have not yet reinstated your entity, you still have some time to come and pay. And we are not charging a penalty, by the way. That you come and pay 35,000 times the 5 years that you have defaulted. That penalty that you see in the law of 500,000 has never been implemented by URSB. At least for that one I know. It has never been implemented. There is a penalty. You fail to pay for a year, you pay 35,000 plus 500K. but it has never been implemented. So kindly do not wait for your entity to be deregistered. Our happiness is to have all of you on the register. There is no reason why we should have someone trading, doing an NGO informally or a company. It is in the best interest of government to have your data. So these checks that we put in place are to make sure that we have a register that you and me are proud of. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm sure I have answered most of your questions.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much. Could you please give him a big round of applause? Okay, I think for URA, you just have to tell us, Mazima. So our money, how is it used?
Thank you, Chris. I will tell you how your money is used. But for now, I want to thank Daniel of URSB. One thing that surprised me is I think we are compliant. I'm glad to understand that one aspect of compliance is actually registration. And from all the questions there, I've not seen any concern about registration. So I applaud all of you because I trust we are all in the register. We appreciate that. I will quickly run through, before I tell you how it's used, I will quickly run through what we raised. First was on local service tax and how its failure to be remitted back to the administrative unit is affecting your relationships. I know we all appreciate that the local administration, URA, URSB, we are all collection agencies that only collect on behalf of government and forward these amounts to the consolidated fund. Now, the idea of the appropriation is policy, and policy begins with us. I may not dwell so much on that, but I would give a clear example of if that amount was supposed to be remitted to Mbale this month, and we had a crisis of Karuma, which we know is a transit route for economic development as well. Government would prioritize on Karuma and maybe not remit that. So the issue of the appropriation is deliberated at high-end level. It is the policy issue, and I may not give you a direct answer of why that fund does not come as and when the local unit would request it. But we can deliberate with our representatives at various levels to see that this is improved. I believe that will address that for now. Someone raised the issue of stamp duty, who pays it, how it's paid. Most of our declarations currently are done online. What we should appreciate is stamp duty is a duty or tax which is basically to make any document admissible in courts of law. It is to legalize that specific document. Now, for employment contracts, we expect that the employer would make the declaration and pay the stamp duty. But there could be an exception. To me, if I assume my employer would not want to do it, I can make that declaration so that in terms of, say, termination of contracts unfairly, I can present my employment contract. But for now, for us here, you, the employer, if assume you have 10 employees, would advise that you go into the URA website and make a declaration. That instrument is called Agreement and Memorandum of Agreement. It is 15,000 per staff. Now, it would be cumbersome to allow you to do it continuously per staff. What we've done, we now allow you to make that declaration and indicate the number of staff you have so that it's auto-computed to the total value that you'd pay as stamp duty. You'll generate the payment and then you pay, and that contract is valid until the next adjustment, say salary increment, change of terms of employment. The same applies to the tenancy agreements and other forms of agreements. So that is how it's administered. It's declared online on the URA website under the stamp duty instrument. For further clarity, I would advise that we have stations and one-stop shops in most municipalities and districts. For the areas we cover, we have Busia, Tororo, Mbale, Kapchorwa, Soroti, and Moroto. But we also have Kumi, Mbale, Soroti as municipal councils where we have one-stop shops. So you can visit there and we take you through. We wouldn't want you to move all distances. But also you can contact us on our toll-free lines which are available on the website, and we'll take you through on how to make that declaration. I will quickly go through to exemptions. Sylvia brought an issue of schools qualifying for income tax exemptions. I will call it income tax because I will give you the reasons why I've called it income tax. Exemptions for section, I wouldn't want to bring the law here, but there is section 2BB that governs the exemptions of entities which are not for profit in nature. All the circumstances or conditions are listed in the law. But from the word, it should be not for profit. Your activities should be not for profit. So if you've opened the schools, say in Mbale, taking care of the vulnerable children and educating them, any income that you may charge should be plowed back to allow the operations of the entity. It brings in the idea I talked about, private benefit. There should be no leakage of such income to someone to benefit outside the operations of the organization. This facility is applied for also online. We review. There is kind of a mini audit to check the conditions if you fulfill the requirements to be exempted. We'll check your declarations, your sets, your employment records, how you're making deductions and how you're remitting the filings. If you are compliant, let's say to a percentage that warrant us to exempt you, we will exempt you. The validity period is 2 years. I had a discussion with someone at lunch that due to our delays, some of your applications are approved after expiry of the application period you had listed. So we would encourage that if we say approve your application that was meant to expire, say, June 2024, kindly immediately apply for renewal. You will not go through the other whole process because we would have finalized that. Quickly, I want to run through return filing. I want to go like this because I will talk about the benefits later. Return filings is one of our obligations, and as CSOs, NGOs, and CBOs, by law you are required to make declarations, both of income, of employment expenses in form of pay, and any payments in respect to supplies you receive, that is withholding. Withholding can be in respect to goods and services or for purposes of professional services, which I trust you always incur. That is legal fees, audits, and the rest. So you're expected to make those declarations. Whenever you incur such costs, you're expected. For pay, it is the most that affect you people, and maybe withholding. For those who have been gazetted by the minister, withholding would go. But for pay, we expect that all the CSOs and NGOs should register for pay as you earn and declare the appropriate employment costs you pay to the employees, because that income is not exempt. Whereas the income of the CSO could be exempt, the payment to the employees of the CSO, that income is not exempt. So we expect that you declare it and pay the appropriate taxes. For the monthly tax types, that is pay and withholding, which definitely affect you, we expect that you file and pay by 15th of the following month, after the end of that period. Then for the annual returns, we expect that you file by the 31st of December, after the end of the financial year, for those who are operating under financial year. But I know because of donor needs, most of us have applied to change to a substituted year of income, which is a calendar year. So if you are running a calendar year, we expect that you file, say by 30th June, after the 6-month period, which are in the law. Quickly, what you should know is we review these returns, the income tax return, in determining your exemption. So as I go to the last ones, the issues of integration we've talked about. Currently, we are on go with NIRA and URSB. Once you have a national ID, you can even get a TIN at the comfort of your phone. Once you've registered your business with URSB, we can do that. We are looking forward to a complete government integration. Like I said, this could be beyond us here. It is brainstormed at the corporate level. But we are praying that these integrations come to pass. The issues of third-party agency notices to our accounts. Now, there is what we call arrears recovery. These are times, you are mostly affected at times by tax you actually don't know. Your predecessors, you are taking over entities maybe from predecessors who were not compliant. Now, even when you are the first person, there is always non-compliance. Now, previously, before today, we used to issue what they were calling default assessments. If you not file these returns we're talking about. So they are estimates. So most of the tax that is affecting you is actually from estimated tax. And we always, to those who have visited, we've always guided you through the objection and appeals procedure on how we can dispute this tax.
All right.
Once there are grounds, then we should be in position to lift the agency notice and also to clear you. Now, as I wind up, I want to come to the issue of penalties and interest that could accrue or have accrued from the tax liabilities, either assessments or self-declarations you had so far. By 30th June 2023, after 30th June 2023, government declared a waiver of penalty and interest that had accrued till then. And that was running up to 31st December 2023. Most of us felt we were not given enough time. So the legislators brought it back and extended that period. So we now have the waiver under Section 47A of the Tax Procedures Code Act, where any interest and penal tax that accrued as at 30th June 2023 will be waived between now and 31st December if and only you pay the principal tax. So if your principal tax is 10,000 and it had accrued interest, because interest is probably 2% and this tax was in 2011, so the interest is probably now about 1 million. So you pay the 10,000, we waive off the 1 million. So I would urge all of us to visit our respective stations and see the applicability of this, because you need to log into your account and we take you through the process of how to benefit from this waiver.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you so much. Please give him a big round of applause. Now you see why we had to go to lunch before they respond, because the responses had to be very comprehensive. The darling of the week at least, or maybe we shall extend it to 1 month. Over here. Increase the interest. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. I had the list questions, so that speaks well on NSF. People are still happy about their interest, which is a good thing. I got a question about the description of who an employee is, and I think a lot came in terms of the volunteers. How do we stop, when do we stop calling them volunteers? And I just want to read for you from our act, a description of who an employee is. Our act was amended actually, and now it's under the NSF Act Cap of 230. And an employee refers to any person who has entered into your works, who has entered into or works under a contract of service with an employer. This includes individuals who are employed on permanent, temporary, or casual basis, as long as they're earning wages in return for their services. So if you have an employee who's earning 0 from your entity, then the books will show it. And when we come into audit, we'll definitely see clearly that they are not earning from your works. However, if they are earning, people call it allowance. There are some sweet names that you give it. if you're giving this employee, this volunteer, an income for their service, then for us, that's our employee. I hope that gives you clarity. But also to share with you what our yardsticks are. 16 years to 55 years is a member of NSSF. I don't think in Uganda we employ people below 16, but if you have them, then they will not be caught under the saving of NSSF.
But you haven't visited our farms. Oh, we have so many
We
of
have,
those.
we're going to take you to labor. To labor, why are you employing people below 16? There's someone who asked me an important question. Do you have a threshold? No, we do not have. With the amendments of the Act, before we used to look at an employer that has 5 employees or more, then you contribute to NSSF. That was since scrapped off. So even if you have 1 employee, 2 employees, they are eligible to saving with NSSF. In terms of salary, we do not have a threshold like our brothers from URA. For us, even if you're earning 50,000, 25,000, we only follow the percentages that I shared with you in the earlier session, 5% and 10% from the employer. The second was, if my organization is out of money, maybe the donor funds have stopped, is there a time frame for me to notify you? Would want that communication to come in immediately. Why? We put it on file. Remember, we also have penalties now, by the way, 10%. So every month that you delay without making payment accumulates a penalty. And URSB explained that very well, that without a checker, the behavior will not be driven. But when you notify us on time, we put that notification on record. We come in and just do our inspections to ensure that what you're notifying is actually what is on ground. And then we can hold, when the contributions come back, when you realize some funding, please come and resume your NSSF savings, because it is for you and your employees and it reflects on your account. The other was about one system to handle the registrations. That is also the dream, but now we're working with partnerships. We have a partnership with URSB. As long as you give us your URSB registration number, you can automatically be registered with NSSF. We have a partnership with URA. Give us your TIN, and we are able to just make sure that your records with URA tally with those that are in NSSF. Someone asked me at lunch, do you look at what we file in URA, and does URA look at what you file in NSSF? The answer is yes. We work concurrently together, and you just need to give us the truth on both ends. We also have a partnership with NIRA, so if you have a national ID, then you can register with NSSF automatically. The dream is, at birth, you get your NIN, you should also get a social security number. And to the NGO Bureau, we do give certificates of compliance, and maybe it's something that we can talk about and you can incorporate in your checker policy, that for any that wants to maybe renew their subscription with the NGO Bureau, we do give NSSF certificates. You just apply for it online, and in 24 hours, you'll have your certificate free of charge. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, Stephen.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, thank you, Chris. I have a couple of questions here. Let me see how I can run through them very fast. The first one was on the current changes with the rationalization. Will the NGO still have a voice? My answer is I hope yes. That one they should not worry about. Let's wait and see how the new arena is like. So we have to remain hopeful that all is going to remain as it is. The other question was, are profit entities considered under the NGO Act? A number of profit-making entities at times also do charitable work as a way of giving back, and a number of them have come and registered at the Bureau, either registering their foundations. We have a couple of banks and even the telecom companies that are doing it. So any organization that is profit-making but has that component is also free to register that component with the NGO Bureau. The issue of decentralization of the NGO Bureau offices, I think Chris had already answered it, that the Act already provides for branch offices, but it's because of the limited resources. We had hoped that by now, at least we would have established 5 branch offices for a start. Unfortunately, because of the limited resources, we have yet failed. We had targeted that we would start with Arua, Gulu, Barara, Mbale, and Masaka as a start. Then the others would fall in place. But due to, of course, the budget cuts that keep coming in, it has made us fail to achieve that. Now, the other bit is on CBOs, incorporation of CBOs. I have promised a number of stakeholders that when we start consulting on the NGO Act and the policy, we shall have to have a thorough conversation on that. CBOs have been operating without incorporation, but if you see what they do and the way they operate, they do a lot of things which a legal entity is supposed to be doing. They acquire property, they enter into partnership agreements, yet they do not incorporate. So we shall discuss this more the moment we come back to consult on the NGO Act and also the policy. So the issue of whether they should incorporate, please start thinking through it and prepare your recommendations. The other one is that is the presence of NGOs guaranteed under the department arrangement that is going to be there, that is there now. Under the new law, there's a proposal to have a committee replace the board of directors. What I know is that they picked the exact composition on the board of directors and put the same for the committee. That means that the NGOs maintain the two representatives that were already there on the board. But the difference between this committee and the board is that the board was once a governing component, but the committee is going to be more of a technical committee, meaning that they are not going to perform the duties of a board. They are just going to come to handle only the technical issues. So representation of the NGOs, yes, it's there. How you select them, we shall discuss further with the people from the sector and to ensure that these representatives are there. The other question is on the mainstreaming of the Bureau. And I think this one I've already answered, whether we are going to have branches around. That will depend on resources. Regulators asking for the same information. I think that one was already answered. Automation is going to address all that. The moment the NGO Bureau fully automates, then we shall integrate with other regulators so that we can share this information to reduce the burden on any NGO. The other one is on MOUs, where the districts don't know how to draft these MOUs and are leaving it to NGOs to draft. I think that is very dangerous, but the recommendation would be that the NGO regulations 2017 have a template at the back. So it's important that you look at that template and you see how you can draft. But an MOU is something that you sit down and negotiate. It's not a one-sided document. So if a district tells you that go and draft this MOU and bring, even if you are trying to help them, it's important that you sit and have a conversation on it so that there's ownership. Otherwise, tomorrow the same district will turn around and deny because they were never a part of that drafting. You just brought for them to sign and they claim they did not know. But the other question is on the MOUs where circulars are being sent to cows, restricting NGOs from signing unless there's clearance from the Solicitor General. I do not know the one I know of is I think the one that came from the Attorney General. There's some guidelines that the Attorney General has issued. And of course it has sparked a lot of debate around. But what I would strongly advise is that the Attorney General's office has got its offices all over the country. So it's important that once you are drafting or signing these MOUs, involve them. I think that's the main takeaway from that guidance, that please go and make use of the Attorney General's office wherever you are. But I do not think it was stopping NGOs from signing MOUs. So it's important that you involve the Attorney General's office when you are going to sign this. The issue of sustainability of NGOs, whether they should be changing their names, I don't think there's a component for NGOs to think of changing their names, because Section 46 of the NGO Act permits NGOs to engage in business operations. And of course, it has the same terms as you have had here. Whatever comes out of there, whatever dividends you get, should be for the good of the organization. Ensure that you are plowing it back into the organization and you're not using it for anything else. But it's important that the NGOs take advantage of Section 46. I will tell you that since 2016, if I should tell you the percentage of NGOs that have taken advantage of Section 46, I don't think they're more than 5%. This shows that NGOs are in a comfort zone. They are more comfortable continuing with the status quo, writing proposals, waiting for money from donations. But of course, the issue of the weak sustainability has remained our concern. You heard in the presentations today that so many NGOs are forced to wrap up the moment those taps dry. You're also aware that funding at times is dictated by the global trends. The moment you hear there's a war in some part of this world, then the NGOs should not celebrate. You don't know how it's going to affect you. You saw what happened during COVID, that while COVID was threatening so many lives, the sector also lost a lot. People lost jobs, people lost funding. So this whole element of sustainability, it's important that you take it very seriously. It was a key presentation today that you need to re-strategize and see how best to address the issue of sustainability. The NGO Act has given you that window under Section 46, but that culture has to come in so that NGOs become more self-sustaining. Now, on the issue of NGO Bureau notifying clients, what happens is that the moment an NGO applies, you are given a timeline within which to come back. Now, because we have not comprehensively automated, we do not have room to keep giving notifications, because once we fully automate, any step that your application reaches out, whether you have just submitted it and once it's ready, you'll always be notified. At this point, our communications department always tries to call, but you also see it cannot reach out to all the different NGOs out there. So it's important that you always keep calling the NGO Bureau, or even checking whether your documents are ready. But all this is going to be addressed once we fully automate. There was this particular disappointment that came from Benson, who is so disappointed with the whole rationalization thing. I don't know how many shares he's paid, but this is a government policy and it has happened, and we are now at the point of implementation. But just as he said, let it be tested and we see whether tomorrow, you never know, they may go back to what it used to be. But for now, it is a government policy. Our former board chair is here. He can tell you how we met on so many forums trying to make a case. But you see, the fact that it was a government policy, my colleague Ruth here from Ministry of Finance will tell you that they will always tell you cabinet has decided. So, and that was always the position. So the fact that we have reached this point, it's important that we see how it goes. You're actually correct that there are so many countries that have looked forward to the way NGO Bureau in Uganda was. I'll give you examples that there are countries like Malawi, they came here and benchmarked, and now as we talk, they have moved from being a small section within their ministry to a whole authority, because they came and benchmarked with us and went and turned into an authority. Just, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Tanzanian team was here. They were benchmarking on the semi-autonomous entity of the NGO Bureau, and they have already made proposals to have their regulator become either semi-autonomous or a full authority. But of course, in Uganda now we have moved the opposite direction. So let's see how things go. And if in future things go back to the way it was, then let's hope for that. The other issues on CBOs having to validate, yes. There's an ongoing exercise where all the CBOs in the country are being verified and validated. The concern is that much as there's been a lot of focus on NGOs, CBOs have totally been forgotten. And yet CBOs, a number of them actually qualify to be NGOs.
Okay.
A number of them are not registered, they're doing things the way they want. And the normal procedure is that even a CBO, before it can operate, is supposed to get a recommendation from the Sub-County NGO Monitoring Committee. It's supposed to be registered by the District NGO Monitoring Committee. And it's supposed to operate at on the sub-county level. But if you go and see what's happening on the ground, the sub-county NGO monitoring committees are not operational. So the question is, who is recommending the CBOs? The district NGO monitoring committees are also not operational in so many areas. So the question is that who is registering the CBOs? What you find is that the district community development officers are the ones who end up registering these CBOs. And it's supposed to be the district NGO monitoring committee, but you find CBOs now being registered by individuals.
Okay.
At times, even when you want to follow up and you want to look at a file of a seeds are not even there. So the issue is that the districts even were not having clear registers for CBOs. So what we did was we procured enough registers for all the districts in this country. We have distributed it, and we asked them, please, capture the records of all CBOs in any district that you're in. That is already ongoing. We gave them 3 months, which I think is about to end. And after that, we shall be able to get to know the exact number of CBOs in this country. So the validation exercise is already ongoing, and we hope that the stakeholders in this room can help us support with this, because much as we are looking at the NGOs, we also need to streamline the operations of the CBOs.
Finally, Stephen, finally.
Yes, I'm trying to rush. I'm actually on the last questions now. On the issue of, I'm trying to pick the key ones that I cannot leave. But of course, I want to thank UONET and the other members who have volunteered that with these consultations on the NGO Act, they are ready to come and support UONET, the NIVA NGO Forum. And also I call upon other NGOs and stakeholders that please, it's important that we have a comprehensive consultative process so that everything can be consulted on and we have ownership on the NGO Act. And the last one, of course, is the concern that compliance is becoming a very expensive thing. We just hope that with the review of the Act, we can see how to eliminate a lot of things in the processes and requirements, but also if we can couple this with automation, then this will be simplified. The concerns about how the clients are being handled, I think the moment we try to eliminate that human contact and start going then some of these cries of how clients are being handled wherever they go are going to be eliminated. The moment you can sit at your desk, pay from there, apply for whatever you want from there and have it delivered to you online, you're going to then eliminate a lot of these problems that are concerned now. So, Chris, thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you so much, Stephen, and everyone. May I, and for those of you who are not clapping, I don't know what your problem is, so let me invite everyone, please. Let's clap for our panel. Because of time, I will not try to summarize the key things from this meeting. We will have a day every morning, every evening to just do a bit of recap, and some of those things will emerge. But I've always been fascinated by the kind of expertise we have in our government. I've never had technocrats from any ministry, agency of government that are not very impressive. So I'd like to thank you, NSSF, thank you, URA, URSB, and of course, our dear Stephen Okello, for the incredible job you've done to respond to all our questions. And this is now the moment where everyone claps, including the Deputy ED of NPA for the panel. Now, I've also learned really that the truth is people matter. The people in these agencies matter. And from what I heard, it seems to me that having Stephen at the bureau has mattered for the sector. It's very possible if we didn't have a Stephen or the kind of person that Stephen is, we would have struggled. People who call Stephen in the middle of the night. Now, for you, I don't know your problem. And he responds. I don't really understand. But call and he responds and is able to help. He's able to write letters to waive off some of the fines. I think it's just a testament that really, really people matter. The second thing is that these problems we're having with getting tax exemptions, we can actually address them by getting to know the people within these agencies, so that you can write an email and they expedite the process for you. And bureaucracies are bureaucracies. Sometimes they can be very impersonal. So if you know someone, it's very easy. And so that's why I'm encouraging you. If you have any questions that you have not gotten an answer for, this team is going to be here for the duration of the conference. So please take advantage of their presence. We really have to thank GIZ and Fabio for bringing them close to us. In the evenings, if you're watching Arsenal beat PSG, please make sure you interact with them. And you guys, we are walloping those people. Interact with them, get their phone numbers and get their details. They'll be able to help. Finally, if I had known that Ruth is from the Ministry of Finance, if I had known before, I would have asked Ruth to come here on this panel. There's been a question which everyone has asked, where does our money go? You know, URA is here struggling with that question, URSB. But finance is in the room, so tomorrow I'm not sparing you, and I know you're here for a long time until the conference ends, and I am definitely going to ask those questions. I have a note here which says a lot, and I haven't read it because none of these qualify to answer it except finance and perhaps a cabinet minister. So we'll have you to respond to those questions tomorrow about utility of our resources. We're now going to break into our detailed sessions. And just before we do that, there's a question about documents from this conference. I think we didn't respond to it. If you have registered your email very well, every resource, every PowerPoint presentation will be sent to you by email. And I'm making this promise on behalf of Paul. I see he's looking at me. Yeah, so you will get the documents. But also, if you have not been engaging actively on social media, please do tweet about what's happening so that your colleagues who are not here can actually get the information. You can also share the link for those that are participating online so that people can actually join into the conversation. Tomorrow and the following day, the link will be live, so please make sure you encourage your staff, your colleagues to join. And for those of you who are joining us online, we know you didn't have an opportunity to have the tea we had or even the lunch we had, but we are hoping that you're following the conversation and you're gratified by spending your time with us and following what is happening here. Now, on to the breakout rooms. We have 3 breakout rooms. You have a copy of the program on your phone, and if you don't have a smartphone, you can actually get a physical copy. We'll make provisions of that. You will find that in the first breakout session, we will have Public Affairs Center, Mr. Benson Ikwe-Ochen, who is going to be facilitating a session around strengthening relationships with the state to improve compliance, knowledge, and practice. And I can tell you without a doubt that PAC has incredible experience in this area, and think you will benefit from joining that panel, that breakout group. And this is color green. So if you have color green, oh, you have fans, Benson. You stand up, they see you. So if you have color green, you will follow someone called Noor. You stand up. See the gentleman at the back with glasses? So as soon as I put down the microphone, please follow him. He's going to take you to the room that you're supposed to be in. Breakout group 2 is going to be facilitated by Soruda, which is also actually from TESO. It's also the same topic, strengthening state relationships and civil society state relationships to improve compliance, knowledge and practice. And that is color, the ones in power, yellow. So if you have yellow, please stand up, and Soruda representative, please also stand up. I see those who are our supporters. We see you. Yeah. So yellow, you will follow Sheila. Sheila, please stand up so people can see you. We are creating these signposts of individuals so that we don't waste a lot of time looking for rooms. So just stand up and follow those people. Then finally, the last conversation or the last breakout group is the team that will be talking about internal quality assurance, internal governance. So the quality assurance mechanism. And this will be facilitated by Deneva. I see Fred Olinga. Please stand up so people can see you. And Peter Majera Guayaka, who is also here. So, and those are the people that have color pink. So let me see those who have color pink. Where are you? Hey, you're many. At least you're the only group that has raised up your hands. The rest were just ignoring me. So those of you will follow Vero. So we'll turn to the back and see Vero. Yes, yes. Please follow Vero to your room. Now, we have already 3 timekeepers. The guy with the big voice and who is marked is going to go to Benson's room to make sure, yes, to make sure that Benson and the team keep time. Yes, I was deliberately using big voice and because I want someone who can carry Benson in case he continues speaking. Okay. And then, where's Joan? Joan disappeared. Okay, she got a call. But there is another timekeeper. I can't remember the name. Please remind me your name. Monica. So Monica, you will go to the room that has Peter Majera, the Deneva. Now this doesn't matter the color of card you have. So this is like a new reallocation. So you go to that room and make sure that they keep time. And I'll tell you the time they have to be back in this room. And then finally, Joan, no matter the color you have, you will go to the room that has Soruda to make sure that Sheila, that Peter from Soruda keeps time. Does that make sense? Yeah, so we have timekeepers in that room. When you go to the room, you might choose to get your internal rapporteur to just take notes of the key things that emerged. You might also choose to get a chairperson who can do both roles. The idea is when we reconvene, my colleague Rita will give you an opportunity to share back what has transpired in the room and have a quick plenary session. So you must have someone who studied English in secondary school, passed paper 1, which had the question around summarize. You remember that? Summary writing. We do not want a person like Benson who studied history and Bonaparte and is going to start from us in the 19th century. Does that make sense? Key points, what transpired in your room, and each one of us will have some time which will be defined by Rita, and we'll also have an opportunity for the audience to engage. These breakout sessions are strictly 1 hour. We have done quite well to keep time, and we know that adults, we have even overstretched our capacity. So we want to be able to conclude on time or the time that we set. So please respect these time limits. Let us break, follow the people that you're supposed to follow, and we shall reconvene at exactly what time? 4:30. What does that mean, timekeepers? That 5 minutes to 4:30, which means 4:25, people start moving back to this room. Does that make sense? Thank you so much, everyone, and I wish you the best of the rest of the afternoon.
without you, baby. I could do anything for you. Stand beside me, my baby. I've been thinking about you. What is up that you done to me, oh? Jalo wakabanga, salate tangawe. Did you pour me a love potion, no? My baby, I can't stop thinking about you. Kings Antonio, Kuteningala Lepsoko. Stando Samie, baby, I've been thinking about you. Baby, there's no one but you. All that I need, baby, to you. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I cannot imagine life without you. Stand by some, I'm thinking about you. Titala nditeta ngawe, nyana ngipupa ngawe. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Ungilise Tony now. I just can't stop thinking about you. Baby, all I want is you. Baby, there's no one but you. Go by you, give me the juice, bring me the juice. Ungenta Tony now. I just can't stop thinking about you. Kings Antonio, Uteningala Lepsoko. Stando Samie, baby, I've been thinking about you.
Maybe I'ma get a little anxious. Maybe I'ma get a little shy. Cause everybody's trying to be famous, and I'm just trying to find a place to hide. All I wanna do is just hold somebody, but no one ever wants to get to know somebody. I don't even know how to explain this. I don't even think I'm gonna try. And that's okay. I promise myself one day I'ma tell them all that you could either hate me or love me, but that's just the way I am. I'ma tell them all that you could either hate me or love me, but that's just the way I am. 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 Maybe I'ma get a little nervous. Maybe I don't go out anymore. Feeling like I really don't deserve this. Life ain't nothing like it was before. Cause all I wanna do is just hold somebody, but no one ever wants to get to know somebody. If you go and look under the surface, baby, I'm a little insecure. And that's okay. I promise myself one day I'ma tell them all that you could either hate me or love me, but that's just the way I am. I'ma tell them all that you could either hate me or love me, but that's just the way I am. 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 I'ma tell them all that you could either hate me or love me, but that's just the way I am. Yeah, yeah, this is what you wanted. Oh, this is what you wanted, yeah. Yeah, this is what you wanted. Oh, this is what you wanted all along. Oh. Everybody's trying to be famous. What is it? I'ma tell them all that you could either hate me or love me, but that's just the way I am. I'ma tell them all you could either hate me or love me, but that's just the way I am.
enough to catch a show, and so I told the pilot, turn the jet around. He said, ease up, wheel up, bring it back, come rewind. Yeah, seems crazy, but love would do that to ya. She one in a Billy, real life Cinderella. Let's just square the place, I'm gonna meet her. No pain, no gain, my love's never in vain. What? First class coming, straight out of the pocket. Patience on deck, I'm orthodox like Coptic. Glass slipper, right here waiting for ya. Fairy tale ending, you and me blending.
Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now. For I to knock some more.
For real.
You see,
tears.
In life I know there's lots of grief, but your love is my relief. Tears in my eyes, girl. Tears in my eyes, girl. While I'm waiting for my turn.
For real.
I don't wanna waiting for your love. Bob said, check this. I don't wanna wait in vain.
Oh no.
I don't wanna wait in vain. One more.
Give me the. Bam, 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 dig it, bam, 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 dig it. Girl, come on to me. Come over here and perform for me.
Hello YouTube world, I'm Ed Sheeran, this is Anne-Marie. We're going to sing a song that we wrote together called 2002. Right, 1, 2, 3.
I will always remember the day you kissed my lips, light as a feather. And it went just like this. No, it's never been better than the summer 2002. Ooh, we were only 11, but acting like grown-ups, like we are in the present. Drinking from plastic cups, singing love is forever and never. Well, I guess that was true. Ooh. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods on an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends.
Fast forward to 18, we are more than lovers. Yeah, we are all we need when we're holding each other. I'm taken back to 2002. Ooh. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods on an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems, singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me. Old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. Oh, now, oops, I got 99 problems, singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, sitting at the top of both our lungs on the day we fell in love. 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 Love.
edges. Oh, your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me. I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all. And I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me. Can't stop singing, it's ringing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me. I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you, Cards on the table with both showing hearts, risky it all though it's hard. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me. I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you,
most I praise. For the air I breathe, for the rivers and trees. Me I forgive the most I praise. For the air I breathe, oh, for the rivers and trees. And I saw me sing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Last night some boy tried kill me off. Shoot up my car, only got me to drive off. Everything dancing me jump and pass. Girl look like Swiss cheese holes all over. What if I happen if I die that day? Shit my music for stuff to the play. We go for years and my papa don't die, cause my mama don't cry die. And that's why you me have to give the most I praise. With the air I breathe, for the rivers and trees. Me have to give the most I praise. With the air I breathe, oh, for the rivers and trees. And I saw me sing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. It's been long, it's true, since I had a talk with you. So I had to take this time to be alone with you, because all my blessings come from you. Hey. All my life I done followed you. And I'm caught up in the money and the fame. Still bless me anyway. Me I forgive the most I praise. For the air I breathe, for the rivers and trees. Me I forgive the most I praise. For the air I breathe, whoa, for the rivers and trees. And that's what me sing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I've been on the roads, and the water with no boat. I don't even know. Now I managed to float. When you know be saying at me, with holy the most. I'm saying no be so. Someone told me used to bless me, and I act like I don't know you. Acting like I don't know you. When you say forgive me, Father, when I'm acting like I don't know you. Acting like I don't know you. Living better, I could show you levels never achieved. Me and this lady got a thing going on, ain't nobody know about it. Keep it on the low, ain't nobody gotta know, baby. That's just how it goes. That's my baby, that's my baby, that's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. That's my baby, that's my baby, that's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. You're my baby girl. You're my baby girl. Yeah, I never wanna lose you, baby. Never. I give you what you want, cause you're precious. Pretty African. all set up, living better. I could show you levels never achieved. Me and this lady got a thing going on, and ain't nobody know about it. Keep it on the low, ain't nobody gotta know, baby. That's just how it goes. That's my baby, that's my baby, that's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. That's my baby, that's my baby, that's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. You're my baby girl. You're my baby girl. Sandra Samis, 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 Sandra Samis. Me and this lady got a thing going on, and ain't nobody know about it. Keep it on the low, ain't nobody gotta know, baby. That's just how it goes. That's my baby, that's my baby, that's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. That's my baby, that's my baby, that's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. My baby girl. My baby girl. She my baby girl. Baby girl. My baby girl. Baby girl. She my baby girl. Baby girl. My baby girl. Baby girl. She my baby girl. Baby girl. My baby girl. Baby girl. She my baby girl. Baby girl. 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 My baby girl. Baby girl.
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. When I wake up in the morning, I see your lovely face. Your cheeks like butter, honey from a teacup. You take my breath away. Your pretty little fingers so tender, like petals from the morning bloom. Your laughter a joy to remember. Heaven has blessed me with you. The very day you came to me, my whole life became brand new. Because of you. Oh baby, I see me in your eyes. Oh baby, I see love in your smile. You tell me coochie coochie, yeah.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Team GIZ, Vero, Ahmed, Sheila, you're responsible for the breakout rooms. Please help us bring back our participants. Thank you. Please, the pink room, the green room, and the yellow room. We need to start with our final session for today. For those that are back in the room, thank you for making it almost on time. We appreciate your punctuality. As the yellow ones, thank you very much, yellow. And okay, there is a little bit of everything, Okay, that's good. So as we wait for our colleagues, I'll give a small background. When I am not here doing this, I am a coach. I coach football. So the time we were sitting and waiting, I was thinking the food and all the sitting for the long hours, that's definitely not what a coach would want to do. So as we wait for the others and leveraging on what this conference is all about, working together in partnerships, I want us to sing a song as everyone comes in. If you've been around children, there is a song, it's been playing in my head throughout. And I want us to sing together as we wait for the others to come. It's a very simple one, so we can easily sing. For purposes of making fun, we might stand, those that are comfortable. We might also clap, but let's try to make it comfortable. Coach Baker, I'll invite you to join me in singing this song together. It goes like this. I'll say the words and then we can sing it. When we all work together, side by side, when we all work together, do we know it? When we all work together, side by side, ooh, ooh. When we all work together, side by side, when we all work together, everything is so much better. When we all work together, side by side, when we all work together, side by side, when we all work together, side by side, when we all work together, everything is so much better. When we all work together, side by side. We continue, or are we comfortable with the number that is here? We continue? When we all work together, side by side, when we all work together, side by side, when we all work together, everything is so much better. When we all work together, side by side. Let me hear the bass. When we all work together, side by side. When we all work together, side by side. When we all work together, everything is so much better. I love the harmony. Let's continue. Side by side, soprano. When we all, soprano, side by side. When we all work together, everything is so much better. When we all work together, side by side. Thank you very much for indulging me. And thank you so much for participating in the
breakout sessions. Without wasting much time, we want to invite our rapporteurs that were in breakout sessions to come and share with us what went on in the rooms and the key takeaways so that we can break off today. So I'll invite the rapporteur from the first breakout session, that is Green, to share with us what we learned from strengthening relationships with state parastatals to improve compliance knowledge and practice under PAC TESO. It also feels nice to be tall, eh?
That was a very good statement before I step on the podium. Good evening, everyone. I'm delighted being here standing before you, honorables. I'm here to take on the briefs that we have gained insights into by Group 1. I'm a rapporteur for Group 1. I'm Nakainda Hanifa Nganwa, the rapporteur for Group 1. Connection? All right. So Group 1 had a task about taking two insights that strengthening relationships between parastatals in line with compliance knowledge and practice. While there, we took into account and discussed issues to be concerned under compliance knowledge and practice. We noted that it's really a journey which is so demanding, hence too challenging, that is going to create for you a world that is going to be hinged on three factors, and these are the political environment where you are. You realize that these days politics has become an everyday food, whereby people wake up in the morning thinking about politics, they go to sleep thinking about politics, and at the end of the day, business has not been able to go on. There is the social, cultural environment, whereby you find that in a community where your organization is going to be operating, factions are coming up because of the cultural norms that they tend to boost and think about. And lastly, the economic status of where you are vis-a-vis the tax policy regime. You find that the world economics is not static. It keeps changing every day. You will sleep today with a status that is not going to be the status that you will find tomorrow, and that makes compliance a very difficult thing. And so, if you have realized those three things, so what do you have to do as a civil society organization? You have to know that for compliance to be taken notes and to build a good relationship with your parastatals, you have to demonstrate legitimacy. This one, you're going to demonstrate it by basing on your action and existence. How are you standing as a company? What do you have to exhibit and put on the table as a company? Then you have to exhibit your credibility. This you're going to demonstrate it by being reliable and trustworthy. Are you this kind of company where people do not believe in what you're doing? Are you this kind of person, organization, where people doubt what you have put at table, and therefore what you have to exhibit as a product of what you're supposed to be giving in form of service? Then accountability. You realize that as an organization, you'll be having very many resources in form of information, commitment, and therefore, for you to be able to exist as an organization, you must be accountable for all that you have at your table. Then the power, the ability to become an influencer, to network and make connections. That should be within your reach so that you can build your relationship with those parastatals and therefore gain a very good platform where you can always bring your issues so that they are listened to. And so, if that is the case, then don't forget there are those challenges that will come along. You as an organization, if you're corrupt, you're exercising corruption, you have personalization whereby you think about your lineage of relatives to employ in your company, where you're looking at bribery, you're looking at selfish interests. You don't seek advice from others. Where you look at the political arena, like you bring politics into your organization, you're not going to move far, and therefore compliance will be a problem on your side. Then there is non-inclusivity in the budgeting process by those private sectors and the government, whereby when they are making budgeting, or civil society organizations are left out, and that becomes a hinge to carry on compliance knowledge and then its practices. Then, failure of government look at civil society organizations as partners. These people have been seen like to be enemies of the government and such practices like that. And so, in the due course, they are left out in all the decisions that they are going to make. And besides, even when you look into the people who are in those companies still, there is no interest in research. People don't want to go and read. They don't want to involve in capacity building. Actually, we are very lucky that you people, you are here. In any case, if we took a sample, we may find that those ones who are here in the morning, some of them have already what? Left. People don't want to learn. They don't want to research. They don't want to develop themselves. And then, in such a thing, you'll find that people don't like reading. Obviously, someone who shuns research will not like reading. And so, for that matter, therefore, we shall find that for this relationship to be, compliance must be built on just and fair systems. Hence, doing away with corruption, bribery, selfishness, and others. You must see as an organization that you will enforce organizational discipline, values, and accountability. As an organization, you must have core values to see your organization flourish. You must also uphold strengthening relationships with other regulators. Once you want to stand as an entity, you're not going to go very far. You must embrace benchmarking and then consultants with how other organizations are flourishing within the same environment. Then you find that compliance is also a tool for building public trust and respect. Once there is no public trust and respect, it's going to be a very difficult environment for you. And hence, that means that compliance is a weapon to fend off negativity and malicious attacks. That means that if you have a good relationship, then you'll be able to work well with others. It's a measure of commitment to the mission agenda of the different organizations. Once there is that unity between organizations, then it's going to be a very good operating environment. Hence, if you don't embrace compliance, knowledge and the practices around it, you'll find that you're going to be building blocks around yourself. You'll be building a wall, and actually by the time you wake up, you'll find that you're out of that game. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Hanifa. And please, let's clap for Hanifa and also Benson for a very good job done. I happened to be in the room when Benson was presenting, and I clearly remember the word legit. So if I missed everything else, we need to be legit. So thank you so much, Benson, for that. Rapporteur for Team Yellow. And kindly, let's try to be brief. If you can do it in about 3 minutes, Peter, I trust you can deliver that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I was the rapporteur for Team Yellow. And since we have a limited time, we want to project. I'll just give you what came out. I think the question was, we're looking at how to build a good relationship with the authorities. I think that's how we are summing it up. And we got a very good example or experience sharing by our own Peter, who shared lots more about his organization and how they've been able to maneuver and overcome most of the common challenges that we go through as CSOs. And one of the outstanding lessons learned is that we need always to update ourselves with the current laws regarding CSOs. And one of the laws that different acts which the document which he mentioned was that it's so very important for us to know, for example, the NSSF Act. We need also to know the FIA, that's the Financial Intelligence Act. We need also to know the URA Act, that's chapter 19 and 196, and the Data Protection Act. You mentioned there are very many laws, and that through knowing them, it helps them to overcome most of the challenges that we go through. Because without knowing this, it will not limit you, or it will not defend you from being offensive or to be against the laws. He also, through his work, he mentioned that in our relationship, we also need to be visiting these offices so that we know how better to go some challenges that we go through. However, in summary, it was noted that some of these agencies, they don't inform us about these laws, and we end up being a culprit sometimes when we come to renew our permits. So it's a big call that it's always good not only waiting for this kind of fora that you update us with all what is going on, but it's also good for you to call us in this kind of engagement so that we know this will help us to have that good relationship. So I think that's the summary of what transpired, and in case I left out anything, I would encourage our members to put it across. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Team Soruda for the good presentation. I had a comment from one of the participants, and he said that the organization he is representing really needs Quam. So I think, Deniva, you did a great job in helping this specific participant. And on this note, I want to invite the rapporteur for Team Pink to please come and share with us their take-homes. Team Pink, you're coming. Okay. As we wait for Team Pink, I would like to appreciate those that are with us online. Thank you so much for staying with us for the 1 hour that we were in the breakout rooms. We appreciate your time. We also want to thank COG Studios Uganda for seamless live streaming. Thank you so much, guys, from Chiwatule, Kampala. These guys are close to home, eh? So please look them up every time you have something like this. Please, Rita. Oh, this is Rita coming, eh?
Thank you so much, Rita. I'm very tall. I think I should extend this. It's not an offense. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. My name is Robina Rita Nakalema, and I'm happy to have been the rapporteur of Breakout Room 3. We're discussing about strengthening NGO quality assurance. So we talked about Quam. I know many of us have interfaced Quam in our organizations. Quam is majorly about self-voluntary assessment it's an assessment that you do to ensure that you have quality in your organization. During our discussion, it was noted that QAM started in 2006. I'm just going to give highlights because of the problem of time. CSOs have the opportunity to go through organization systems and policies. QAM enables you to make a thorough and critical go through of your policies and systems to ensure that you have quality. It is about having an orderly house. When you do QAM, it's easy for you to ensure that the house is orderly. Some of the mistakes are eliminated. For one to be QAM'd, one should be an organization, should be an NGO with programs and activities. We noted 3 certificates. We have the provisional, we have the ordinary, and the advanced certificate. The provisional is got after 1 year, the ordinary 3 years, and then the advanced 5 years. During our discussion, we noted that QAM revokes the rights. Sorry, I think there was a mistake because revokes is repeated. It revokes the rights to revoke certificates anytime. There is an opportunity for you to revoke your certificates anytime. So if you register with a provisional, after 3 years you have the opportunity to register to get an ordinary certificate, and then you advance depending on how you're able to adhere to the principles of QAM. It enhances self-appreciation, enables the organization to grow. Sorry, there was a mistake. Clarifies mistakes and provides mechanisms for self-improvement. Continuation of benefits. It enhances public image because when you're QAM'd, it is easy for you to be credible. How will the public be able to verify that you're doing authentic work? You need to be QAM'd because it helps you to eliminate some of those mistakes that may have shown themselves in the public. Then accountability, it enables the organization to ensure accountability, facilitates learning, credibility, legitimacy, and protection of the organization. As we were discussing, some of the participants shared their experiences. Since we applied for QAM, we have interfaced a number of improvements. We didn't have the anti-money laundering policy. One of the organizations testified that they didn't have the anti-money laundering policy, but when they engaged into QAMing, they were able to see this as a crucial policy for them to get funding, for them to operate as an organization credibly. Another participant noted that we also realized that because we were just in the process of applying for QAM, we missed out on a funding opportunity since it was one of the requirements. So this signifies that being QAM'd puts us in a better position for us to receive funding. Then some of the participants noted challenges that they've interfaced. Limited knowledge about QAM, fulfilling the mandate against economic challenges, stroke trends. Sometimes there are costs that are incurred, and the fact that some organizations could be struggling here and there, it is hard for them to maneuver through the trend. Then the actions, as we're discussing, we developed some actions. Some of them are already operating. Having collective engagements to disseminate QAM. For example, this is a conference, and if anyone did not know about QAM, they have the opportunity to learn about it. QAM master classes, there are master classes that are being conducted. All NGOs have a right to attend. QAM assessment tool, it has 60 questions. I know some of us have interfaced this tool. They have developed templates on anti-money laundering policy and data protection policy, since they are mandatory to operate by law. So those are some of the actions. Thank you so much.
It's a privilege to be able to be down to earth, but also be elevated at any time that you you need the extra height. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for your patience and for sitting through all these hours since we started. I want to thank you for participating in the breakout sessions. And I think it's important that we do clap our hands for Team Denver and also for Rita for presenting to us. I want to continue appreciating each and every one of you for your presence today. It has been a fruitful engagement. I believe that we have realized some of the outcomes of this conference, and I invite you to stay with us tomorrow so we have a continuation of the same. And please, let's keep the conversations going. Let's go online and continue with the conversation to let those that we left in the different organizations, to let them know what is happening in Mbale City. I want to take this opportunity to invite some very wonderful gentlemen that I know personally. These are rappers from Plus 256 Youth Platform in Uganda, and their task today is to give us a short musical recap of the day. It's going to be freestyle, so y'all that you know, I want to do that thing, it's freestyle, and they're going to tell us what happened here, but through rap. So on this note, I want to invite Wheezy alongside the rest of the team from Plus 256. And you know, this is not something you're just going to do on low key. Eh? You have to give them vibe. So please, let's set the stage for Team 256. Thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, I will not be coming back here, but I want to communicate that Brian will be taking us through the bicycle session around the city. So after the rappers, please, Brian, I invite you to come to the podium and brief the participants. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Wizo bulidde wane ne microphone. Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Salute to you.
The vibe is so much.
Those on the track.
Yeah. Check you up. Let me hope everybody's okay. Chemanyi mukoye kuva kumachate munakyusa kungoye. Dayate mukalide akamere wekatukide. Sawa ya bongo kubangula. Mike z'abaganda bangeze chanze naye ate temanyi batandiso zinenya zinatera okola. Check microphone ali watu yamba Mr. DJ microphone nga teziri kola kubanga nange waneno awomba siri kola. Bani no kola nabagaga bange sirina banyiza ne beat DJ oli no kugize mabega kubanga twakatandika ate kigenda maso. Tuva waneno nga tugenda kwevugamu ani anavuga akagari mubulire jo yakulembera Fabio amuweyo ku kagari nga n'obuzindalo bakyabutereza. DJ mumwongere ebyokunywa oba atalidde ku mmere twaki yeeyisa bwatyo. microphone zibadde ki tukolesekamu kano bantu batuyingidde. Yeah. Okay. DJ pause up. Come on.
Let me hope you're feeling this. Let me hope you're feeling this.
Let me hope. Yo, okay. If you don't comply, then you go. But if you comply, if you don't comply,
yes. If you don't comply, yeah,
then you're gonna flourish.
One more time. What does it say?
Okay, we are going to sing together. The word is, if you don't comply, then you're gonna perish. But if you comply, then you're gonna flourish. Is it okay? Yeah, one more time, let's go.
We're gonna sing together.
Microphone check. 256 representing. Yo, oh. 1 2 nyanjula akasaifa kakano akaba MC abana bawano mu East Africa nkugambye abana yeffe Wizzy Stone Da Vinci ntandika.
Yo, this is how we're doing it. Time we no go muvubuka elevation tuliye no ku Fabio conference abana batukudde banyiridde nanti kyekyo.
Yeah. Jized Cusp. This is the time to zip up the gaps. Check up your community. Muvubuka, you have to change your society.
Like it hard, if you don't comply, then you're gonna fly. But if you comply, if you don't comply, but if you comply, if you don't comply, but if you comply, check out a weather to some our binge. Era bingi nsubira biri mu mutwe chovola banga microphone chijja ku mutwe ku microphone nenchiwandula fyaffe kyekyo au yenze mwana Wizzy au nesitone muntu gambe twalumedda obwedda ffe tusoma knowledge amagezi skills era nsubira nti byonna mu mutwe
kati nno ffe tubeebaza okujja information tugirina abaana be bano abaana baawo gwefuna akagaali owona ebigaali.
Omwana gw'obuwala baliwo abasoga nga akasoma ng'ate aviira wala mufunira akagaali atuuke ku isomero nga tiyekontoire mwana kufuna na kadali.
Yo, big up
microphone kaziko. Yeah.
Hey yo, I say big up on yourself everyone. 256 representing Chakabino man abana b'amasaba representing Uganda wandede abana abachabazinga Chakabino mwana. Bless up.
Yo, mwebale mwena ndija kubebaza mu lulimi lusoga. Yeah, Mr. DJ. Yeah, lwaki esooka wazimyamu ng'ate okidi nti abantu balinumirwamu. Bobanga olinumirwamu tomukono waigulu kulwa jaidi kulwa kasipu eno civil society balento bwongo nimwe abantu katonda beyalondo kukyusa emyoyo n'obwongo bwaba balonzi.
Yo,
yeah,
this is how we say. Big up,
thanks everybody for listening to us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Kabadde kayala yala naye olunaku olulala. Thank you.
Thank you, Team 256 Platform, Iganga. That was entertainment at its best. Those are the kind of voices the youth can have. And we at Fabio and GIZ believe that the youth can go a long way in ensuring that we prosper as government, as society, as civil society. We want to take this opportunity on behalf of GIZ and Fabio to thank you for attending on day one. It's been a day of extreme participation. We want to thank our leaders of the sessions that had in the afternoon, the rapporteurs. You did a good job. Thank you everybody that participated and engaged in the discussions we had today. We encourage us to come early tomorrow. We shall be here by 8 so that we can finish on time. We have our exhibition session going on under the basement, but we're going to have a tent this evening where we're going to have to line up our content that we do have
for purposes of visibility tomorrow and the other day when we finish up our conference. But the time everybody has been waiting for is here. We have our electric bicycles outside. Yeah, there's excitement. Lots of people have been asking, how does it work? Does it have electricity? Is it soft? Is it hard? Is it air conditioned? Everything. So we're going to have to test that. Make sure that you have riding shoes, riding pants, riding jacket. We have organized a passage on the road that is secured by the Uganda police. I think we are safe, and we shall be guided on how to ride. But you are also allowed to ask for any information that you need about this bicycle. Like I mentioned to you, bicycle is a safe, emission-free means of transport, and we at Fabio, we are using a bicycle for transformation. We seek to invite the bicycler. The bicycler to tell us the features of this bicycle, how it works, and guide us on how we're going to ride this bicycle. Thank you so much. After this, I think we shall be departing for the bicycle session.
Good evening. I'm Brian Nkut Jeremiah, and I want to tell you about the e-bike. The kind of e-bike we have at Fabio, it's called the pedal assist. That means it assists you every time you pedal. We don't want to create laziness, so that's why we don't use lead pipe, but rather the pedal assist system. So every time you pedal once, it will push you. It has a controller. You press once, and then it automatically engages all the gears. It is very, very simple. But just for us all who are interested in riding, I'll be your guide to evening and the rest of the days that we will be going. I'll be taking a maximum of only 13 participants every day that we will be riding with. We will be going only for about 5 kilometers on the road to and coming back to have the experience. Thank you.
Before you go, somebody was asking if the bicycle is fully charged, how long can it take you?
Thank you. This bicycle goes for 50 kilometers after one charge, but it has a gear system that you can still operate it without the battery. 2, it carries a load, a maximum of 120 kilograms minus the passenger. And, pardon? Yes, it is on sale. If you want to get it today, you'll get it at 2.5, but normally we are saying at 3 million Ugandan shillings. It is the cheapest quality e-bike that you can get on the African market. We guarantee and warranty for 2 years. Yes.
Thank you. And the last one, does it use electricity, firewood, or solar?
So this bike has a special charger that comes with it that is compatible for both electric and also for the solar system.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. An announcement. This workshop is non-residential. Participants are residing in hotels of their choice. So we do not have dinner here unless you've chosen to sleep in this hotel at your own cost. What we've done is to ensure that each of the participants that registers and indicates his or her details with our demonstration team shall be given an allowance that should be able to facilitate him or her where to sleep and where to have dinner. So the assumption is after the bike, we can please go home. Thank you so much. Yes. Brian, please. We are now yours. Take us. Thank you so much. The team that took the photos for today's event, please share them. Share them with us, Team Fabio. There are partners who are interested in having these photos, and they're not going to be with us for the rest of the days.
Ibyo byose